desert swam the shore. Many faces I have known, many ways in which I've grown, moving closer on my own. I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places to find a piece of something to call mine. A piece of something to call mine. Coming closer to you. Ran along many moors, walked through many doors. The place where I wanna be is the place I can call mine. Is the place I can call mine. Coming closer. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. Never been here before. I'm intrigued, I'm unsure. I'm searching for more. I've got something that's all mine. I've got something that's all mine. Take me somewhere I can breathe. I've got so much to see. This is where I wanna be. In a place I can call mine. In a place I can call mine.
Sir, i-stop ko muna. Na mamatay yung sounds kapag nag-work ako eh.
Sige lang, sige lang. Okay lang, go ahead. Paki-add na lang muna. Mas malagay.
Pwede, may question sa kay Kuya Willie.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it possible to share yung YouTube link sa...
Nandiyan na sa chat.
Nandyan ba? Nakita yung... yung earlier. I see. Okay, gotcha.
Ako, pinorward ko naman sa UP counterparts ko.
Okay.
Yung mga kasama natin na nasa remote areas, baka mas maganda yung YouTube. Panoorin nila. So, nandiyan yung link sa YouTube provided ng ating computer center.
Okay. I-post na rin natin sa PMMSN Facebook page.
Wala akong panahon gawin yun. So, you can do it.
No, I'm asking, do you want me to do it?
Yes. Sa ating close group.
Close group. Okay.
Noni, pakisabihan yung tropa mo sa group chat sa VFAR5. I know medyo mahirap yung connection sa iba sa Zoom. Wala silang Zoom. So, share mo na lang yung YouTube. I'm sure mayroon silang YouTube. YouTube link. Salamat.
Yes po, thank you.
Ayaw mag-post. Ayaw mag-copy-paste. Ano ba yan?
Bossing Willie, may mga nag-message sa akin, nahihirapan silang pasok. Ano kayang ma-advise ko?
Ano po yung error daw, sir?
Black screen lang ang sinasabi, connecting na hanggang ngayon na connecting yung yung image na pinashare na. Ano kayang issue?
Okay naman daw po ba yung internet nila?
Kachat ko. Panelist siya, Dr. Leo Suarez. Hi, Janel.
Pasko ha.
Yun, nandiyan na si Leo. Oh, salamat, Lay.
Yay,
Um,
okay.
Ano pala ang issue? Connection?
Hindi ko alam. Nag-try ako sa Wi-Fi, nag-try ako sa data. Ang tagal.
Sabi sa
Apat na ulit ako bago nakapasok.
Okay. Sa mga panelists, paki-share sa group GC nyo or whatever the group sa regional offices yung connection ng YouTube. Naka-YouTube live tayo ng UP Diliman Computer Center.
Good morning nga pala sa lahat.
Good morning. We will start in 9:10 at the latest. 9:10. At inaayos na lang yung mga pahabol na messages.
Naka-record ka, Lem?
Recording ito pag simula na, pero naka-live ito ng YouTube. So yung YouTube, ibig sabihin naka-available yon, magre-record din yun.
Hindi, I mean yung talk mo naka-record ka kagabi.
Hindi pa nga ako tapos eh. live ako mag-speak. Na-kick out daw si Doc Tin, mahina internet niya.
Hi, Lem.
Ay, Doko! RD dyan, kamusta na? Grabe. Hope you're feeling better po, no?
Oo nga eh.
Sabi ko pa naman, kayo na lang natitira sa original RDs of the 2000. Ay. Thank you very much po for putting up to the situation, given the situation niyo po, napadala pa kayo ng message.
Okay lang.
Nice
RD,
na lang po.
ano pong meron kayo?
Sorry?
Ano pong meron kayo?
Nagkasakit si RD dyan.
Ano lang, ng kaso. Hindi COVID. ng kaso lang. Okay na.
Kaya nga ayoko pong mag-interpret beyond. Sabi ko, masama pa na pakiramdam niyo.
Si Doc Roy, alam ko may COVID siya, naka-isolation siya. So, a-attend siya na nasa isolation facility.
Ay.
Buti ng kaso lang.
Yes, Jam, kung narinig mo ako,
Sige po.
yung message mo sa akin,
Apa.
nababasa ko. Sige.
Kita ko na po.
Nandiyan pa, biro mo, kasama pa natin si RD dyan. Nahabol niya yung kanyang video. Inayos lang natin yung insertion sa DEX para slide deck para smooth. Sana may mga TV man lang o YouTube monitor na nakabukas sa mga offices natin para ma-share sa lahat. Napakarami nating pag-uusapan ngayong umaga, ngayong araw.
May nagtatanong sa chat kung meron daw bang e-certificate.
Sinagot na naman ni Jam yun.
Okay.
Yes po, nasagot na po namin. Opo.
Ayaw nga pala
We will be
kasi-
giving out po certificates for the speakers and the attendees po. Thank you.
Hindi ko nabasa lahat. Sorry.
Sir, may message ako ulit sa inyo.
Oo nga huwag na nating i-stressin si RD dyan. Mahina ang
Okay
signal ni RD, ni Doc Joy sa
Sige po, sir.
lugar niya. Baka hindi niya mapadala. Sige lang.
Apo.
Baka ma-stress lalo si RD dyan. Lay, sabihin mo kay Meet, sabihin mo, i-share mo yung link ng YouTube na nasa chat. Gusto daw niya manood. Mag-message sa akin.
I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places.
Pwede ba yung yung link na pinadala sa akin na lang?
Ano?
Yung link na pinadala sa akin, yun na lang ang padala ko.
Oo, isa naman yan. Lahat ng link, yan yung link na. Hindi. Wala bang YouTube? Wala bang internet sa iyo?
Eh, meron naman.
Baka mas maganda yung YouTube.
Hanapin ko pa yun na yung link na yun sa akin.
Pwede naman yung link na yun. Pala mo.
Never been here before. I'm intrigued, I'm unsure. I'm searching for more. I've got something that's all mine. I've got something that's all mine. Take me somewhere I can breathe. I've got so much to see. This is where I wanna be. In a place I can call mine. In a place I can call mine. I'm moving, I'm coming, can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear, out of reach. Take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming, not drowning, swimming closer to you. Can you hear what I hear? I hear it calling you, swimming closer to you. Many faces I have seen, many places I have been. Walked the desert, swam the shore. Many faces I have known, many ways in which I've grown, moving closer on my own. I'm moving, I feel it. I'm coming, not drowning. I'm moving, I feel it. I'm coming, not drowning. I'm moving, I'm coming, can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear, out of reach.
Testing.
Okay, go na. Go.
Welcome back. How can I help you?
Kayo po muna, Sir Kim.
Okay. Mapya nga umat, tamitam ngamin, naimbag nga aldaw kadatayo katikakabsat. Kamusta po ang bawat isa? Welcome po sa ating 8th National Symposium here at the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. Ako nga po pala si Kim Benjamin at ako ang isa sa magiging host nyo ngayong araw na ito. Kasama ko rin po ang katuwang kong host at walang iba kundi si Miss Bianca Espinos. Ma'am Bianca?
Hello, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Dahil din po dito sa pandemya, hindi tayo magkita-kita ng ngayon taon ulit. I hope everyone and your families are healthy and in good spirits naman. Nandito po ako ngayon sa Siargao Island sa Mindanao. Bago po lahat pala, syempre mag-ano muna tayo, pay respects to our country. Ilagay po natin ang kamay natin sa dibdib, tumayo kung kaya, at kantahin ang pambansang awit.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, kaya sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit kong babaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di magtitingin, lumagang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Welcome again to the 8th PMMSN National Symposium held virtually in this year. Nag-skip po tayo ng isang taon kaya nasa 8th National Symposium pa rin tayo. Let me introduce myself in case hindi nyo po ako kilala. Ako si Bianca Espinos. Isa po akong board member ng Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network or PMMSN. I've been with the PMMSN since 2005, nung unang panahon pa since its inception. It makes me proud to see the network come this far, and today is a celebration of that pride in the network. So sayang po hindi tayo magkikita-kita in person, pero maganda naman din po yung virtual event kasi mas marami yung makaka-attend. In fact, meron po tayo live po tayo sa YouTube. So nakasulat naman din po yung link doon sa chat room natin. You can pass on that link sa mga kasamahan natin sa mga iba't ibang parte ng Pilipinas. Baka yung mga bantay dagat natin na walang access sa computer pero merong cellphone, kailangan lang nila ng wifi, pwede na po sila magpanood ng ng symposium natin. Salamat din sa UPD, University of the Philippines in Diliman Computer Center. Si Kuya Willie po yung host natin who is helping us put this symposium in order para smooth po tayo lahat. I'm happy to see a lot of participants from the LGUs, BFAR of course, meron din tayo from the Bureau of Animal Industry. Welcome po lahat. That's from me. Pero yung official welcome, We'll start by doing our first welcome from all the regional directors of Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Sila din po yung chairs ng mga PMMSN chapter nila. So let's listen to the commitment messages from the regional directors and the chairs.
Magabigat, masantos siya kabasan. Isang mapagpalang umaga sa ating lahat. Kinagagalak kong ibahagi sa inyo ang mainit na pagbati at pakikisa ng BIFAR Region 1 sa ika-8 Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network National Symposium na may temang Moving Towards the Enhancement of Stranding Responses to Improve Animal Welfare and Science. Sa mga nagdaang taon ay naging kabalikat na ng kawanihan ang PMMSN sa pangangalaga at pagproprotekta ng mga tinatawag natin marine mammals gaya ng ating mga dolphins at whales. Patuloy pa rin ang balikatan ng BIFAR 1 at PMMSN sa pamamagitan ng mga interbensyong may kaugnayan sa pagpapaigting ng marine mammal stranding response capabilities, katulad ng mga pagsasanay at pagkakaroon ng mga kagamitan at rehabilitation facilities. Sa pagdaos na naman ng isang katangi-tanging aktibidad para sa PMMSN, umaasa kami sama-sama nating ipagpapatuloy ang ating nasimulan sa tulong ng agham at teknolohiya tungo sa adhikaing maprotektahan at mapangalagaan ang ating mga marine mammals. Agyamanak, ken Diyos ti Angina.
Napiangagaw ni kamangamin, DA BIFAR Region 2 joins the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network Incorporated on its 8th National Symposium. We've been together for 8 years now, and we remain committed to its initiatives on saving our stranded marine mammals and research and development activities. Through its team, we shall be together moving towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science. Thank you and keep safe, everyone.
Isang magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Ngayong araw po ay pinagdiriwang natin ang 8th National Symposium ng Philippine Mammal Stranding Network dito sa ating bansa. Alam po natin na sa mahabang panahon ay ating pinagsikapan na maisalba yung ating tinatawag na mga mammals na nasasama ng mga na-stranded sa ating mga baybayin at ang pagmamalasakit na ibinigay ng ating mga ahensya at iba pang mga ahensya para masalba itong mga mammals na ito ay dapat lamang bigyan ng parangal, lalong-lalo na po yung mga staff, of course, yung mga volunteers, yung mga supporters na nagpapatuloy sa pagtugon at pagresponde sa mga stranding at pag-rescue ng ating mga mammals na ating tinututukan. Marami po sila at ibang klase at mahaba pa po yung laban natin. Marami po tayong plano na hindi panay sa katuparan, gaya po ng pagpapagawa ng mga pasilidad para sa ating paggamit natin sa ating pag-rescue at pagpapalakas uli para mabitawan uli sa ating katubigan. Ang BIFAR Region 3 po ay nagpapahayag ng lubos na pasasalamat at pagtangkilik sa mga programa ng ating Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network na of course pinamumuno ng ating very able, very competent na si Dr. Lem Aragones. So ang araw po na ito ay ilalaan natin sa ating mga sakripisyo at sa mga tagumpay naranasan natin para sa isalba ang mga kamangha-manghang nilalang na ito. So yun po at congratulations at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
To our participants, hosts, resource speakers, and distinguished guests, a wonderful and blessed morning to all of us. I am grateful and truly honored to be part of the 8th National Symposium of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network Incorporated. More importantly, I congratulate everyone that we have reached this milestone, our 16 years of existence. As Regional Director of BFAR Calabarzon, I assure you that we are determined and dedicated to continuously support PMMSN. We will continue sharing our knowledge and participate in discussions of relevant information and data regarding marine mammal stranding activities here in Calabarzon. Please accept our commitment to the 5 R's of PMMSN: rescue, rehabilitate, release or refloat, repository, and research. Rest assured of our constant move to do our share towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science. May all of us have a wonderful and productive day today. Keep safe and thank you very much. Mabuhay ang sektor ng pangisdaan.
Everyone, the DB Panginoon region would like to extend our felicitation as we join the 8th Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding National Symposium. With this year's theme moving towards the assessment of stranding species to the improved animal welfare and science, let us all hand in hand support the cause of quick response and medical management of our stranded marine mammals as we strive towards the conservation of our aquatic resources. Thank you and keep safe always.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to congratulate the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network on its 8th National Symposium held virtually. We are glad that despite the restriction of COVID-19 public health emergency, we are able to push through with the annual gathering. The Bicol region was among the hottest spot regions in terms of marine mammal stranding, and the annual symposium has somehow helped our team in enhancing their capabilities in responding to strandings. We in Bicol allows the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Networks, or the PMMSN, in its unwavering effort on taking care of the whale and dolphins, and for the continuously assisting the regions during the time of stranding response, be it by attending the calls or by being physically present on site to assist and provide technical support to our partner research folks and of course the LGU in any stranding in the region. Thank you for your time, support, and expertise shared to our office, BFAR, Jus Malos. Thank you and good morning.
Greetings from the BFAR Regional Office 6. Western Visayas has provincial fishery offices or PFOs in its 6 provinces, with the regional office situated at the heart of Iloilo City. We proactively work hand in hand with other NJAs, LGUs, NGOs, and coastal communities for the improved management of our fisheries resources. This includes the cetacean emergency response and documentation of stranding and sighting incidents. As a member of the network, we are delighted to congratulate the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network on its 8th National Symposium. BFAR 6 is a proud partner of PMMSN in its fight to conserve our marine mammals in Western Visayas as it leads the movement towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science. This is a collective effort, and we are honored to be a partner of PMMSN. Once again, congratulations!
Good day to all the participants of this 8th National Symposium of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, with the theme moving towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this significant event, the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network Incorporated, and its 16th year of information and knowledge sharing on the protection, conservation, and management of the marine environment and the animals that inhabit it. We, the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Region 7, support this virtual symposium on raising public awareness on the threat of stranding to marine mammals. As we navigate this challenging time of pandemic and quarantine restrictions, we share with the responsibility of enhancing stranding responses to improve marine mammal welfare. In its true collective efforts that we ensure that best practices and manner in stranding responses are developed and undertaken in harmonized manner and coordination with the various stakeholders. Again, congratulations to the longevity of your network. Daghang salamat. Once again, good day to all the participants. Thank you again.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the 8th National Symposium for the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. And I think this is also the 16th year, that the PMMS was established. And kudos, to the organizers. Even we are in virtual platform right now. We see a lot of participants coming in to really partake and learn on the importance of marine mammal. And I first of all, and also thank ang ating primary organizers, si Prof. Lem Aragones, for really painstakingly doing a good job, and also his staff. Right now is being sponsored by his institute, Institute of Biological Science and Meteorological Institute, and we see that this big effort will translate to great learnings to our first responders as well as to our veterinarians, particularly in medical care of our marine mammals. And I think it will be a learning process again, because there will be a lot of good papers being presented today. And this one involves really on the some studies being done on the marine mammal stranding network. And we have a very prestigious lineup of speakers that will partake their learnings in every which way they can, para to harness and really develop yung ating further training on how we can manage, as well as to do some first responding to our marine mammals in their need of help. With that, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the men and women of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Regional Fisheries Office 9, Zamboanga Peninsula region, I hereby strongly manifest our commitment and support to the mission, covenant, and objectives of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. It is without exaggeration that I express my high regard and admiration for the effort and determination of the conveners and members of PMMSN towards the care, protection, and conservation of the marine mammals that are an essential and indispensable component to the survival and subsistence of our entire ecosystem. We must therefore maintain and further strengthen the level of collaboration we have started 18 years ago in 2003. Evidently, by holding today's 8th National Symposium, despite of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, PMMSN has stayed its course and remained true to its purpose. BFAR 9 shall do no less. We shall persist in our advocacy to respond to every stranded marine mammal for rescue, release, and rehabilitation, and in so doing equally endure in our mandate to conserve, protect, and manage our fisheries and aquatic resource. With that, maraming salamat po at tunay po kaming nakikiisa sa inyo. Congratulations!
Sa 16 ka tuig gikan sa pagbugna sa Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, nakita gid namo ang hiniusa nga tabang sa mga mananagat o sa ubang ahensya sa gobyerno aron maampingan o mapanalipdan ang atong mga kadagatan, uban po sa pagpanalipod sa mga tao nga nagpuyo daplin sa atong kabaybayonan. Ang usana is ang among makanunayon nga pagbantay o pagsagop sa mga nadagsa ng marine mammal sa among kabaybayonan. Kaya among ipaniguro nga ang kadagatan sa Region 10 is lindo siya nga pwede siya nga mapuy-an sa atong mga marine mammals. Dili lang ang marine mammals kundi ang tanang matang sa mga resources nga nasa kadagatan sa Region 10. So dako kay ko og pasalamat sa suporta sa Philippine Marine Mammal Network ug kay gatagan mi og higayon nga makapil ani nga programa. So ang ako lang is makanunayon nga ang suporta pod sa Region 10 para mamintinar nato o mapanalipdan kani mga marine mammal nga importante kay ni sila nga sektor para ato mamintinar ang ecological balance sa usa ka dagat. So ana lang akong panimbaya o pasalamat sa tanan. Ako di ay si Regional Director Chudoro Ibacolod Jr. sa BFAR Region 10. Kanunay nga magserbisyo para sa katawan.
To our distinguished guests, BFAR National Director Eduardo B. Gunguna, to our keynote speaker Dr. Lemuel B. Aragones, to our speakers Dr. Christopher Tuno and Dr. Leo Suarez, our partner agencies and other government instrumentalities, our stakeholders, colleagues in government service, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I commend the initiative of enhancing capabilities in responding to improve animal welfare, particularly stranding responses. It is but timely that we develop a resource for the development of our stranding response by providing a relevant training and professional training opportunities we can achieve it. Being steadfast in our service is essential in building trust with our stakeholders. Trust that is founded in the quality of service and response we provide. Constant improvement in our wish and recalibration of our actions based on science is a wise decision. Proper collection of data will guarantee a success in understanding more about the issues surrounding the stranding. We in BIPAR 11 commits to the improvement of animal welfare based on science. We commit to implement robust animal welfare policies and protocols we follow. We also pledge to actively contribute to the community as and we can help, educate, empower others, and share expertise to build knowledgeable stakeholders. By educating our stakeholders through the conducted of extensive studies and in-depth scientific evaluation, we can help in promoting animal welfare. Once again, my felicitation to the organizers. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
It is delightful to see how our communities of interest bound by singleness of purpose have come together to advance the interests of the nation by exerting and continuously exploring various efforts to conserve our wildlife and environment as a whole. To put simply, your Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources will remain strong and committed as ever in its quest to fulfill its mandates and achieve its missions with the help of the various sectors and organizations in our community. We will continue to strive to be a staunch partner in all good causes for the benefit of our children and the nation. Uswag, Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network.
Salam and good day to all. Congratulations, Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, for hosting this 8th National Symposium despite of the challenges of this pandemic. The BIPAR Caraga would like to express the full support of the network's initiatives in saving stranded mammals in order to attain our goal of improving animal welfare and science. With this, thank you very much and wassalam to all.
Okay, maraming salamat sa mga nag-contribute ng welcome commitment messages. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the PMMSN, we welcome those commitment messages and we will make sure that we hold you to that commitment. So as we all know, as this is a network, it is not just comprised of government and NGO of non-government members. The academe is a big part of our network. In fact, the theme of this symposium is also to enhance a science that comes out from strandings or responding to stranding events. So to give us another welcome on behalf of the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Dr. Fidel Nemenzo, who unfortunately cannot join us this morning, please give the floor to Dr. Giovanni Tapang, Dean of the College of Science in the University of the Philippines, Diliman.
On behalf of the University of the Philippines and the College of Science, where the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology belong, I would like to welcome you and congratulate the whole Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network on its 16th year anniversary. We are proud that the UP Diliman IESM is part of the core organizations of the PMMSN and is happy that the network continues to be active in responding to both the needs of dealing with stranded marine mammals, in informing our public, as well as expanding our knowledge about them through our research. I would like to recognize our professor, Dr. Lemuel Aragones, National Director Commodore Eduardo Gongona of the Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, the regional directors of BFAR that are present. Although we are doing this remotely, we also welcome our key local government partners and our esteemed mayors participating in this event. We are also happy that the partner organizations of the PMMSN Ocean Adventure, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Philippine Navy, our Coast Guard, and other agencies are here. Finally, of course, our warm welcome to our other participants, our students, our academic partners, and other guests. I am a lurker in your Facebook group and have seen how the network performs in real time. I am aware of your rescues and the research that you generate. I also see how you have made strides and plan to continue to do so during the years, as your theme, moving towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science, would attest to. We will support your endeavors through our scientists and through the research that we do. I believe that the other fields in the university can help elucidate the causes of marine mammal stranding and the directions for mitigation, conservation, monitoring, and all the other activities that your network can do. For example, I have been working with Dr. Lem on acoustic monitoring, which is only one way that we can help. There are other areas that you can leverage in the academe to contribute to the network. Big data analytics for your stranding database, the expertise of all our institutes in the college and the university, from the small to the large, molecular biology to ecology. And best of all, we have our professors and students that are always willing to be part and do multidisciplinary work with all of you. There is a lot to learn together, and I think the network is the best cradle for nurturing that interaction, for looking at stranded marine mammals together. Again, my congratulations on your 16th year. The pandemic might have postponed last year's activities, but I am sure that your symposium will generate not only new unities, but will strengthen those 5R initiatives that you hold dear in your heart. Magandang umaga po at mabuhay kayong lahat. Congratulations on the PMMSN's 16th year anniversary.
Thank you for that, Dr. Giovanni Tapang. We appreciate your support to the network, and we look forward to working with your college in the future for more research when it comes to marine mammals and strandings. So before we continue with our next welcome, I didn't have the chance to re-echo some of the words that I heard in the commitment messages of the regional directors. There was a couple that I remember. Itong strong said by Regional Director Isidro Velayo Jr. ng Region 9 po. So naalala ko talaga po yung sinabi niyong strongly manifest commitment. Our commitment to the mission and vision of PMMSN. So we will also strongly hold you to that commitment, and we hope to have your support continue to have your support in the future. Meron din po ako narinig na we support a robust animal welfare policies. Galing din po sa Regional Director of PFAR 11, RD Raul Miliana. Those are some of the phrases that I really took to heart, and thank you for those commitments. Next, we would like to hear our welcome address from our most esteemed leader of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, our National Director, Eduardo Gongona, who is a retired Commodore of the Philippine Coast Guard. So it's, as we all know, as a Coast Guard, He has already given his life to the protection of our oceans and our ocean resources as a maritime security and operations expert. And it's only right that he leads this bureau, and to continue to support naman the conservation of the marine mammals who live in our marine environments. So go ahead, our welcome address from BIFAR National Director, Commodore Eduardo B. Gongona.
Officers, board members, and advisors of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, to Dr. Fidel Nemenso, Chancellor of the UP Diliman, Dr. Lemuel Aragones, President of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, scientists and experts in the field of fisheries and marine science, environmental advocates, and all invited resources speakers of this national symposium, colleagues from various national government agencies, and from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, a pleasant morning to all of you. We are pleased to participate in the 8th Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network National Symposium with a theme, Moving Toward the Enhancement of Stranding Responses to Improve Animal Welfare and Science. We are happy to see people gathered today who are all eager to share their experiences and know-how on various issues and challenges regarding marine mammal stranding in the country. Last year was the onset of an economic and health crisis unprecedented to many of us, the COVID-19 pandemic. This led us to recalibrate our strategies that will pave the way for a more holistic and genuine economic recovery in the fisheries sector. While these recovery plans and strategies are being implemented nationwide, efforts to conserve our fisheries and aquatic resources have remained one of our top priorities. In fact, we have even stepped up our efforts with a full-scale implementation of programs and policies like the fisheries management areas, the integrated marine environment monitoring system, and intensified campaign against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing to combat unsustainable fishing practices and increase fisheries productivity in our country. We are more than happy that organizations like the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network have continued with their conservation activities as well. In 2020 alone, the PMMSN recorded a total of 101 stranding events nationwide. This year, a total of 85 stranding events were recorded, with 22% of the stranding showing bycatch evidence. This goes to show that there is still work to be done. The Bureau, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, whose main mandate is to preserve and protect our marine resources, recognizes marine mammal stranding as an important aspect of marine resource protection that needs to be addressed. With this, we have exerted coordinated efforts with our partners to act quickly and respond appropriately to various cases of beach whales, dolphins, and other marine mammals. Concerted efforts to nurse and rehabilitate stranded marine mammals back to their natural state highlight also the need to enact an ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, the one that will look at these issues not only as isolated incident but also on an ecosystem-wide scale that strike a balance between social and ecological needs. Through the Bureau's implementation of fisheries management areas, we have committed to capacitate local government units to collectively manage their resources and aquatic resources using science-based strategies and programs. We believe that by striking a balance between productivity and sustainability through collective effort, and active cooperation among stakeholders, we can effectively carry out both protecting our marine and aquatic resources and achieving a food-secure Philippine with empowered and prosperous fisherfolk. Indeed, we are confident that through this network, we would be able to continue enhancing our programs in marine mammal conservation. We express our gratitude for your unrelenting trust to the government's efforts, and we commit to reciprocate this trust with continued support to this network. At this point, I strongly urge our BIFAR regional directors to be more proactive in activating and strengthening their mammal stranding response system in their respective area of responsibility. We also give our warmest greetings to the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network for celebrating 16 years of dedicated service to Philippine seas. If you must know, the formation of this network has greatly complemented government work. Our best regard to the officers, board members, and advisors of PMMSN for your leadership and volunteerism. You have effectively steered the network to competent organization that it is today. With this, I welcome you all to the 8th Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network National Symposium.
All right, maraming salamat, National Director Gonggona. Are we all good with our sound? Okay po ba tayo? Narinig niyo po ba ako?
Okay naman, narinig, okay.
Kasi parang nawala ng konti yung kanina yung sound towards the end of the presentation. So I just want to make sure we're all good to go pa rin. Yes, Kuya Willie? All right. Sige. So, I would also, based sa speech ni National Director Gonggona, he committed the BIFAR to PMMSN. So likewise, PMMSN will also continue to support the mandates of BIFAR in relation to their role as to conserve and protect the marine mammals and the marine resources. Like he says, to balance productivity and sustainability and all the roles that they have to do just to take care of our marine resources. We also have our support director. I'm impressed by his knowledge of our network. He mentioned we have 22% bycatch evidence in our database. Hindi ko nga alam yun eh. So that's very alarming. And I hope those types of information, data that we gathered from our stranding events will be shared by our reporters this afternoon para naman po sama-sama tayo lahat as a team to combat these illegal fishing practices. Next po, of course, dito na po tayo. We've heard from the BIFAR, from the academe. It's time for us to hear from the president of PMMSN, our tireless leader, si Dr. Lemuel V. Aragones. Pero alam naman po natin na tinatawag lang po siya ng Doc Lem or Sir Lem. Sa amin po sa PMMSN, tawag namin sa kanya si Doc Lem. Yan po. He's our tireless leader with the passion and commitment that we can all look up to and depend on. Yan. So I'll let him have the floor. Please welcome an address from a PMMSN President, Dr. Lem.
Salamat, Bianca. I hope you could, I'm live ako, nag-report sa inyo. I hope klaro ang screen ko. Kita nyo at linaw ang boses ko. Okay, so let me update you with what has been happening with the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. In the last 2 years, practically the last 2 COVID era pa lang that we are covering. But also would like to highlight the 16 years of service of the network. First of all, I'd like to thank the wonderful and amazing messages from the national director, from our dean, from all the regional directors. I am very, very grateful po sa inyong lahat. Ito po ay ating pinagpawisan, pinaghirapan through the years. This is the story of my life. This is half of my life, of my career. So I'm very, very grateful for all of you who continue to help us out and work together. At kitang-kita po ang evidence na tayo po ay very, very inclusive at engaged and empowered po ang ating mga kasamang stakeholders. So, una sa lahat, ang ating tema po ngayong taon ay ang sa wikang Ingles po ay towards the enhancement of stranding responses to improve animal welfare and science. At tatalakayin po natin yan isa-isa sa aking susunod na keynote at sa mga plenary talks po sa darating na mga oras. Una po sa lahat, gusto ko pong pasalamatan ang gumawa po ng ating team logo, ang chapter po ng Region 8, ang active na mga miyembro ng LGUs tulad ng City of Ormoc. Ang grupo po ng City of Ormoc are very, very great advocates and real passionate people who have been able to even come up with this design. So maraming salamat po. Explain ko po yan mamaya. So first of all, I'd like to start with that, yes, 16 years na po ang ating network. Last year po, by mid-March, nagkaroon po tayo ng our era of the coronavirus disease. Ito po yung short for COVID at na-discover po ito sa taong 2019 kaya COVID-19 pandemic. So ito po ay nagdala ng maraming hadlang sa ating pagtugon sa ating mga stranding responses. So maliban sa last na ating face-to-face na national symposium na ginanap sa Naga City hosted by BFAR 5 in 2019 ay namahinga po tayo ng 2020 at hindi pa tayo ready. So ipapaliwanag ko, despite po the fact that there have been so many logistical and health protocol related challenges sa nating hinaharap, ay nakita po natin na natugunan ng ating network ang mga nadadala ng mga marine mammals, balyena man, dolphins man ito, lumba-lumba, lumba-lumod, o mga dugongs na nadadala sa dalampasigan, buhay man o patay. So una po sa lahat, gusto ko lang ipaliwanag at i-share ang isa sa mga outstanding examples po ng ating strandings sa taong 2020 at 2021. Meron po tayong nakakita at na-record na isang pambihirang event po ng out of habitat sa San Andres, Catanduanes. Ito po ay sa southern eastern section ng isla ng probinsya, island province po ng Catanduanes. Ito po ay panahon na ng COVID, kaya despite na gusto po namin pumunta, galing pa kaming Quezon City, ay medyo naging imposible, dulot pa po ng may inclement weather at that time. So may mahigit mga kulang-kulang po mga 70 mga animals po ng melon-headed whales po ang napunta sa bandang mababaw po ng small embayment ng area. Unfortunately, 5 po ay isang grupo po ng 5 at isang grupo po ng 4 na individuals ay napadpad at nagmastan at eventually po ay namatay. Sa kasunod na taon po, ito po ay lahat ay nasa Bicol region. So Enero po ng 9 ng taon na ito. Sa Del Gallego naman, sa kabila namang banda po ng Bicol, itong una po sa Catanduanes ay nasa east, facing Pacific. Ito naman po ay nasa loob facing the China Sea or the internal sea ng Pilipinas, meron po tayong pambihirang ding event na nangyari sa Del Gallego, Camarines Sur. Ito po ay panahon ng petsa ng 26 hanggang 27 ng Enero at 20 po ang mga animals na padpad. Unfortunately po ay 12 yung na-release at nakalangoy pa po pero 13 po ang mga hindi pinalad at namatay. At pinag-aaralan po natin ngayon ang mga posibleng dahilan bakit po sila napadpad. So ito po yung mga example ng ating mga effort sa network. Ito po ay pinofocus ko sa Region 5 pagkat napakapambihirang evento ang nangyari sa lugar na ito. Mag-create lang po ako na. Yan. Ito naman po ay, so ito na po yung ating updates. Nagsimula po tayong mag-gather ng data noong 2005 nang simula ang establish ang network. Makita po natin na through the years ay tumataas at most likely ito po ay dulot ng ating tinatawag na educate na po yung ating mga kasama. Pero ito, palagay ko po, dati tinitignan po natin ito linearly, linear ang context. Pero ngayong logarithmic na po ang nakita natin na nagpa-plateau na siya since about 2014 onwards ay nag-a-average na po tayo ng mahigit 100 stranding events kada taon. So ito po ay hindi natin tutugunan lahat ang kadahilanan pero kasama po siya sa ating agenda, sa research agenda at ating tinutugon. At ang mapapansin lang po natin, most likely hindi naman po talaga marami sadya ang ating mga stranding events noong unang panahon. At tatalakayin ko po yan later on. But take note, through the network's effort po, meron na po tayong 1,269 mga stranding events na recorded na kung wala po yung network na ito po ay chap-chap at most likely hindi po natin makakapture yung information na collectively. Tignan naman po natin ang mga proportion po ng buhay at patay sapagkat ito po isang malhagang konteksto ng ating pagtugon. So makikita po natin through the years na napakatataas po nung simula ang mga evidence po ng maraming buhay pa po ang nadadala sa dalampasigan. Ay nakita natin na through the years ng effort din medyo bumaba ng konti at bumabaho noong 2019 at isang magandang balita na most likely ay senyales na na-reduce po natin ang mga threats. Unfortunately ay napakataas po ng numero pa rin, isa sa pinakamarami pa rin po yan sa taon ng 2019. At ngayon po nga po ay umabot na naman tayo sa mahigit 50%, 54% of our stranders are live stranders. So yan po ang ating litrato. And take note, meron na po tayong 93 stranding as of yesterday. So kailangan po nating maging vigilant pa at hindi pala nakakasimula pa lang po ng buwan ng Oktubre. So sana naman po ay hindi masyado extraordinary ang numero ng ating final count sa darating na katapusan ng taon nito. At dulot po ng mga numero na yan ay ang network po ay na-challenge. Lagi tayo sa pagtugon sa pamamagitan ng pagpapalaganap ng ating practice, ating good practices of response and medical management kung kakailanganin sa mga buhay na nadadagsa. Kitang-kita po dito sa ebidensya ng ating graph na ito na nasa 122nd training na po kami sa network. At so far ay 4,000 mahigit na 500, 4,500 plus na po ang na-train. Ito po ay certified first responders. So siyempre mas mataas pa po yung mga na-train lang namin via phone, tugon sa site. So sobra po siguro tayo ng mga 5,000 kung tutusin. At tuloy-tuloy po tayong nagte-training. Despite po nung COVID na to, nagkakaroon pa rin po tayo ng tinatawag namin webinar or e-trainings, again via remote platform po. Tignan naman po natin ang interest kasi po ang diskarte po ng ating network ay pinapa-highlight po natin yung administrative regions
ng buong Pilipinas. At kitang-kita po natin dito sa figure na to ng mga outstanding regions po, ang hotspots po ay Region 1, Regions 1, 5, and 7. Yan po yung top 3. Susunod na po dyan yung 6. Mayroon pong issue sa susunod na rin po dyan ng 4, 4A and 4B, and 2 and 3. So mapapansin po natin halos yan po ay nasa proportion po ng Luzon at bahagya po ang Visayas sa context po ng Region 6. So makikita na rin po natin sa baba ang proportion ng kung gaano karami ang nadadagsa po ng mga buhay sa bawat rehiyon na ito. So makikita natin ang pambihirang makatataas po itong nasa Luzon at medyo mababa po ang sa Region 6, mabuti mababa po sa 50%, ganoon din po sa 7, pero tumaas po ulit pagdating sa 8, 9, 10, bumaba ng konti po sa 11 and 12 and 13 at tumaas din po sa konting napakaliit lang po ng lugar ng NCR, which is a proportion of the Manila Bay, at mababa din po naman fortunately sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. So by stranding naman po, kung titignan po natin, ngayong taon ay tinatalakay natin ang seasonality po natin, i-gina-jibe natin sa mga pagtalakay ng seasonality ng mga meteorologists. Pagkakasama po ako sa Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology. So mapapansin po natin na stranding by season, full po lahat ang data natin. Mapapansin natin na mas mataas po yung numero ng frequency ng stranding sa mga buwan ng Marso, Abril, Mayo. At pakita po rin, yan din po yung maraming live stranders. So ito po ang simula ng amihan, nagbabago na po ang hangin nito para maghabagat at magbabago ng konti ng hangin to para simula ng amihan ulit. Okay? So tignan naman po natin yung konteksto ng distribution ng mga frequency ng stranding o proportion ng strandings via group islands. So, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Mapapansin siyempre natin po na napakataas ng parte ng proportion ng Luzon at meron din po sa ganun susunod po ay ang ating section po ng Mindanao and Visayas. At ito po ay palagay namin proportional lang po ito sa laki ng coverage ng area ng mga island group sapagkat di naman po siguro nalalahig sa ating kaalaman na ang Luzon po ay malaki ang proportion sapagkat sakop po niya ang isla ng Palawan, ang mga isla ng Mindoro, kasama po ang Masbate pa, no? Kasama ang Marinduque, Romblon. So malaki po ang proportion. So hindi po unexpected na mas malaki po yung proportion. Yun po ang ibig sabihin dyan. At susunod nga po ang Mindanao na nakita po natin na susunod din po na may maraming stranding records. Stranding naman po by region sa taon lang ng ating COVID era. So makikita po natin na most likely sa ibang region may significant decline. So maganda po yung significant decline at marami pong makikikwento yung mga reporters natin dyan. Ano? Ito po yung may mga significant decline. Pero may mga regions po na may kaunting bahagyang pagtaas pagdating na po ng taon na ito. Lalong-lalo na po sa region, sa Bicol region, ano? Region 5. At pantay po halos ang sa Region 6. So consistent po sila. No? At bumunti na naman po sa Region 7, 8, pantay po sa Region 9. Di hamak na tumaas po sa Region 10. Pero medyo mababa po consistently ang 11. Medyo tumaas bahagya po sa 12. At bumaba naman po sa bahagya po sa Region 13. So makikita po natin na ito po ay dulot ng ating matinding sama-samang paglipon po ng ating mga data. No? So paano naman siya ikukumpara po sa supposedly pre-COVID era? No? Kung ikukumpara po natin sa 2019, ano po ba itsura ng data na nakikita natin? So yung makita po natin dito, yung 2019, siya po yung makita nating asul. So mapapansin po natin na yung sa ibang region, halos pantay lang po. No? pero significant po na pagbaba sa Region 4B. No? So may matinding magandang nangyari. At yun po ang in-expect natin. Lahat ay bababa. Dulot kasi ang pollution bumaba, activity po bumaba, lahat po ay bumaba. So significant po ang kwento ni Doc Buboy mamaya sa report niya sa Region 11. Napakalaki po ng pagbaba ng kanilang incidence ng stranding. Okay? So yan po ang ating makikita sa storya sa last 2 years in comparison to the pre-COVID year of 2019. Ano naman po ang mga dulot na mga strandings via region? So napapansin niyo po sa report ko na ito ay tinatalakay ko, hinihimay ko po ang mga proportion by region sapagkat ito po ang ating regional context ng ating mga chapters at administrative division in the context of the politics in the national government. So the political boundaries are bound by the administrative regions. So mapapansin po natin na ito pong kulay po na ito ay buwan ng Marso, Abril, Mayo na naman. So sila po talaga itong maraming contribution. Makaunti lang po sa 2 pero ito po ang makikita natin, buwan na ito ang malaking contribution. So makikita natin talaga yung mga hotspots ay consistent pa rin. 1, 5, 6, 4B, and 7 are the outstanding in the context of the 2020 years 2020 and 2021. So, ito naman po, no, bilang isang eksperto po ng marine mammal science sa ating bansa, makikita po natin dito na napakatindi po ng storya ng pinabahagi ng impormasyon ng chart na ito. Nakikita po natin na ito po ay total number ng mga na-strand at ano po ang mga uri ng mga species nila. Mapapansin natin ang spinner dolphin po ang siyang pinakamarami. Susunod pong racers, rhesus dolphin. Pang-apat po, dugong. Take note po, ang dugong at ang irawadi po ay tinatawag na mga critically endangered sa Pilipinas. Sa Philippine waters po, may kanya kapag declaration ng DNR at ang sa konteksto po ng critical endangerment po ng dalawang species na to. Take note, ng Irrawaddy dolphin ay may dalawang distinct populations po na nasa Palawan, Manampaya, at ang isa po ay nasa Region 6. So hindi na most likely sila na karoon ng genetic interlink anymore, and therefore those two populations has to be managed seriously on those unique populations. On the other hand, ako po ay nagsimula sa pag-research sa dugong ng aking masters. Pero mapapansin ko po dito, hindi naman po makaramihan ang dugong pa sa Pilipinas, although wala pa po tayong exact number. Pero hindi ko po ma-imagine na siya po ay nasa numero ng mga libo tulad ng populasyon ng mga species na to na kaya o may kapasidad para tumanggap ng potential biological removal. Yung proportion ng populasyon na pwedeng tanggalin na hindi nako-compromise ang pagdami ng mga hayop na ito. So nakaka-worry po sa ating konteksto na may report po natin dito, nakasama po sa top 10 ang dugong sa most commonly stranded species sa Pilipinas. So take note po yan, marami na po tayong records ng samut-sari. Ang iisa na lang po hindi na-strand ay ating blue whale na pansamantala pong dumadalaw sa atin sa buwan ng nagsisimula ng Hunyo, tumatagal ng mga bare months. Sa larangan naman po ng age class. Ang age class po ay ating pag-estimar kung ano pong edad. Hindi po natin kayang sabihin kung taon, 10 taon po itong mga hayop na to. Kaya nga kailangan pa po ng mas matinding pagsusuri noon. Kukuha tayo ng ngipin or ear wax sa mga baleen whales para mapag-aralan. Pero ang ginagamit po natin ay isa ba ay edad na nang nagre-reproduce o sila po ay mga adult na. Sila pa po ay bata pero hindi na po sila dumedese sa nanay nila pagkat namal po sila. Sila po ay mga juveniles o sub-adult o sila po ay mga bata kasama pa ng kanilang nanay. Sila po ay mga calf or yung mga neonate, talagang batang-bata. Kita pa natin yung mga folds, kakalabas lang siya, fetal folds, kakalabas lang sa nanay. So makikita po natin na predominantly ang mga nag-strand po sa Pilipinas ay fortunately adults. Kasi po kung i-model po natin yan sa population modeling, medyo maigi lang po na yung adults po ay hopefully, ang hopeful lang dyan, ang assumption ay nakapag-contribute na sila sa kanilang reproduction, particularly the females. Ang mahirap po niyan, hindi po rin natin alam. But the assumption there is most likely bago sila na po namatay o na aksidente, ay sila po ay nakapag-contribute. But we have to tease apart the question of ito ba ay mga adult na mga senile na or mga hindi na nag-menopause na sila, hindi silang paparami, or ito po ay mga kabataan pa or sila pa ay reproductively active. And we still have to look at that data. So, but the point po na hindi naman maraming namamatay na kabataan ay magandang punto at some point kapagkat sila po ang future ng mga populasyon na ito in the context po ng conservation biology. Nasa ilang slides na lang po ako. Meron po kaming ginawa nung simula nung report natin po ni Hanilin Dagi na aking research assistant po sa proyekto na ito. Nung aming technical report po sa BIFAR noong taong 2019, gumamit na po kami ng fishnet tool na ginagamit sa ArcGIS. Itong pixel size po nito ay isang 15 kilometers. So more or less sa political boundaries po natin. At mapapansin po natin, libo-libo na po yung pixel na yan na may mga, at interesting po na about 400 plus of those pixels, merong mahigit 6 na strandings. Napakarami po nun. So makita natin yung dilaw po na yan. Ano? At ang mga green may kakaunti, 1 to 4, 6, 5 to 8 ang green, ang dilaw, mahigit mga 9 hanggang 13 yung ating red, at yung maroon po ay mahigit 13. So tinignan ko lang po yung mahigit 14 o 15 pala ang tinignan ko, mahigit 15. At nakita po namin na may 5 tayong top hotspots. And that is now what we are focusing ang aming attention sa pag-advise po sa ating gobyerno o sa mandated agencies, sa DILG or LGUs, ay political boundaries on the smallest unit possible. So ito po yung LGU, ang pinakamatindi po ay Santa Ana, Cagayan, sa Region 2 po. At the rest po ay taga-Region 1 na po. No? Susunod, Badok, Ilocos Norte, Dagupan, Pangasinan. Susunod po, pang-4 ang Pagudpud. Ulit, balik po tayo sa tuktok ng Luzon. At dito naman po ang Alaminos. Magkatabi po itong Alaminos at Dagupan, na andito banda po ang Badok, na andito po ang Santa Ana. So mapapansin po natin na naandito ang hotspots. So tignan po natin yan on a LGU level mamaya sa aking keynote po. Balikan natin, imagining ito, papaliwanan ko po yung science na nakuha ko po na from generating another way of looking at this on a cutting edge na amin pong ipropose na isusulat. No? So ito po yung konteksto mapapansin natin sa Quezon. Yanan, malapit po yan sa kabila ng ayan, Del Gallego na po yan. Ito pong sa Guimaras, itong area po dito ng Iligan area, dito po sa area ng mga dilaw po yan sa Region 7, sa Region 4B, Palawan, and Romblon. Ito po, maraming kumpulan dito sa Region 5. Ito po, dito marami dyan tayo sa even Davao, and areas of Davao region is dotted with red. Zamboanga City is also dotted with red. So ito po, napakagandang tool para makakita talaga kung saan tayo dapat mag-focus. So hopefully mga LGUs na to ay naghahanda. Almost pwede silang mag-anticipate. Kada taon sila ay mag-expect ng at least isang major strand. So ayan po ang masasabi natin sa pamamagitan ng tool na ito. Ngayong taon po last year po ay sa aming 15th year po ay nagkaroon po kami ng opportunity despite na wala po kaming face-to-face na mga officers na gawa na lang po kami ng aming pinagsama-saming effort sa pagbuo ng isang coffee table book. Ito po ay available pag-order kay Doc Leo Suarez ng Ocean Adventure po ating tinitindig na treasurer ng PMSN. Ito po ay pagpapalaganap ng mga munting mga alaala natin sa 15 taon, unang 15 taon ng ating network. At kasama po ng taon na yun at ngayong taon ay nakapagpagawa din po tayo ng mga IEC materials sa pamamagitan ng new posters drawn by the amazing man, Uko Gorter, who's really an expert po sa pag-drawing po ng proportionally correct and scientifically correct images po ng marine mammal sa buong mundo. So siya po ay nakuha namin at a very cheap price kasi sabi ko namin ito po ay gagamitin sa conservation. At ito po ay waiting na po for distribution. Kanya-kanyang kuha na lang po sa aming laboratory sa Marine Mammal Stranding Network. So ito po ang aking pag-summarize at conclude. 16 na taon po ay napakarami na po nating nagawa. Napakatindi po ang kulay ng ating larawan sa taon-taon. Despite po ng COVID-19 challenges natin, ito po ay across the nation. So far, ang ating standing annual frequency ay nag-plateau na po sa about 2015. Nag-average na tayo ng 100 more or less kada taon. But the worrying part is still the life standard po, ang proportion ng mga buhay po na nadadagsa sa dalampasigan ay mataas pa rin po, significantly higher, 55% in general. Ang mga buwan po ng Marso, Abril, Mayo seems to be the season wherein the highest number of strandings across the different island groups and locations are highest. Ang ating top 3 po ng mga species ay spinners, phasers, and rhesos. And therefore, ito po dapat maging pamilyar tayong lahat dito. The top hotspots ay kaka-mention ko lang po. Karamihan po nito ay nasa Northern Luzon. At ang 2020 at 2021 pattern po na nakita natin, trends and pattern, are fortunately very varied. Meron pong iba na bumaba, meron pong ilan na lugar na rehiyon na tumaas. So, kakaiba po itong mga nangyayari pero sana ay makikita natin ang paliwanag sa darating na mga taon. Sa National Symposium na ito ay isa kong pinagagalak pong ipagyabang ang ating darating na mga speakers. I will try my best to be able to give a great keynote despite mapuyat at stress sa mga dumaang mga araw na ito, mga oras. Ang aking mga colleagues, esteemed colleagues, Chris Torno, these are the right people to really give these talks. His expertise and his experience in animal welfare, particularly marine mammals, as a marine mammal vet. Leo Suarez as well, also as a marine mammal vet, is very, very much knowledgeable in animal welfare and the medical management of aspects of the stranded marine mammals. One of my proteges, produkto ko sa PhD niya, si Dr. Tin Obusan, will be talking about the science that we have generated through PMSN. And one of my co-advisees, VetMed, sa masters niya sa veterinary medicine sa UPLB, ay magbibigay ng isang classic example of how we could look at the cases of stranding sa buong Pilipinas, despite na siya po ay Malaysian. At ang kinagagala ko pong antayin nyo ang magandang mensahe na binuo ni Assistant Director, also the Regional Director of Region 4A, Sam Malbas. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Hindi ko po na masabi kung sino-sino po mga pangalan ng lahat na to. Nandyan po, kitang-kita po ang ebidensya na lahat po na ito ay hindi pwedeng mangyari without the real effort of a team that has been out there working together with me and with the other officers through the years. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, kung magpalakpak po tayo in our own way, namimiss ko na po yung mga live po ng mga speeches ni Doc Clem. So thank you for that, Doc Clem, na sa napaka-comprehensive na larawan ng stranding events ng 2020 at hanggang ngayon 2021. So, yung what stands out to me sa presentation ni Doc Lem is yung talagang yung quantity ng data na nakukuha natin from the network at syempre yung quality din. Kasi syempre makakorelate natin yung amount of records na kukuha natin sa better reporting, which is also due to the effort we put in training the first responders and actually doing the response, whether pandemic or not pandemic. So kudos to all of the members, especially the first responders, who do their part to make sure we get the proper information and data so Doc Lem can put it all together in a very nice scientific way for all of us to easily understand. And so thank you, Doc Lem. It's quite alarming that we still have a lot, we have our hotspots in the northern part of the country. We continue to support your efforts in Region 1 and Region 2 so you can continue to be strong in your responses. Also worrying is the number of dugongs, yung mga critically endangered species natin who continue to strand, like the dugong and the Irrawaddy dolphins, no? So, but we wouldn't know all of this if it wasn't for the network, for our people who do their part in collecting the data and making sure that we respond to these stranding events. Okay, so moving along, we are actually on time. Our next address, so we'll hear from the other board, the vice president naman of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, another one of our core board members who've been with us since the start. Hindi na po nakasama si Miss Gail sa atin since the last 2 years. Gail Lolly, who was outside of the country. She was in Singapore when the pandemic started, and she hasn't been able to leave Singapore to visit the Philippines and take part in the activities of PMMSN. But Ms. Gail has dedicated her life's work to improve the lives and welfare of animals under human care. And that is part of our theme here in the symposium this year, which is to enhance our focus on animal care when we conduct stranding activities, stranding responses. But despite being away from the Philippines, she still continues to support PMMSN in any way she can. She's currently the director of animal presentations of wildlife reserves in Singapore, which includes the Singapore Zoo, Jurong Bird Park, Night Safari at River Safari. So Miss Gail's life has really been around the care and welfare of wild animals. So let's hear it from the Vice President of PMMSN, Ms. Gail Lolly.
Hey everyone. Thank you for inviting me to welcome you to the 8th National Symposium of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you here today, but I thought I would maybe share a few thoughts I have on the amazing journey of PMMSN. Because you see, I was there at the very beginning. In fact, for those of you that don't know me, I actually started out at Ocean Adventure in Subic Bay. In fact, that's kind of where the Stranding Network itself started. Having worked there, and then also having been founder of the Wildlife in Need Foundation. Those are two really important things because together they were entities that helped us begin this fantastic journey. So when I was preparing this presentation, I went back and I looked at the other presentations I've done at previous and the very beginnings of our symposiums. And I was looking at the different titles that I had, which say a lot about our organization. But the one I thought was most important was, why respond to a stranded cetacean? That's a question a lot of people ask, and I think when we take the time to answer it, we learn a lot about ourselves and about the network that we represent. So what I want to share is our journey through an amazing number of firsts, because that is really what we were. We were groundbreaking in what we did and where you are now. It was way back in 2002. We had our first stranding response call to Ocean Adventure. By the time we arrived, the animal was unfortunately dead. It was an Oduncus, but this was the beginning. We began to collect information, and the nugget of thought about going further came into being. Shortly after that, we got another animal in, this time alive, and he was Sam. He was our first successful rehabilitation. It was an unreleasable animal. So that became that part of our story. Then a couple years later, we signed a MOA with a BFAR. And this was pretty amazing, because this was a time when the government recognized that, wow, we were developing something here that had national implications, and it was very real, and it was brand new. So a very significant time. So once that happened, I put in a grant to the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. And that was one of the start of many grants that we got over the years. And that was the seed money we needed to start our cetacean stranding response workshop. You can see how it all began. And for those of you that have gone through it or are familiar with it, there's lots of work in classroom, but the most favorite part was for everybody was always the hands-on training. And what an incredible opportunity to be able to learn firsthand all of the things that are necessary for being a first responder with real animals. We're more than happy to be volunteers in the project. And it became a very powerful experience for everyone, not only socially, but also having this amazing opportunity with the animals. Everybody joined in, played their part, so that learning became not only a memorable experience, but a fun one as well, and very important. It took us a while. It was a few years later that we then started our medical management of stranded animals workshop. And this time we brought together veterinarians and even human doctors, and those that had some skills that could then be applied to how do we actually take care of stranded marine mammals, because that's what this was all about. And so we had lots of lab work, and also, again, we had the opportunity to work with real animals. So we could collect real samples and teach people what it is they do with them. Now, this all kind of came together in our training manual that we first developed in 2008, and it even came with a first responder video. And this was something that's always been available to everyone. And it is kind of a foundation of sharing the information we have on an ongoing basis. And then about 5 years later, we actually updated it and added our medical management side to it. So now we had a truly comprehensive manual for people to refer to. Along the way, we've developed a tremendous number of materials with various flyers and pamphlets and things that could be shared that not only tell people what to do if they see a marine mammal, but we always made it available for them to call Ocean Adventure too if they needed some help. We developed educational materials. And when I say we, I am talking collectively, by the way, everybody that was involved in the network that was now slowly growing. We developed posters that not only reminded people about the animals that we were taking care of, but about the environment that they came from and why they were in a position to be stranded. We had some amazing artists work with us. This is one of my favorite posters we've ever done, which I think is pretty amazing. And we even developed a field guide when we realized that because our numbers of first responders were growing, they were encountering a lot more different species. And so this was a way for them to be in the field, take a look, and identify what species of animal they were actually dealing with. Oh, things like LEMS Institute developed our database. So this is the first time we could actually keep track of the animals that we were rescuing. And of course, our first website as well. So again, first, lots of things. Our first national symposium. Wow, what an amazing experience. So everybody could come together and actually share their experiences that we're having in their own areas. And one of the things maybe that I'm most proud of is we had the first ever regional symposium where we invited people from countries all over the region to come share their experiences, learn from one another. It was truly an amazing experience. So we've learned so much along the way. And I think that we need to remind ourselves of that sometimes, and what great job we've done to get where we are today. You know, we've been able to develop all sorts of techniques to take care of animals, to keep them afloat in a nice sort of supported facility like this, and out in the far regions where it just amazes me the innovation and creativity that people go through to be able to take good care of these animals. We learned things along the way too about how best to care for these animals. What we discovered is that when they're not out in their natural environment moving, they develop problems like scoliosis. So we worked on that, even simple physical therapy to address issues. We started to apply other medical equipment like ultrasound and scopes to pull a fish hook out of this animal's throat. And the cool thing was that all these things we were doing in the course of caring for stranded marine mammals are things that can be applied to other species as well, including endangered species. So we were a network that was growing not just vertically, but horizontally as well. We gained scientific knowledge along the way. We collected information on the species we were encountering, the diseases that they had. We engaged in what we call unusual events like mass strandings, amazing experiences that one wouldn't normally have in the course of a simple organization functioning. And we learned a lot, and we taught a lot about what do we learn from animals once they die, and how to do proper necropsies and document them and learn from them. One of the projects that really stands out significantly to me was when we went through a period of time when suddenly there was this rash of dolphins coming up sick, dying, and on the beach, and it appeared to be associated with dynamite fishing. And so a lot of attention was paid to it. And we had a few animals come to Ocean Adventure. And what we realized is that, wow, this is an incredible opportunity to learn something. So we looked at the idea of actually testing their hearing, because that's the one thing that's most affected by dynamite fishing. And so we invited some researchers from Hawaii, and we hooked up our little dolphins and collected data. And what we discovered of the 5 animals we had at the park, that all of them had some level of hearing loss. And in some couple cases, very significant, very severe. And that even went on to a further study that was quite unique, that was looking at transmission beam patterns of a spinner dolphin. That's Valentina there. And it resulted in a paper, a published peer-reviewed paper. And believe me, there's many out there that have been produced by our network that have contributed to scientific knowledge for everyone. Public education is a very, very important part of the network. Leo reminded me the other day that when we first started doing strandings and we would arrive in a fishing village, we were not particularly popular because many people looked at us as removing potential food from the table. What they looked at is that sick, stranded dolphin as being potential food. And so this process has been about, communicating with people and getting them to realize and to join us in saying that, yeah, these animals are actually worth something just in and of themselves, just as the individuals they are. And I think we have done a fantastic job of that, and also raising awareness about the reasons why so many of these animals strand and what we're doing to their environment that's creating these problems, because we're responsible for our actions and for the consequences that follow. These are important lessons that we were able to communicate through the live animals and the dead ones that we tried to save. Because every time we went out to take care of an animal, and every time you are doing that today, we're reminding people that this animal represents the world they live in. And all of us need to make that effort to protect that environment just as much as the animals that live in it. So there are tremendous conservation benefits to the work we're doing. And we can never, ever forget that, bottom line, this is about the welfare of the individual. And I know that's the theme of the symposium this year. It's going that extra mile to take care of these individuals. And what's so beautiful about it is every experience brings out and demonstrates our humanity, our kindness and thoughtfulness and empathy and caring. Because that is what makes this so important. And what a great opportunity we have to express that. Because we do, as humans, have a need to help animals in distress. We want to do that. No matter what the environment, no matter what the situation, no matter daytime or nighttime, that's what we do. And that's when the best side of people comes out. We have a moral and an ethical imperative to take care of animals, and not just our cetaceans, but all animals that are in need. So, I return to my question that started this whole welcome message here. Why respond to a stranded cetacean? Well, I know you know the answer because you're out there. You're the ones that are making this network the powerful vehicle that it is today. And that's because in the end, we have a choice. And for all of you here, you've made that choice. And thank you very much for doing so. Care, and I hope I get a chance to see you all again someday back in the Philippines. Have a great symposium.
Thank you very much, Gail, for that inspiring message. Your address, your talk has brought back a lot of memories of the early days of PMMSN, the good, the bad, and the sad. A lot of the techniques. So for many of the new members now, we teach you a lot of techniques to help you do your job. But I hope you realize that a lot of these techniques that we teach today also came from the experiences we've had in the past, which you continue to selfishly share to everyone in the network. Yung mga iba-ibang experience nito, yung mga mistakes po namin. So some of these experiences included mistakes, which of course, yung mga bagong responders, hindi nyo na kailangan gawin. New responders don't need to make these mistakes because we have done it for you, and we can teach you now the better way of responding to strandings. And that's, for me personally, that's what we mean when we say we have enhanced animal welfare in stranding response. So a better stranding response means improved welfare for the animals during that stressful moment of the stranding. So thank you very much, Gail. I really do hope to see you sometime, hopefully soon, when both our countries are open for each other. Okay. Baka meron po tayong mga questions. Na lang po sa chat room and we will try to answer them later. Icebreaker muna tayo kasi dalawang oras na po tayo nakaupo dito or nakikinig lang. Our members from PMMSN Region 3 have prepared a short icebreaker for us. At meron din po kaming surprise. We have one of our avid supporters ng PMMSN, may-ari po ng White Tip Aquaventure Scuba Operations, Scuba Company. Nagbigay po siya ng mga goodies sa atin to give away to our members. So maybe it's time that we can give away one set of goodies, ano? So masuggest ko lang siguro na we can ask our members to watch the parang TikTok challenge to. So yung Region 3, nag-prepare po sila ng TikTok na ma-share sa atin. And maybe some members can video themselves following the TikTok ng Region 3. At pag nag-record nyo po yung version ninyo, i-message, padala nyo lang po sa messenger ni Doc Lem, Doc Leo, pwede rin po sa akin, pwede rin po sa any of the organizing team na nasa UPD. At pipilian po namin yung the best TikTok at bibigyan po kayo ng goodies from from White Tip Aqua Venture. Pwede ba yan, Doc Lem?
Pwede. Of course, that's the purpose. Pasalamatan natin ang Aqua Venture White Tip. So, i-ready nyo na ang pag-record nyo para bibo. Pwede naman tayong magbigay ng mas marami kung maraming bibo talaga.
Oo. So, ipa-play po muna namin yung TikTok one time. And then we'll play it another time. Siguro twice, so, in the 2 times, video yourself and send us your videos para mapipilian namin. Ito na po, yung video from Okay, pause muna tayo sa video.
Exercise tayo.
Okay, pause muna tayo. Ewan ko lang sa inyo po, pero sa akin medyo choppy yung video. So siguro hindi naman kailangan na susundin nyo yung buong TikTok video na yan. Maybe if kung gusto nyo, just part of that video. And then you can join the TikTok challenge ng PMMSN. Okay? So, if you're ready, shall we play it again? So na. So, yung mga prizes natin, may mga dive masks, snorkel gear, ano pa yung mga, expect nyo galing sa scuba shop ng
dry bags. Oh.
Dry bags, ayan. So,
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao ang kanilang pwedeng padalhan,
Oo. So, perfect yan sa mga day-to-day activities natin at work. So, sige, try your best. Let's go.
Pasay que besadar, le con so skiri, 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 skiri. Skiri, 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 skiri.
Okay, thank you very much, Region 3. So we'll expect your submissions for our TikTok challenge. Pwede nyo ma-send via Messenger, Viber, WhatsApp to any of the hosts, Doc Lem, myself, anyone from UPD, even Doc Leo, right? Sige. So we have one more address this morning before we break for lunch. It is the keynote address of Doc Lem entitled Pagtugon sa mga strandings sa pagpapalanap ng welfare at agham. Naku, napakalalim. And then after his keynote address, we will have a Q&A. Kung meron po kayong mga tanong, paki-type na lang po sa chat room. Someone will collate those questions and then pass it on to Doc Lem so we can answer them one by one. Sa mga kararating lang po, meron po bago from PVET from Cagayan Valley, si Carlo Magno, who used to be the Vice President for Marine Mammal Operations sa Ocean Adventure. Nakikinig po siya galing sa Washington State in the US. So hello Carlo, and hello to the people who are joining us just now. Again, our keynote address from Dr. Clem Aragones.
Okay, maraming salamat sa Bianca. In the spirit of Trece, who made an amazing breakthrough in Netflix globally, I'd like to change my title ng aking to 15. And that word will be further explained, that number or word will be explained at the end of my keynote. The keynote, para sa perspective ng karamihan, ay isang pagpabahagi ng isang cutting-edge context ng depende sa konteksto ng conference. So bilang ako ay scientist, so a breakthrough or groundbreaking or something that is so unusual using science. So pinagsasama ko dito ang konteksto ng bilang namumuno sa PMMSN, ipapalaganap natin ang context ng stranding, koneksyon ng animal welfare na napakagandang kinamula ni Gail Lowley, at of course ang siyensya o sa ibang tao ay tinatawag na agham. Okay, again, bago ko mag-disclaimer ako, maraming tumulong sa akin na sa paggawa nito. No? As I said earlier, ang Trece ay isa sa matinding Filipino anime na naka-breakthrough sa global market. And ito ay tungkol sa mga kababalaghan. At naalala ko tuloy yung isang keynote speaker natin nung tayo ay nasa Bigan, hosted by Region 1. Ang dati naming chancellor na si Dr. Mike Lane. So that is basically, he is an anthropologist, a medical anthropologist, actually vet med siya, and he talked about mga manigno and connection sa mga ating mga marine mammals. So I just want to recollect on that because pwede nating sabihin na yung mga investigasyon na ginagawa ng PMMSN, katulad ng pamilya ni Trece, ay sa pagdiskubre ng mga corrupt at mga illegal na activities na pwedeng nagiging dahilan ng mga sasamang pangyayari sa ating mga kasama sa ilalim ng ating karagatan, ng ating mga marine mammals. So for example, I'd like to exemplify this case of a strander in Dinagat, which made news and even made through the National Geographic documentary. This is a stranded sperm whale, but it was taken as a blob or some anong creature to, anong crater ito, kung baka iba pa ngang kung saan galing itong dilubyo na ito, magdadalang dilubyo or something. So this is an example of how I connect the Trece, and you will see at the very last. So anyway, the context here is we still have to develop the information, we still have to do information education, communication campaigns, we still have to do the science, and we have to, as Gail said, as we respond, we are actually, the bottom line, putting in practice animal welfare. So, isa-isa natin. Tandaan natin yung kaninang stranding frequency, no? Earlier, medyo may context na tumataas. So, ano kaya ang probabilidad o chances na konti lang naman talaga yung unang panahon yung stranding? Kasi nga, ang ating historical context ng fishing governance ay nagsimula sa traditional, production, and then now decentralized, and then 90s yun, and then ngayon co-management. So, but the thing is, at the early 70s, there was this onset of productivity, and fishing efforts increased significantly. Aquaculture became very, very extensive. And that increasing effort somehow probably ay konektado sa mga threats pagkat tumaas din posible ang mga threats sa kanila at dulot din, nakita natin ang pagtaas ng numero ng dami ng stranding events. Kaya ba sa ibang lugar, kababalagan ang dinudulot ng lugar sa lugar na ito ang stranded marine mammals na sila ay tinatakot. So nung umikot po ako sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas, may iba-iba pong konteksto. No? Maganda yung isa-share mamaya ni Doc Charles sa taga-Tawi-Tawi. Originally taga Cebu siya, so maraming konteksto ng Hindu na konektado sa context ng hindi lang about Islam sa interpretasyon ng marine mammals. At ganun din sa iba't ibang lugar, sa Bicol, sa Kabisayaan, sa kanorte ng Pilipinas, may iba-ibang superstition o myths na associated dito. And ang gagawin natin, ang papaliwanag ko ngayon darating ng mga oras o minuto ay ating papahalagahan ng konteksto ng siyensya. Okay, so together with all this misinformation, misperception, i-demystify natin. Kasi kailangan nating i-demystify kasi hinaharap pa nga ng maraming marine mammals ang maraming threats at kanilang vulnerability is one. Ano ibig sabihin ko dito ng vulnerability na to? Ang vulnerability nila ay sila ay biologically predisposed na merong stage ng pagdadalaga o pagbibinatilyo. So hindi naman paglabas nila sa kanilang sinapupunan ng kanilang nanay, tandaan natin sila ay mga mammals, sila ay kinakailangang magpadede o dedede sa nanay nila. Magpapamatutoy ka nga sabi ng mga Bisaya. So ito ay kinakailangan, maabot ito ng 1 taon na mahigit. So at tuturuan ng nanay yan, ng kung ano-ano pang gagawin, pwedeng kainin along the way. So inaabot siya ng 1.5 taon. At bago siya ma-win ng nanay sa nanay. At aabot ito ng mga 5 taon para maging reproductively active sa mga ibang species. At sa ibang species, umaabot pa na mahigit 10 taon. So ito ang tinatawag nating vulnerability nila kasi biologically, they require so much time to become reproductively capable. So yung reproductive potential nila o ika nga yung kanilang kapasidad na pwedeng pagdagdag sa kanilang species ay limitado or mababa. Yan po ang tinatawag nating nature nila ng vulnerability. Pangalawa po, sila po ay tinatawag nating vulnerable din to overexploitation. Kasama sila sa malaking problema ng biodiversity loss. Sapagkat noong unang panahon pa nga, wala masyadong conservation context ang ating mga management practices or ating productivity programs. So nalaan lang ang conservation recently in the context of fisheries and marine resources, coastal resource management, na una nating abusuhin ang ating kalupaan at ngayon ay nakikita natin na doon naman tayo patungo sa pag-abuso ng ating karagatan. So ito ang mga issues na hinaharap ng ating mga kasamang marine mammals sa karagatan. Sila rin po ay dulot ng ating pagdami ng fishing effort ay nabibiktima ng bycatch. At matindi pa dito, yung bycatch gear na nakita namin na major na material on the internal seas context ay made out of gill nets. Ang gill net pa naman ang isa sa mga produkto or gear na madalas ipamigay ng BFAR. So we have to harmonize this sort of programs. ang context din polusyon ay kailangan nating harapin sapagkat napakatindi po ng dunudulot na productivity, addition ng production na sa ating coastal communities at karagatan na dinudulot ng mga ating mga ilog galing sa kabundukan, sa kapatagan. Pero ngayon po ay karamihan ay nagdudulot na lang ng polusyon. So ito po ay kailangan nating harapin at nakikita natin na sa pagsusuri tulad ng aking produkto si Dr. John Abondok ngayon, nakita namin na mapakataas na ng polychlorinated biphenyl sa mga key organs ng mga ilang cetaceans na siyang pinag-aralan. Nakita rin po natin ang issue ng marine debris, mga tinatawag na yung mga microplastic, kasama na po yan sa usapan ngayon. Ang maganda lang po ay fortunately when we looked at it critically, we saw that medyo maliit pa rin po yung proportion na nakikita namin sa data. Hindi pa po siya talaga nagiging something alarming. But the point is, when it happens, it is often really parang napaka-significant kasi highly compacted yung animal, payat na payat yung compacted, yung gastrointestinal tract niya, punong-puno ng plastic stomach niya, ilang kilo nakukuha, ilang laman wala na siyang makain, payat na payat. So these are issues that are associated. And again, animal welfare issues po yan at the end of the day. And of course, yung ating pagbabago ng ating klima, ang ating pagbabago ng environment ay nagdudulot ng maraming issue at problema. Hindi lang po sa marine mammals, kundi mismo sa kanilang kinakain, mga iba't ibang uri ng mga isda, iba't ibang uri ng mga uyap o invertebrates ang ating mga mahalaga rin sa ating kabubuhay. So, balikan po natin ang ating tema sa ating ngayong National Symposium. Gusto ko ngayong balikan po itong numero na ito. No? Nakikita natin, ito po ay top 2, 4, 6, 8. These are the top 8 species of marine mammals that strand in the Philippines. At makikita natin na number 3 nga po dito ay yung dugong. Ano? So, ito naman po ay 15. Yan po yung 15. At sana po ay maintindihan natin ito ay bisig kamay, tayo po ay nag-engage dito ng empowerment and cooperation, ang symbolism po niya. At ang 15 po yan ay nagsisimbolize ng 15 administrative region o regions natin sa Pilipinas na sa ngayon po ay may kanya-kanyang memorandum of agreement tayo with BPMMSN, itong iba't ibang regional offices po ng BIFAR, except po ang natitira na lang po ay BARM. So yun po ang challenge namin at sana po ay magkaroon na rin kami ng ating sariling MOA. So, ang Stranding Network po may 2 roles at makipakita po ni Gail yan na tayo ay nagre-responde, buhay man o patay, at ang konteksto po nito ay ang kapakanan ng individual na hayop, animal welfare context. Buhay man o patay, kailangan po nating mabigyan ng tugon. Ang pangalawa pong role ng network ay ang pagkolekta o pag-gather po ng tinatawag nating datos o data. Ito po yung pagsulat man lang ng standing report form, pag-fill up nito, yung stranding incident, saan ba ito, anong sitio, barangay, etc. Anong klase ito, anong sukat nito. Ito po ang mga importanteng impormasyon na dapat nakukolekta. Ano ang biological data set na kailangan nating maipon at mag-gather din po. Ito po yung konteksto ng mga samples ng tissues, from blood to all the different organ tissues, even skin for DNA. And ngayon po ay pinasok natin yung konteksto ng assessment ng protocols na tinatawag natin bycatch assessment protocols. At ito po ay nakikita natin na konteksto ng siyensya. Sapagkat ito, pag ginawa po natin lahat ito ay magge-generate ng magandang impormasyon, karagdagan sa ating pag-intindi or understanding the scientific information, more will be generated. So, ito po yung aking gustong iparating na mga basic steps on how we can further enhance our responses. We have to be more consistent. Challenge po yan, alam ko. Sa mga panahon ng pandemic ngayon, At we have to put in high quality response. High quality responses, iba't iba po yan in the context ng mere floating the animal or supportive care, the context po ng high quality pag nag-rehab tayo, high quality in the context of nag-release tayo, high quality in the context of post-mortem examination and carcass support. Ano pang ibig sabihin natin pag sinabi natin consistent at high quality? Don't get me wrong, hindi po kailangan maging high-tech tayo dyan, although high-tech and more money and the proper equipment would be very good, but it doesn't have to be that way. We just have to be more cautious of what we do and what we collect. Isa-isayin po natin po. So, how to be consistent? Paano po tayo magiging consistent? Lalagay po natin sa bawat napapakita ko yung word na always, lagi, no, always. Always relay instructions immediately to those that are reporting to you the incident of the strandings. Ganito po kasi ang nangyayari sa buong Pilipinas. Nagte-training po kami, nagpapatraining po kami ng mga iba't ibang personnel ng DIPAR, ng DNR, ng LGUs, etc. etc. Kasama pa nga po natin ang PNP Maritime, Philippine Navy, Coast Guard paminsan-minsan. At yung kaalaman po na yun, nasa inyo. Pero sometimes, wala po kayo doon sa spot kung saan kayo, pero may kaibigan kayo na alam na may train kayo at tinawagan kayo at meron siyang nakitang isip, yun po ay pagkakataon na tayo po ay tumulong agad. Yan ay kasama sa pagiging consistent. Maski nasaan po tayo, maski hindi po tayo nasa stranding site, tayo po ay handang tumulong to give instruction to the people who often do not know what to do. Okay? Always coordinate with LGU officials. Ang maganda pong network ng DIPAR on the context of their structure is meron po sila laging fisheries technician doon sa Municipal Agricultural Office or City Agricultural Office. Yan po ay naka-embed na yan. Sana po ang magiging proyekto natin sa darating na mga buwan na taon, lalo na ngayong panahon ng pandemya, ay nakaka-coordinate tayo lahat doon para ang stranding response po ay coordinated on the LGU level. Alam kung sino po ang tatawagan. Always inform proper regional response team for possible assistance. Kasi nga po, ang style po namin sa PMMSN, meron po kami tinitrain on the ground, on the grassroots level, at meron din po kami pinofocus na train groups on the regional office level. Ito po ay kasama usually yung mga QRT, reflect nila yung mga ating na-trained on the legal context of law enforcement as well as the health officers or the official people, the vet mismo. No? So yan po ang kailangan natin, ma-inform sila para baka sakaling makatulong. At siguradong makakatulong. And at the end of it, paano talaga tayo magiging consistent? We just have to always respond to stranders, dead or alive. Kaya maganda rin po yung parang challenge na binigay ni National Director Gungona at nakita naman natin sa mensahe ng lahat ng regional directors that they are willing to pursue and continue and ang akin lang pakiusap ay yung consistency. We also have to be always conducting objective assessment. Ito po ang kakaiba na style po ng PMMSN. No? We have to be objective. Tinuruan po namin kayo sa training. Ano ba yung kalidad ng paghinga? Ilan po ang bilang niyan? Siya ba ay nag-release? Siya ba ay okay lumangoy? May buoyancy ba siya? Yan po ang mga immediate objective parameters. Ang mga clinical objective parameters ay iba pa po yun. Yun po ay kukuha ng dugo, ang vet, para maibigay sa isang kliniko, hospital, para ma-analyze po at magkatulong on a real, more objective diagnostic process. Always collect pertinent samples. Ito po yung nasasayangan ako bilang scientist. Ano? Kasi ang madalas po nasabi, nalibing na Doc Lem, sabi nung kontak ko sa focal person sa region, ay hindi na namin nabutan Doc Lem sa LGU nailibing na agad. So that's where the coordination, that's the consistency issue that I want to really focus on. Kasi maski po pumunit lang tayo ng konting skin na flaking, hindi po yung problema maski sa buhay na animal bago niyo po i-release. Para lang po tayo makakuha ng konti, kasing laki lang po ng kuko ko, maliit, pinky, ay pwede na po yung magamit sa genetic work natin. No? Yun po yung ating context ng connect lagi ng pertinent samples, buhay man o patay. Lalo na kung may proper necropsy na gaganapin. So kailangan tayo talagang mag-accomplish ng stranding report form at necropsy form, magkolekta ng mga samples para po talaga nating ma-analyze. Hopefully matapos po namin yung proposal namin ni Doc Pin, ni Doc Leo para may additional funding tayo. Pero meron po akong nakuha sa ngayon na 5 million po sa DOSTP card to do some initial work on continue my research initiatives. One of few of which will be doing the analysis on the DNA population structure of some of the species that are of import. Pero kailangan po natin ituloy kasi kakaunti po yung tissue samples collected for DNA. No? Although yung mga preserved samples, may makukuha pa rin po kaming DNA content doon. Pero mas maganda po talaga kung na-preserve natin para talaga sa DNA studies. So, yan po yung ating paraan para maging consistent tayo. Paano naman po tayo magbibigay ng kalidad na ating mga responses? Kailangan, dalawang aspekto po yan. Kailangan po tayong mag-provide ng appropriate na response. That is, binibigyan natin ng supportive care, binibigyan lang po natin ng support yung animal, tinatanggal natin yung karamihan ng mga tao na pwedeng magkaroon ng issue yung animal. Bibigyan po, yan po yung context ng animal welfare natin. Ano? Bibigyan natin ng objective assessment para malaman natin pwede na ba to after a few hours i-release ulit or mukhang kailangan i-rehab or mukhang wala na talagang pag-asa ito at kailangan na natin i-put down yung animal. Also, we have to be ready to provide post-mortem examination when the animal eventually dies or succumb, which is often the case. So, ang malaki pong balakid ay sasabihin wala akong vet para mag-assess or mag-necropsy. Pwede naman po yung ibang tao tulad ng biologist or biological orientation po na pwede namin turuan over the phone. Magbukas lang po at kumuha ng ilang samples na mahalaga. Pwede pong ganun. Ano? But we really, the challenge po talaga yung involvement of regional vets and the other network natin sa provincial vet offices and the different coastal provinces of the Philippines have to work hand in hand. And isa po talagang matindi pang issue kailangan po natin ayusin po ay ang carcass disposal. Most of the time po meron tayong mga issues when the animal comes in floating and already decomposing and itinutulak lang po, lilipat lang sa ibang barangay o lilipat ng ibang isla, lilipat na so problemado po tayo no, sa babaho at matinding potential health issues that come with it. Kailangan po natin, may paraan po dyan, no? Kailangan po natin address yan. So these are things that we can further improve and say make binibigay tayong consistent quality response. Ang parte po na gusto ko pang ipabahagi sa aking keynote na po nito ay yung quality in the context of data gathering. Yung morphometrics po natin, kailangan po talagang systematic tayo, puro straight line po yan. Kasi nung tinitignan ko po yung data, parang mahirap po igawa ng analysis sapagkat napakalaki po ng potential error kasi nakita ko para sa picture. Pareho lang pero magkakaiba yung sukat ng mga measurements. So these are now become sayang, nasasayang lang po yung ating datos. No? As a scientist, there has to be robustness ika nga ng ating mga techniques, ang ating systematic collection. At isa po yung worry namin ay ang morphometrics po ay nasasayang. Mag-record po din tayo ng iba't ibang pertinent information. Saan ang sugat, anong sukat ito, picture natin, examine. And this is one thing that I needed to put out there. I hope may taga-capture fisheries dito, mga NSAP dito who really want to collect this additional data as vetted by your director, Gongona. Kasama nga ako sa technical working group nyo sa bycatch, sa foreign fisheries. Posible na natin matutugunan yan kasi in-integrate na natin sa trainings ngayon yung protocol assessment for bycatch. So now that we are looking at it, now we can truly say na meron tayong potential capacity to look at bycatch even on the context of stranding. And that's how stranding, one easy way of stating that stranding can improve the science. And of course, collecting tissues, having background context of the cases of where these tissues come from can truly further enhance our understanding of the reasons bakit sila nadagsa sa isang lugar, bakit sila nag-strand in the first place, bakit sila namatay, and bakit sila nag-strand are two different things that to look at. At yan ang mga bagay po na kahalagahan ng pagkolekta ng ating mga impormasyon tulad ng mga organ tissues. Sa bycatch naman po, this is one thing that I want to highlight because in this context of science, by seriously examining strandings, we can gather more data about bycatch. Kasi nung at some point, when we looked at it, sa parte ng thesis ni Doc Ting, we had a small proportion of population that we put in a protocol. And we didn't see much, but generally, we weren't looking at the database, using the database to look at bycatch noong unang panahon, maybe 10 years ago. So we were looking only at 8% of the stranding, about something at that point, 92 out of the 1,000 plus, 1,080 pa lang at that point yata, was saying that is 8% lang nung yung bycatch doon. So, mukhang hindi problema. But then, since we put in the protocols, we have started looking at it. We saw 20% bycatch in 2020, 20 out of 100 stranders. And this time, 22% so far, hindi pa nga tapos ang taon. So it might be even higher. So examination of stranded marine mammals can also give us indication of bycatch. In the absence of more systematic monitoring program for bycatch, this can be a great replacement in a much larger scale. Kasi meron naman pong observer program din po ang BIFAR na ngayon po ay napag-usapan namin ay mag-deploy po sila sa iba't ibang fishing ground sa Philippines simula ngayong Oktubre sa programa. But I think that is still limited because hindi lang naman po lahat ng vapor po ng commercial ay nasasakay natin. And another thing is there probably also in the municipal fishing grounds, there are also obviously issues of bycatch. And the last point ko dito sa slide po nito is one of the logical reasons sa institutional law, Republic Act 9147 as well as 8550, which now as amended at 10564, yung Fisheries Code natin of 1998 na dating 8550, TABFAR has the mandate to protect cetaceans. These are the dolphins and whales, because these dolphins and whales are often associated with bycatch, and that is a global reality. In a global reality po, bycatch is the main issue that is the culprit for one of the highest proportion of mortalities sa ating mga marine mammals outside of normal mortalities. Ano ba yung normal mortalities? Yung mamamatay ng matanda, namamatay ng ikaw ay sa giving birth or something, or namatay sa disease and the like. Pero yung namatay, yung kasi pinutukan o kasi nadali ng net, and they are very robust animals, and these are real bycatch. In fact, nabanggit ito ni Dean Papang kanina na sa kanyang welcome. Now, we looked at the context. For some time, PMMSN has been mesmerized by the different threats, and that's why pinakita din ni Gail doon na nag-invite kami ng scientists from University of Hawaii Cetacean Acoustics Group, and we even published 2 papers, hindi lang isa. And then that was my inspiration to pursue and examine the acoustic issues in the context of the Philippine scientists this time. So I interacted with and collaborated with the National Institute of Physics, and we looked at developing actually other hydrophones to be able to triangulate possibly dynamite blasts throughout the Philippines. And we're still working on that. But along the way, we wanted also to have some idea, ano ba talaga, ba't ang daming sinasabi ko sa mga kaibigan kong mga physicists, napakaraming na strand na healthy and most likely ay victim ng acoustic trauma because nakita nga namin, na-produce namin sa isang paper na mayroong mga evidence talaga. Nakita namin may mga ball na mga cetaceans, hindi pala namin alam, mukhang healthy sila. So in this image, we were able to provide via simulation somewhere in the waters of Region 1 where we had a collaboration with the Philippine Coast Guard, the Central Office and their Northeastern Command, as well as Region 1 of the Forest Office, were able to help us out. Ginamit namin yung mga confiscate na illegal implements. Unfortunately, syempre iba-iba yun. No? Iba-iba yung gumawa nun eh. Iba-iba yung... but they were placed in one uniform container, but obviously the formulation is different. So iba-iba rin yung blast amount, no? Yung kanyang sound. But the thing is, we were able to showcase that at 150 meters away from the center of the blast, that this emanation of the blast, ay napakatindi pa rin ang interpretation based on literature na may potential impact sa marine mammals. And that is probably why we see marine mammals na nag-release sometimes or napakaganda tulad ng mga cases sa Del Gallego or even the cases in the past na isa of course sa Lingayen Gulf na pinutukan kasi akala nila tuna, no? Malaking grupo din. And therefore you would see in that formation of this image, you could see in a blast you will see where the animals went, and that was well manifested in that case of our unusual mortality event in Region 1 in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, or 2017. So, gaano ba kalayo yung 150 meters? If I may just visualize. 150 meters is equivalent to more or less 5 lengths ng basketball court. No? So, malayo yun. Yung mga mangingisda na illegalista, hindi yun makikita kung may dolphin man doon o hindi. So, that is often the scenario or the reality out there when these illegal activities are conducted. And therefore, we have to continue our vigilance. And I am also very happy to report that the FAR has been very, very good at improving the capacity of their patrol boats, their floating assets, the people who are on those floating assets to man and patrol the various fishing grounds covered by their administrative regions. Another thing as a scientist that I would like to propose in the context of additional protocols to our stranding response is collection of appropriate samples for us to be able to monitor the cetacean morbillivirus. Cetacean morbillivirus is simply a family of Paramaxoviridae together with distemper virus ng mga aso, iro, do. So medyo kakaiba, no? So this is very, very highly infectious. And so far, there have been 5 recognized strains for marine mammals. Na-detect na to sa Japan at sa Taiwan, so malapit lang po ang Taiwan, and that's an Aduncus, and that's an Indo-Pacific bottlenose, which we also have, at nilagay nga dyan na wala tayo surveillance ito. In these extraordinary times of the pandemic, we should actually be monitoring and surveying for potential zoonotic, emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. And that's the context of One Health. And the good thing about One Health is something that will be expanded by Dr. Tim later on her plenary, is that there are also many benefits, and marine mammals are great sentinel species of the health of the marine environment. Kasi maraming attempts to look at the health of forest by looking at assessing biodiversity level, the area of coverage of the forest, etc., etc. But it is quite a challenge to look at the health of the ocean, especially with enormous amounts of water, volumes of water that is surrounding the Philippines. And therefore, I hope with this simple message, we can integrate this, and I hope we can get funding to do this as well. And this is where my cutting edge of science now comes to play. I'm a marine mammal ecologist, so that's my training. We were flying aerial surveys in Australia, binibilang mga dugong, dolphins, sea turtles, and we come up with equations, generate the number, Nung bumalik ko sa Pilipinas, walang ganun. Walang kayang capacity ganun. And I stumbled in stranding, and eventually here we are. And now I think we are in the verge of having the capacity to use stranding data points throughout the Philippines to be able to project some projection of level of distribution or potential distribution of the species in the context of important marine mammal areas, which is being utilized by the IUCN, Species Survival Commission, of which I'm also a member. Okay? Para saan ba ang important marine mammal areas? These are discrete portions of habitat important to marine mammals, which can have to be the potential to be delineated and managed for conservation. Yun yung big picture. I'm not saying na dapat yun lang ang para doon. Hindi, we just have to be able to manage, lalong-lalo na meron tayong fisheries management areas concept na put in place right now in the context of ecosystem management. Ano ba ang rationale po ng important marine mammal areas? It is the creation of networks of IMAs representing effective approach for conservation, which, as I focused kanina sa aking address, was lacking reproduction. Mahina ang conservation. That's why PMMSN has been a valued partner of the government, national government agencies, because of our work on conservation. Bakit kailangan may ganitong approach? Kasi kailangan natin ipa-highlight yung vulnerability nga na sinabi ko kanina, which also na-overlook lagi yung efforts natin. There has to be marine mammal or marine protected areas for marine mammals. Hindi na kailangan naman wala yung gagawin kundi yun lang, but there has to be a serious management of it. And we are also highlighting here the role of marine mammals as umbrella species na kung maproteksyon natin ang mga marine mammals, ang daming mga iba't samot-saring mga species na makikinabang at sila ay mapoproteksyonan as well. So here is my attempt. I would like to acknowledge here my co-authors. We are working on this right now. So Arman Apan is a GIS specialist working in Southern Queensland University. Filipino siya, but already migrated in Australia. Kasabayan ko po yan sa Los Baños, sa UP Los Baños. At kasabayan ko siya ng PhD sa Australia. Si Hanilin Lagi po ay isang tubong ibanag at proud to say na siya ay matinding marine mammal scientist na rin po ngayon. And so she worked on using stranding for her master's thesis. So what we produce here is, nakita nyo kanina, yung spinner dolphin, isa siya sa pinakamaraming common strander. No? Ginamit namin yung data points na yun at ginamitan namin ng tools based on theoretical framework and assumptions and produce this map. Biruin nyo to, itong tinatawag ng map na ito ay para sa species ito, spinner dolphins. At ang ginamit namin ay 195 data locations ng coastal locations yan. And ito po ay tsura niya. Ito po ay litrato, paborito kong litrato sa Canyon Strait po yan, which is found here. And so makikita po natin itong mga maroon na ito ay napaka-importanteng spinner dolphin areas. Ito pong mga red ay medium in the context of importance. At yung green, more or less parang buffer na tingin namin. So, ano po ang konteksto nito? Sa hirap po ng paglipad, kung siguro liliparin natin yung transects niyan or magbabarko po tayo, hundreds of millions po ang gagastusin natin. So by simply utilizing the data of stranding, now we generate science. Science that can further be hopefully verified or consolidated. At least some sort of literature review can validate or explain such map. So take note natin ito, no? Ito yung areas na covered nito. So ito yung Stenella ulit, Longirosis, spinner dolphins. Ito yung mga hotspots natin kanina sa Ilocos Norte. Andito yung Badok, no? Andito naman sa Bicol, yan, Bicol region, Masbate, Burias, lahat yan. Covered din ng Marinduque, you know. And then dito sa Central Luzon, we have the, Central Visayas, we have the provinces of Negros, Oriental, Cebu, and Bohol are all maroon. And of course, the red nature of the internal seas. Lahat yan po yung internal seas. Dito yung Camotes, Visayas Seas, lahat po yung mga strait na yan, Tanyon Strait, Mindoro Strait, Panay Strait. These are all important waters which I will explain later on. So, in short, by using stranding data points, we were now able to project important spinner dolphin areas in the following the context of important marine mammal areas, and which becomes important concepts for conservation and management, even in the absence of actual surveys, which can still follow and validate this. Another species, so we looked at lesser in terms of number, but we were interested in the stenelids, kasi itong stenelids are very, very commonly associated with island arcs, like in Hawaii, very similar, as well as, of course, the Philippines, kasi island arc tayo, meron tayo, ibig sabihin, ng galing karamihan sa ilalim ng dagat, at through time to geologic process, ay nagpaibabaw. So ito pong pantropical spotted dolphin, ito po yung may spots. Ito na naman, isang litrato na paborito ko sa Tanyon Strait. So this is a tropical spotted dolphin. This is how it looks like. May 69 data points. Out of 69 data points, we still were able to generate that the important pantropical spotted area is in this entire area of Western Luzon, covering the regions 1 and 3. And the medium areas are again co-overlapping with those of the spinner dolphins. So mukhang may magandang nangyayari dito. And so we pushed further the envelope and we looked at another stenelid, this time a striped dolphin. Ang striped dolphin ay stenella rin, no? And as the picture shows here, may stripes siya sa gitna. Quite even a bit slightly larger than the two species. But this time, it only had 33 stranding data points. But despite that, so ibig sabihin lang, yung aming number most likely ay 30, just like the magic number in the context of statistics, you still be able to generate an important striped dolphin areas in the Philippines for the context of management. And sino makapagsabi, no, dito? I definitely, on a Burr months, alam na mga taga-Bicol yan, pumunta ka dyan, Noni yan, marami ka makikita striped dolphins yan. And some of the LGUs have actually approached me to promote dolphin watching in these areas. As well as yung mga, si Doc nyo, nakausap ko lang ng isang araw. Maraming striped dolphins tayo diyan, di ba? Sa alam niyo yan. Sa data niyo yan, present mo yan mamaya. And interestingly, in this context of the Southern Mindanao, there is also this pocket where striped dolphins seems to be found. So the logic assumption here of the models that we are working with is that if they strand in those areas, they must be found within a specific margin of area for a reason, okay? And that's the basic assumption of this paper. And hopefully we will publish that within the year. You know, it's just that we Zoom every now and then. Program namin ni Arman, my good friend, works somehow, but sometimes the schedule is a challenge. But the good thing is HL is the consistent thing there. We call Hanilin HL, who makes the legwork, the heavy legwork, pulling all this into a geographic information system. So, ito na. Naghanap kami ng literature. Paano i-explain yung nakikita namin? So, bilang training ko rin, ako ay marine scientist. Graduate ako ng Marine Science Institute, MS Marine Science. So, nabuhay ulit yung kadugdugo ko sa pag-understand ng marine physical oceanography, biological oceanography courses, geological oceanography that I underwent. as a master's. And then this is a literature which is a Gordon et al. 2011 paper. Very colorful and very important. I think lalo-lalo na yung mga involved sa FMAs throughout the Philippines, you should be reading these oceanographic papers seriously. So this is evidence of why we are seeing probably what we are seeing in these stenelids. So here is a project called, when it was implemented, called the Philippine Straits Dynamics Experiment. So PHILEX for short. So they ran through, they had use of mga barko, no? And these are all acoustic Doppler, conductivity or profile or current profilers, and therefore we could get the temperature of yung pinagdaanan. May mga asul na yan, malamig yan. At yung mga pula o yung dilaw towards pula ay mainit yan. So this is in a month of January, amihan. So makita natin, by the way, imagine niyo yung Pilipinas, no? Malaking malaki. Then there's this dynamic West Pacific. Napapasok sa mga seals tulad ng San Bernardino at saka ng Surigao Strait, very shallow areas. So imagine yung puwersang papasok ngayon, ano? And these are already producing the dynamics of the ocean. And the dynamics of the ocean, the nutrients are enhanced, and then there's where the productivity comes to play. Fish abound, dolphins abound. And those blue colors are important, and the vectors that they show are strength of the currents are very important. Okay, so these are things that we have to put in as evidence to why we see this. Another is in another paper of Walker and Villeneuve, quite old but still very important, highlights two important upwellings in northeastern Luzon as well as southern Philippines in southeast Mindanao. So as highlighted by this color. So this is the annual mean temperature at 100 meters deep. So hanap lang tayong ebidensya. Bakit ba maraming dolphins doon sa area? Marami ring strandings, no? So this is napiperceive, ang pinapakita lang dito, napiperceive yung upwelling from 50 meters deep to 300 meters deep kasi wala nang gradient at 400 meters. Wala masyadong gradient at 30 meters, pero pagdating ng 50 meters, wow! And those, again, imply very productive waters. Again, this is in the month of January mean temperature. And these are very important in the context of fisheries management areas as well as important marine mammal areas. And here I also want to again highlight yung context ng contribution ng monsoon, no? That was the amihan, and this is the context of where how this upwelling in southeastern Mindanao again is highlighted. And therefore, I know the time is almost up, so the animal welfare in stranding cases is ensured if we ensure consistent or if we ensure consistent high quality responses in the entire country. And Dr. Chris will further discuss that right after lunch. We must take all possible data into consideration to widen and enhance science that can be generated from stranding. And nakita nyo naman yung pinakita ko na to. And the future of how we can further the science as well as guide animal welfare. Surveillance and monitoring for possible cetacean morbillivirus is another way of using data from stranders in the context of One Health, especially in this day and age na ang worldview ay pandemic. There's this potential of zoonosis as long as we're dealing with, especially with infectious diseases, especially virus. For instance, we have shown that by using stranding data for stenelids, spinner dolphins, pantropical spotted dolphins, and striped dolphins, that we can generate important marine mammal areas, which practically are projections of their core range of distribution, which has never been attempted and which has never been generated for some time. And thank you to Stranding Data that sa wakas, nag-full circle yung aking career na bumabalik ako sa aking marine mammal ecology training. So definitely, science can definitely benefit from long-term stranding studies, and I hope that this keynote talk is able to inspire people to keep the passion burning, continue the responses in the context of what I basically said, consistent quality responses. Last but not the least, I'd like to go back to bakit 15. 13 and 15. 15 in the context of these 15 people working hand in hand, representing the 15 regions, and the approach of our network in animal welfare, highlighting the animal welfare, and highlighting the top 8 species that are been stranding mostly throughout the Philippines. And lastly, I would like to share with you that I have networked with one of the most world-renowned veterinarian pathologist, Dr. Francis Galland, who's chairing the Global Stranding Network, who chairs the Global Stranding Network, and she actually is a commissioner of the Marine Mammal Commission of the United States. So let me share with you her message to all of us.
Hello, this is Francis Galland from the Marine Commission of the United States. I'd just like to say welcome to this 8th meeting.
Sorry, ulitin ko lang at pang hindi ko na-share yung sound.
Hello, this is Francis Galland from the Marine Mammal Commission in the United States. And I'd just like to say welcome everyone to this 8th meeting of the Philippines Marine Mammal Stranding Network. And I'm so pleased that you're all part of the Global Stranding Network, which was recently created to provide a forum for all those working on stranded marine mammals worldwide. We were created after the World Marine Mammal Conference in Barcelona, and the idea is to have an information sharing network that we can work together worldwide to help stranded marine mammals. Welcome. Hello, this is Francis.
Okay, so that's my talk.
Maraming salamat, Doc Clem. Yeah, there was so many interesting points to that talk. Ang hirap na balikan, ano? But this is for me also a proud moment that we are part of the Global Stranding Network, and that they recognize the PMMSN as a significant contributor to the global effort to conserve our marine mammals. Congratulations sa lahat sa PMMSN. Okay? So now we will open the floor to some questions for Doc Lem about his presentation or his presentation before that about the data gathered in 2020 and 2021. If you have any questions, pakisulat na lang po sa chat group, sa chat room. We have already compiled some questions. How are we going to present the questions? And then mamaya po, magbigay din ulit tayo ng mga prize. After maybe 1 or 2 questions, we'll do another pop quiz para po makabigay na tayo ng mga prizes. So the first question, I don't have a question. So kung sino po pwede magbigay ng question. Meron na po ba tayong mga questions? Kim, Jam, you can go on video and ask the question for our participant.
Hello, good morning. We have one question from one of our audience. Ito po yung tanong niya, are there coordinated networks in terms of data on strandings for different countries in the world? So I suppose this is for Dr. Aragones. So I will repeat, are there coordinated networks in terms of data on stranding for different countries in the world? Thank you po.
Hi, thank you very much, Kim and Bianx. Yes, in fact, I'm happy to say as well na hindi lang tayo kasama sa Global Stranding Network, but we actually lead the Asian Marine Mammal Stranding Network. And in that forum, we have sharing of our experience, sharing of best practices, sharing of information, and we have every 3 years. We meet every 3 years to share data and to showcase the different highlights of their national stranding networks. So meron po tayo at ginagawa pa lang po natin yan. Doc Tin and I and Doc Leo and Doc Chris will be involved also in collaborating with other scientists in the region. In fact, nag-start na kami with scientists working in National Taiwan University, Dr. Jack Wang. And so we hopefully will expand this. We have a great working relationship with people, scientists from Hong Kong. It's Lindsay, still a very reliable old friend of mine. We started our PhD together. She's based in Scotland, and I mean, she's affiliated in Scotland, but she's working in Hong Kong. I have great colleagues working in Thailand, Nantarika. We have people from Malaysia, of course. So many people in the region alone that we are working with. So I hope I answered the question.
Okay, do we have another question? Ms. Jam or Ms. Kim?
Hello po. Or ikaw na, Ate Kim?
Yeah, sige.
May nagtanong po sa question and answer natin from Rex Juanillo. How to avail trainings from PMMSN daw po?
Nowadays, our trainings are available by scheduled webinar series, and these are e-trainings, and it's conducted four Saturdays. Nakadalwa na kami po ngayong taon, Luzon and Visayas cluster, and this last cluster will be for Mindanao for the last quarter. So if you want to email me or anybody of the officers or any of the organizing committee members here, we can include you in the invitation for the Mindanao cluster, the last e-training to be conducted this year. And take note, this year we will also be conducting, even without face-to-face, a special marine mammal vet training, which hopefully my first part of the component of the funding from DOSCP card will cover, to be able to assure that there's still effective training for the vets. Thank you. Thank you for the interest.
Okay, so we have about 6 minutes before we go off for lunch. So 6 more minutes to ask your questions. While we're waiting for more questions, mag-pop quiz po tayo. Ito. So you get to win a prize from Aquaventure White Tip Divers. First to submit their answer through the chat. Simple lang po to. Kung nakinig kayo, yung tanong ay, anong ibig sabihin ng 15? Anong ibig sabihin ng 15 dun sa presentation ni Doc Lem? Type nyo po yung sagot sa chat room.
Ayun, may nauna. Sino itong nauna?
Ayun, ang bilis. Before, sino ba to? Ang bilis.
Una-unahin na sa taas pa.
Gabriel Ann Cruz. Tama ba? Okay, Gabriel Ann Cruz, ang winner ng isang gift from Aquaventure White Tip.
Bigay niya kamo yung details niya para kontakin natin.
So, Gabriel Ann, pakisulat po ng details nyo, what office you're from, ano po yung address ninyo, para we can figure out how to send you your prize. Tsaka yung sa TikTok ko, meron pang may time pa. Yes, pa yung TikTok. Baka may nagsabit na kay Doc Lem, check niya lang yung phone niya.
Hindi ko nag-check yung phone ko.
Over lunch break, kasi busy po siya. Okay? So TikTok challenge. Kung ano na lang na TikTok challenge, magsabit na lang kayo, kasi sayang din yung mga prize. submit kayo ng TikTok na ocean conservation related or marine mammal related. Ayan, may prize na po kayo.
Biangs, gawin natin sa TikTok, merong mananalong taga Luzon, may mananalong taga Visayas, at isang mananalo sa Mindanao. So 3 agad yun sa TikTok pa lang.
So 3 winners ka agad. Send your TikTok over lunch. Pwede ikaw lang mag-isa sa TikTok nyo or pwede sa office ninyo. And then messenger nyo, or I'm not sure if you can send it through here, the chat, or I'm sure may kakilala kayo or sa coordinator nyo sa PMMSN, sa region nyo, and then they will send it to us. Okay?
So we have another question here from Mr. Joaquin Ortega. So just curious, do we have access to GPS tracking equipment for tracking the movement of pods daw po?
Can I leave now? Si Joaquin, anak yan ni the late Doc Ortega of Palawan. Nice to see you here. It would be nice, as I often say when I answer this sort of questions, kaso lang medyo mahal yun eh. Mahal ang tagging device. I did that for tracking dugongs when I was doing my PhD, pero mahal nga. May access ka sa Argos, yung sa Australia, may Argos satellite. In the advent na meron na tayo ngayong satellite via Philippine Space Agency, baka magkaroon na ng cheaper context yan. And we will be continue working with Advisor Project of Dr. Dardine Tapang of the National Institute of Physics to hopefully develop also a GPS gear that will be much cheaper, that will can deploy to stranded marine mammals that been rehabilitated and are going to be released back. But this is something along down the line pa, no? Sa dami pa ng more urgent matters to address, and that's the money where can be placed in more urgent conservation questions too that can be much more helpful. Thanks, Wak.
Okay. So,
Ms. Bianca, would you like to read the next question by another attendee?
Saan ko pa makuha yung question? I don't see the question.
Sa Q&A chat. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Question to Dr. Aragones. In the stranding data before and during pandemic that you showed earlier, yung sa first address niyo po, there are areas where stranding increased during pandemic. Example, Region 5. Which is contrary to what is expected, meaning yung stranding is expected to decrease due to lower human disturbance. So what do you suspect are the causes of this increase po? And yung comment niya is a very informative and interesting presentation.
Thank you very much for that question. Don't put me in the spotlight. Marami tayong kababayang Bicolano dito. It is a fact that for some time we know the challenges that are being faced by the BIFAR Region 5 in the context of so many illegal activities happening in their fishing grounds. And nakita natin, hopefully with the science information of the PhilEx data, na napakahalaga pala nung pumapasok na malamig na tubig na yun, dumadaloy all the way from San Bernardino, papasok punta pa ng Romblon, dadaan ng Burias, lahat yung Mindoro Strait and the like. And so those are important things to put into consideration. So i-build ko muna yung big picture. Napaka-productive nung Bicol, both on the west side as well as on the east side. Yung Bicol Shelf naman is also areas where the bifurcation of the northeast current, north equatorial current splits doon nga sa San Bernardino and then goes all the way to become Curusca current, becomes very productive as well in the eastern section of southern Philippines, which is covered by both Bicol and Quezon provinces. So, and together with that, unfortunately, when those areas are known for productivity, they also have a few pasaway, and those of pasaway are the ones that are responsible, most likely for illegal activities that become the threats to these marine mammals and may cause them to strand. So I hope I made a very objective comment on this to truly build a picture of how intricate and difficult the scenario is, and the challenges. That's why ang daming scientists, oceanographers are interested in the internal waters, mapasok ka sa San Bernardino, as well as the Lamon Bay productivity. So there are so many papers out there to showcase the productivities of those areas. And again, they are kasama yun sa kung mga illegalista na nai-interest sa mga productive areas.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Doc Lem. I think
Yun,
it's time.
may dinagdag si Chris Torno sa chat. Take note na hindi naman lahat ng stranding causes are human-induced. That's true. That's what I'm trying to build as well in that answer.
People. So we also have a series or handful of attendees via the live streaming and we have one question here. Yeah, so meron po tayong mga tanong din sa Facebook. Kaway-kaway po sa ating mga Facebook attendees po dyan. Okay po, from Mr. Titus Cañete. Thank you very much for the informative lecture. Just would like to ask how we can most effectively engage the local communities, especially those near coastal areas, in preventing marine mammal stranding.
Of course, ang prevention comes in many ways. Prevention in the first place is not doing illegal activities, not doing things that can contribute to pollution, not throwing things that can be ingested by the animal and make it sick. And so those are ways that the communities realistically can contribute to prevention of strandings. But on the other hand, I probably would have to say na paano sasagutin yung pagtugon. Ang siguro mahalaga ang sa napakalaki kasi ng Pilipinas, 7,645 islands. So napakaraming isla, napakalaking karagatan. It will always be a challenge to be able to report all the strandings, especially in islands that are so remote na baka walang Wi-Fi or internet. But the point here is, in this national symposia, we are able to generate information and tell people what to do. And one of the things to do is probably make sure that the animal is not running aground and abrasive, na lalong nasusugatan sa coral, sa bahura, o sa mga pneumatophores ng baawan. So you bring it an area at the level ng tubig na mapasusuporta mo yung animal, na nakataas yung kanyang ilong kasi humihinga nga siya kasi mammal siya. And those are simple steps that individuals of the various communities throughout the Philippines can wisely help as any stranded marine mammal. And obviously not controlling the crowd and not making the animal more stressed by lahat halos ng tao trying to hold onto the animal kasi nga intriga sila, no? And which is often the case. And seeing that, and now that we are becoming a large network and the IEC is mainly coming from us, we have to educate people not to do that every time it happens. It's a bit of a worry if I see it in the Facebook pages.
Maybe you would like to answer, Ms. Bianca. You would like to read the question of an anonymous attendee from the Q&A chat box po, Ma'am Bianca.
All right, this is our last question before we break for lunch. What could be the possible reasons why strandings are significantly higher during the periods of March, April, May?
Actually, di ba, dun sa pinakita ko ng scientific review of literature kanina, na mataas yung chlorophyll content via upwelling sa respective areas sa Philippines. And that there are more other localized as well. Pag nakita natin yung chlorophyll A, hindi naman kaagad yun ay magiging isda. So may lag time para yung maging appropriate size to be consumed by the dolphins. And that's why there is this lag from the highest, most productive time to when the stranding occurs. Because mayroon pang conversion sa trophic level, yung conversion, yung transfer ng energy to be able to transform that into a viable prey items for the dolphins. And pag prey items na yun, and then they might be getting too close to the shore that then makes them more conducive to be stranded. And that's why March, April, May, which is probably the months na lalo nga or medyo kalma, are the reasons why they often are seen and recorded. Those can help as well. I hope I made it. And go to my websites, Marine Mammal Research and Stranding Lab or sa PMMSN, and there are technical reports that you might be interested to read. Actually, Bianc, sasagutin ko yung galing kay Joren kasi sa Capture Fisheries ito eh. Sabi niya sa chat, all 5 stranding hotspots are in Luzon, 2 areas in Pangasinan, and these are areas of major mariculture park. Does this mean that our aquaculture practices may have affected our marine mammal population as well? It may. There's always that probability, but I would say that the probability is very low. It's probably more of other things that are something like more of the animals getting close during high productivity. And alam mo naman yan, di ba? May mga localized upwelling din dyan sa area, especially pagpasok ng waters during the circumvention, pagpasok siya sa Lingayen Gulf. And the circulation is just that it will eventually entrain, magsesettle doon sa mga areas na yon. And that's why probably a more weak animal will settle somewhere towards those areas. So also take note, those areas are where 2 critical environmental areas are connected. We have the one in Agoo, and another critical area is 100 Islands. So they are very viable, important, productive areas as well, because since they are protected areas. So those areas also contribute to potential areas where these animals are attracted for food. So I highly doubt the connection of mariculture, but I may also be wrong depending on how we look at it. As long as there is no evidence yet to clearly associate them, I'm inclined to say that there are far more important factors to consider than mariculture. Although we can truly improve mariculture more in those areas to avoid the fish kill and losses economically and eventual pollution that is bringing about by those high dense mariculture areas in those sites.
Okay. The comments si Joren reply niya sa he replied, this may have implications kasi in a report to LOOF since aquaculture commodities is classified as rules does not apply.
Yeah, I'm actually Bianc, si kababayan mo yan, Ilonggo yan si Joren. So I don't think we can note that, but right now there is no clear data to implicate them. Probably we could implicate the high density of mariculture areas in those sites for possible contribution to pollution. And the context of pollution is such complex, napakahirap directly i-associate kaagad sa potential impact to marine mammals, which is the concern of the list of foreign fisheries as per the United States Marine Mammal Protection Act provisions, which ang ibig sabihin lang yan, lahat ng produkto na pumapasok sa Amerika, United States of America, ay dumadaan sa masusing proseso. At ang permit system doon ay tinitignan na commodities na ito ay exempted ba o hindi, or meron tinatawag na rules does not apply. So yun yung sa aquaculture. So at least rules does not apply pa, Pards. Salamat nung.
Okay, so we're getting late. May dalawang questions pa? Ano pa? After na to? Mamaya, before. Do we answer it before?
Sige lang. Pwede na lang. Tuloy pa lang tuloy.
Okay. Sige.
Kumain na yung iba. Kumain na kayo.
Oo. So from Joel Natividad, so issues on marine mammal strandings is quite alarming, especially those caught by gill nets. Not all municipalities have the capacity in handling injured animals due to the absence of facilities, including lack of experience. As to whom could we address these kinds of issues?
Of course, BIFAR is the primary agency that is mandated to protect dolphins and whales. Of course, we are working in tandem with this mandated agency, kaya nga sila key component ng ating network. And we are partnering with them to contribute our expertise in the times wherein we will be needed to assist for rehabilitation and the like. Unfortunately, hindi rin tayo masusing nagmo-monitor ng ating soaking time sa ating even in the artisanal fisheries na kung minsan iniiwan natin masyadong matagal and therefore the animal succumbs to namamatay, nalulumos o nalulunod sila syempre. Kasi nga mammal sila, they have to beat. Kung nag-entangle sa net, then they eventually die. There are very few cases, I would say, that they would be weak enough to be able to strand themselves. And those we have seen also. And in those cases, more of the LGU seeking assistance to the regional offices for possible assistance. And we have regional chapters also to assist in those cases.
Okay, answered na po. Last na lang to, so we can go on lunch break. Here, from the anonymous attendee, curious lang po, have you had experience of stranded animals exhibiting aggressive behavior, especially pag i-approach na po sila ng respondents? Or are all of them in a weak state na? Baka yung iba makasagot dito.
Depende yan sa case, no? I've been working with stranded since 2001. It's a variety of cases. The true stranders are quite strong. Yung sabihin ng true stranders, yung naligaw lang sila or sometimes na they're very strong, nadali lang sila ng tidal naiwan sila sa low tide because of their interest or anxiety then looking for their prey or playing with their prey. And those can sometimes be aggressive, but most of the time it's just that the nature of any wild animal is their instincts kick in. They would have to protect themselves. Even snakes na hindi naman nangangagat will kamangangagat, di ba? And the same for a dolphin, it will protect itself. Yung ngipin yan can show that pwede siyang mangangagat, di ba? At tail niya is the area where propulsion source niya ng power. It can also kick you. So tinuturo namin yan sa stranding response. You have to be careful in the front and in the back of the animal when you approach any live strander.
Okay, well answered. We will break na po for lunch. Thank you for all your questions and your attendance this evening.
Yes, Leo,
may questions pa sa comment section.
We already answered those questions.
Siguro pwedeng na lang din kung may additional pa, pwede na lang ganito in any speaker pa, pwede ilalagay lang namin yung email address namin. Email pa kayo, go ahead, we will answer that in our time. Or kung ka-Facebook nyo ako, look for me, Lem Aragones, message me and I'll try my best to answer your questions. Pasensya na po, naka-schedule kasi tayo. Ang dami pa pong gagawin natin sa araw na to. Kaya parang awa nyo na po yung mga questions na hindi lang po sa akin can be emailed. Yung question sa akin can be, but to any speakers later on na magkakaroon ng time limit, email nyo na lang po sila and we will write our email addresses sa chat po. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, also like to say goodbye to everybody. It's the end of my emceeing duties in the morning. I pass you on to Kim for this afternoon. Ayan po, have a good lunch everyone. See you at 1 p.m.
We will be playing the videos of PMMSN. So just stay around. Patayin nyo lang video nyo and then just look at the shows that collection of videos that PMMSN have. Again, maraming salamat. Enjoy your lunch.
I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places to find a piece of something to call mine. A piece of something to call mine. Coming closer to you. Ran along many moors, walked through many doors. The place where I wanna be is the place I can call mine. Is the place I can call mine. Coming closer. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. Never been here before. I'm intrigued, I'm unsure. I'm searching for more. I've got something that's all mine. I've got something that's all mine. Take me somewhere I can breathe. I've got so much to see. This is where I wanna be. In a place I can call mine. In a place I can call mine. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. Can you hear what I hear? I hear it calling you, swimming closer to you. Many faces I have seen, many places I have been. Walked the desert, swam the shore. Many faces I have known, many ways in which I've grown. Moving closer on my own. I'm moving, I feel it. I'm coming, not drowning. I'm moving, I feel it. I'm coming, not drowning. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places to find a piece of something to call mine. A piece of something to call mine. Coming closer to you. Ran along many moors, walked through many doors. The place where I wanna be is the place I can call mine. Is the place I can call mine. Coming closer. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, take me to my knees. I can hear it calling housekeeping. Walk the deserts, swam the shore. Many faces I have known, many ways in which I've grown, moving closer on my own. I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places to find a piece of something to call mine. A piece of something to call mine. Coming closer to you. Ran along many moors, walked through many doors. The place where I wanna be is the place I can call mine. Is the place I can call mine. Coming closer. I'm moving, I'm coming. Can you hear what I hear? It's calling you, my dear. Out of reach, taking to my knee. I can hear it calling you. I'm coming out, drowning, swimming closer to you. Never been here before. I'm intrigued, I'm unsure. I'm searching for more. I've got something that's all mine. I've got something that's all mine. Take me somewhere I can breathe. I've got so much to see. This is where I wanna be. In a place I can call mine.
Gusto yata ni Tin kumanta ako. No? Testing! Naririnig ba ako ni Jamaica?
Naririnig kita. As video mo.
Chris, nakakahiya ka, rinig ka ng lahat. Ha? Tumahimik ka ng ayos.
Kita pala ako ng lahat.
Mumurahin yung background kasi ni Tim eh. Okay, Jam, dinig mo ako.
Yes po.
Ayaw. So itong nakikita kong nandito kayo sa gilid, hindi nyo kita yan?
Hindi naman po. Yung slide mo lang po.
Slide lang talaga, completely.
Opo.
Okay. Try natin yung buong...
Chris, 30 minutes ka lang, Chris, ha? Hindi pwedeng lalagpas. Puputulin ka ni ano.
Hindi, kaya nga try ko na ngayon eh. Teka. Ako, hindi ko mabasa. Paano kayo mawala? Pwede yan. Wala kayo na. Goodbye.
Kita naman anong nawawala. Anong sabihin?
Hindi, yung screen nyo kasi tumatakip sa text. So, test ko na ngayon.
Local yung ano mo, cellphone mo.
St. Thomas Aquinas. Animals have no soul. History lesson to ah. It's a history lesson. Age of Enlightenment. B.S. Skinner. Okay, I have 20 minutes. Cha-cha-cha. In the words of...
Chris, pwede nang ilagay yung slide ng program. Mamaya ka na ulit.
I-stop ko na to.
Jam, i-play mo na lang ulit yung ano.
In the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back.
Okay, ready na po ba ang lahat? Are we all ready or gearing up for our afternoon session po sa ating PMMSN? Yan. So, habang inaantay po natin ang bawat isa ay tawagin ko po, ano, meron po bang nanalo? Nanalo yata po sa ating TikTok challenge. Okay, so i-award po yata ang ating mga winners ng TikTok challenge. Sir Lem, kayo po ba ang magsasabi kung sino po ang nanalo sa ating TikTok challenge?
Hindi ako, baka si Doc Leo walang nagsabit sa akin.
Okay, so sige po. So anyway po, while waiting for the others, ano po, let's make sure po na ang ating mga microphone ay nakamute later on, lalo na kapag nasa plenary and reporting session na po tayo. At higit sa lahat, wag po kayo mag-atubili na magtanong, no? Kaya kapag po may mga katanungan ng bawat isa, meron po tayong Q&A box kung saan natin pwedeng ilagay ang ating questions or queries. At pakisabi rin po, we are live on YouTube. Pwede rin pong magtanong ang ating mga kasamahan via the YouTube. Okay, so it's actually 1 o'clock. So para po maging on time po tayo sa ating programa dahil jump pack po ang ating activities ngayong araw na ito. And I am so excited, no, na marami po tayo. Meron po tayong 4 na plenary talk na gagawin. At meron din pong mga report coming from the different regions po ng BIFAR. So, ayan po. And ayan, allow me to greet you. No po, nag-research po ako. Sabi yan, dahil ako po ay isang ibanag, no? Gusto ko pong i-welcome ang mga taga northern part of the Philippines. Ano po? Diyos, tafugag, mitam namin, naimbag na malem, kakabsat. Sa mga Visayas naman po ay maayong hapon sa tanan. Okay? At marhay na hapon para sa mga Bicolano. Welcome to our afternoon session. Ako po muli si Kim Benjamin at ako ang inyong magiging host ngayong hapon. Naway nabusog ang bawat isa. At bagamat maiksi ang ating naging pahinga, naway sapat ito upang ma-digest natin ang lahat ng mga katuruan at mensaheng ibinigay sa atin kaninang umaga. Naniniwala ako na ngayong hapon magiging produktibo muli ang ating diskusyon sapagkat magkakaroon tayo ng 4 na plenary speakers at susundan ito ng mga ulat mula sa iba-ibang point person ng BIFAR sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng bansa. Are we all excited? So just a few reminders again before we begin. Please mute your microphone while we are conducting our plenary sessions and during reporting. Let us pay attention to our speakers as every word that will come out of their mouth will be of great help for us to improve our stranding responses once we go back to our original post. Magkakaroon po ng pagtatanong pagkatapos magsalita ng ating mga plenary speakers. At kung may katanungan po kayo o paglilinaw, huwag mag-atubiling ilagay ito sa ating Q&A box at akin itong babasahin sa Q&A portion po natin. So, mukhang handa na ang bawat isa. Kung handa na po ang bawat isa, pwede po bang pakilagay lang sa chat box? Ang magic word natin ay I am ready. Ayan. So, kung handa na po ang bawat isa, pwede po bang hingin ko at sabihin po ng bawat isa na I am ready. Ayan. Wow. Ready na, no? Talagang ang daming response, no? At maraming salamat po, no, sa mga nag-type na I am ready. Ready indeed. So, we are ready and so are our speakers. So, to start with, let me give a brief intro to our first speaker this afternoon. Our first speaker is an OFW aquatic animal veterinarian for several years. He was formerly a faculty member of the Institute of Biological Sciences in the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and in the Aquatic Animal Health Program of the College of Veterinary Medicine of the University of Florida. He is currently a board member of PMMSN. To give a talk on the historical and current perspectives of animal welfare, let us please give our virtual clap to Dr. Christopher Torno. Doc Chris, The floor is yours.
Okay. Sandali lang ha. Parang ayaw kong payagan. Mag-share ng video. Hindi ako mag-share ng video, no? Share screen lang. Okay. Sandali lang. Share. Tan, tan, tan. Okay. Balik tayo sa umpisa. Alright. So wala bang premyo yung ano? Yung unang-una nagsabi ng I am ready. Ako yun. Anyway, so yes, we will talk about animal welfare, pero ang sabi natin ay, I don't know if I can be seen, no? I can't see myself, pero sige, maybe you can. Welcome pala no, sa ating National Symposium. Ngayon, yung animal welfare kasi is something na hindi exclusive for marine mammals, pero kasi nag-evolve ito through several decades involving a lot of species, and then ang pinaka-mainit na issue ngayon, actually, one of the hottest issues are marine mammal welfare, no? But sabi nga nung teacher ko in elementary school, if you do not know it well, if you cannot define it, you do not know it well enough. So sige, kung tatanungin natin ngayon ng ating mga sarili, what is animal welfare? Okay? So I took 3 definitions sa iba't ibang continents. Magsimula tayo sa America, from the American Veterinary Medical Association. Sabi niya, animal welfare means how good an animal is coping with the condition in which it lives. An animal is in a good state of welfare if, as indicated by scientific evidence, it is healthy, comfortable, well-nourished, able to express innate behavior, and if it is not suffering from unpleasant states such as pain, fear, and distress. Okay. Punta naman tayo sa Europa. Animal welfare refers to the physiological and psychological health of an animal. Effectively, this is how the individual animal is coping, both mentally and physically, with the circumstances. At mula naman sa ating homegrown Congress of the Philippines, for the purposes of this act, this is actually taken from the Animal Welfare Act. Animal welfare pertains to the physical and the psychological well-being of animals. It includes, but not limited to, the avoidance of abuse, maltreatment, cruelty, and exploitation of animals by humans by maintaining appropriate standards of accommodation, feeding, and general care, the prevention and treatment of disease, and the assurance of freedom from fear, distress, harassment, and unnecessary discomfort and pain, and allowing animals to express normal behavior. As you can see, sa Asia, sa Amerika, at saka sa Europe, although iba-iba yung words na ginagamit nila, nandun yung word na cope. Nandun yung mga word na psychological well-being or mental, avoidance of abuse, at saka nandun yung mga fear, pain, umiikot-ikot lang sa mga pare-parehong concerns, no? Okay? So, kahit anong definition pang gamitin nyo mula sa tatlong ito, they're all the same. Now, ang topic natin ngayon is historical and current perspectives on animal welfare. Sabi nga nila, if you do not know your history, mahirap kang humarap sa future. So, taken from Duncan in 2009, Duncan is a Professor Emeritus, no? Sa animal welfare ng University of Guelph in Canada. No? And he wrote this, no? And in fact, you can check this site if you want to look at the entire paper, no? So, yes, okay. Prior to the 17th century, we do not actually have continuous historical records or details about the animal welfare concept, no? With the probable exception of some I guess, written documents from Asia that are very sporadic, no? Tsaka hiwa-hiwalay geographically, no? And temporally. They're not as continuous as when they were recorded after the 17th century. In fact, Aristotle said that And this was actually echoed by Saint Thomas Aquinas. Okay? So isang philosopher at isang santo ang nagsabi nito, no? That animals do not have the ability to reason. So, okay? And with the Christian with the Christian context, Saint Thomas Aquinas actually said na animals do not even have souls, no? Kasi si Aristotle, like most Greeks, believe yung mga rationality, no, or ability to reason, which is what makes humans distinct or even superior over animals, no? Ganon din ang pananaw ni Saint Thomas Aquinas, pero sinasabi niya na wala rin silang soul. But that doesn't mean na sinabi ni Saint Thomas Aquinas na walang kwenta ang buhay ng mga hayop. In fact, he thinks that although humans don't have a direct obligation to animals, there might be some indirect moral obligations. Like, for example, if a human is cruel to an animal, chances are it will be cruel to another human being. Or the expression of cruelty to an animal is actually a sin against the owner of the animal. So meron pa rin siyang direct implication about it, na meron siyang indirect implication na it's not good in a Christian way. Now, this another philosopher, and from the name, it sounds like French. No? He's René Descartes. Okay, sabi niya na siya ang known to be the father of modern philosophy. Ang mapapansin nyo as the concept of animal welfare is being developed, mas marami ang mga philosophers, which later on madadagdagan rin ng mga scientists. But itong si René Descartes ay isang physicist, physiologist, and mathematician. But at the same time, he is also a vivisectionist. And ang consideration niya sa animals are just merely machines. He believed that language is a uniquely human trait, therefore is the only indicator of rationality or ability to reason. So, ability to reason with language, ang sinasabi niya na reason kung bakit may moral value ang tao, ang animals wala. But whether or not he thought that animals are sentient creatures is under debate kasi his original writings were not in English and there are varying interpretations of what he said. Now, here is Thomas Hobbes. Itong mga 1500s na ang kanyang ano. He wrote a book called Leviathan. And it promulgated the social contract theory, meaning that the reason why ang dealings lang naman ng humans as a species with other animals is that of his need to, actually, because of his needs, no? And one of the most earliest example, ang kanyang social contract theory, which states that humans act on the basis of self-interest, leading to cooperation and then social contract. But he said that animals do not have language, so they do not merit moral consideration. No? And then again, ito naman si John Locke. Dito naman tayo medyo naiba ng konti, no? John Locke is actually an English philosopher. He actually called animals brutes. No? He said that there is a capacity to remember. They can actually make imperfect comparisons and may actually be able to put things together. No? They have, to a certain extent, kaya nilang mag-assemble ng thought. But they cannot, however, form abstractions or yung mas advanced thinking. Now, because he said that he acknowledges that animals have some mental capacity, sort of blurred to a certain extent yung difference ng animals and humans when it comes to capacity to think, and then hence yung value niya, ang moral value niya. Another European whose name is Immanuel Kant, he's from Germany. He's a philosopher that view animals as just simply having instrumental value. Their only value is when we use them. And he actually wrote about it on the book he called Groundwork on the Metaphysics of Morals. And he also believed that morality is a case of simply following the rules, following absolute rules. Okay. And then again, echoing the sentiments of other philosophers, sabi niya na animals cannot reason, therefore have only instrumental value. Now, later on through the years comes the Age of Enlightenment. And one of the first to actually show that was David Hume, who is actually a Scottish philosopher. Ang sabi niya, animals learn from experience and infer that the same events will follow the same causes. He disputed that animals have no moral value. So you may wonder if ever Christianity was actually a factor in him disputing that animals having no moral standing. But this guy is a hardline atheist, so religion probably never even played part in his thinking that disputed that animals have no moral value. Okay, I'm just gonna cross this. Now, Jeremy Bentham. So as years go by, Jeremy Bentham actually is an English social reformer and actually threw in the three most important questions because originally people think that animals have no value because one, they cannot reason out, and number two, they cannot speak. But then again, Jeremy Bentham asked this question and which laid the foundations for thinking about animal welfare. Can they reason? Of course they can. Can they talk? Well, talk meaning as in human speech, because for this generation, we now know that animals can have languages. They can actually communicate in a different way, not the way humans communicate. But then again, if can they talk? We say no. But can they suffer? For him, it is more important. Not the first two questions aren't the most important one. What is more important is that they can actually suffer. So that is when the Age of Enlightenment started. Now, this guy was training to become a minister, and in fact, he moved out of his ministerial teaching to become a veterinarian. So he started to learn how to become a veterinarian at the age of 35. So he was a very prolific writer, and among his writings, he condemned the early training of horses, steeplechasing, transport methods of newly born calves, and so on, tail docking, ear cropping, some of which are still actually being debated up to now. Some are still in practice, and some are still heavily condemned by this generation. But for that time, he was actually one of the first to actually condemn these practices. And aside from philosophers and a few scientists, here's my idol, Charles Darwin. Actually, during the 19th century, as part of his theory of evolution of natural selection, it was seen that the states of suffering and pleasure could be adaptive. In fact, he actually wrote The Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals in 1872 and suggested even that a shared evolution of emotional expression in human and animals were seen not just in the anatomy but in the physiology across taxa. Then came the age of behaviorism, and these three people are actually the first. Behaviorism actually was delayed through the first 70 years of the 20th century because of behaviorism. And these people, B.F. Skinner, is actually invented the operant conditioning chamber, also known as the Skinner box. This is actually one of the first researchers that actually used certain parameters to be measured in the study of behavior. He was the one who actually introduced that. And then again, William James, who's the guy who paved the way actually for behaviorism. And of course, most importantly, J.B. Watson is considered as the father of behaviorism. But this lady, a layman, actually made the greatest influence when it comes to pushing for legislation. She's a layman, and in 1964, she wrote Animal Machines, which actually stirred up both not just the scientific but also the philosophical community into developing theories of animal welfare. And the public condemnation was so great that the British government actually created this committee on inquiry, actually more to investigate whether or not animals are suffering or if there's really something that the British government to actually do, because there was public outcry. And then it led to the beginning of the creation of the 5 freedoms for animals. I don't know if you're aware of these 5 freedoms, but this is this is the list of what these 5 freedoms are. Freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, freedom to express normal behavior, and freedom from fear and distress. And through the decades, actually, it was modified to become clearer, more absolute, and more scientific. Kumbaga, mas mas measurable. So, freedom from hunger and thirst actually became one of the 5, which is now called 5 domains, following Mellor and Reid in 1994, is now nutrition, which involves the animal's access to sufficient, balanced, varied, clean food and water. Now, it becomes nutrition because in reality, hunger is something that you cannot be always free from. And in fact, even in wild animals, hunger is what really drives evolution. Okay? Freedom from discomfort becomes environment, which now includes temperature, substrate, space, odor, noise, and predictability. Most of not all are actually parameters that you can actually measure. And freedom from pain, injury, and disease have now become health, which still includes disease, injury, but also includes impairment and with a good fitness level. So you may see in some animal facilities one of the most important gadgets or machines that they have is the weighing scale. Ganun sila kapraning when it comes to their animals not just being too thin, but they also worry about being too fat. In fact, some zoos actually treat their predators like athletes. They give them actually exercise. There is an ideal weight. Pag masyadong mataba, pinatatakbo yan. Pinalalang mo yun. Or giving them a lot more room and exercise to actually use up that fat. It's actually healthy for them. And freedom to express normal behavior became simply behavior because expression is just one of them. And of course, freedom from fear and distress becomes mental state. Now, what makes the 5 domains much more comprehensive and realistic as compared to the 5 freedoms, aside from the fact that the 5 domains sounds more less activist, no? But the mental state is actually the end product of all the first 4: nutrition, environment, health, and behavior. Which, if these first 4 forces are in good state, so will the mental state be. Mental health kasi in the end is the most important factor because there's no fear, there's no frustration, there's no hunger, there's no pain. And one of the worst things that an animal can experience in captivity, aside from that, is boredom. Boredom is a tough one. Now, there is also this concept of animal rights. Animal rights is actually this guy, his name is Peter Singer. He's Australian, is now the chair of the bioethics at Princeton University. He's considered the father of animal rights, and in fact wrote the book Animal Liberation in 1975. And Tom Regan, who's probably the most popular one, well, he's no longer alive, he died in 2017. He actually is the more popular than the two. And he, like Singer, he's also a professor. He's an emeritus professor of philosophy in the North Carolina State University. So these people they're not stupid. These are learned, highly educated people who are talking about animal rights here. And this is also their expertise. So there are also things that Tom Regan stated, which sort of more very controversial. Like, for example, he said that he argues that humans are moral agents, meaning that humans have the right, respect rights, but animals do not. So, for example, if you are trying to implement animal rights, you cannot impose it on a lion eating an antelope because both of them are non-moral agents. But the humans killing lions are actually morally liable for that. And one of the more controversial statements he did was, because of that, humans have actually no duties to rescue wild animals. So I repeat, he thinks that humans have no duty to rescue wild animals, especially if they're not caused by a moral agent. So that is very different from what we do, because in what we do, we actually try to rescue uh, stranded dolphins and whales with the best of our abilities, whatever the reason is. Now, there are other, actually, there's, kung merong racism, tsaka merong sexism, Singer actually proposed the term speciesism. Actually, he's saying that bakit daw merong mga preferential species, hindi pantay-pantay? Why would, say, dolphins be intrinsically more important than a rat? So, may mga bagay na ganun. But sometimes, the issue here is not, sometimes it's not because of intrinsic value, because of welfare, but sometimes the decisions are based also on conservation priorities. Like, for example, if there's a Philippine eagle and, say, monkey, when it comes to pulling your resources to conserve this species, it's not because the eagle is intrinsically more important. It's just, it's more of a conservation priority than anything else because of its conservation status. Some people say pets. Yeah, like Fashoni in 2001, he said that pet keeping is making animals property and therefore against animal rights. And it is saying na ginagawa mong pag-aari, so in essence, they have no rights. And in fact, they want to use, some people, instead of using the term pets, they want to say companion animals. Lately, I've heard of things like moral support animal, something like that. There has been, if you've noticed, some changes in terms that they've used recently. Like, for example, in the late 80s, animal shows were being thought to be, they were trying to change the name animal shows because the term show actually sounded negative. They used the words demonstration, lecture, session. Well, actually, it is really a show. That's what it is. In fact, when it comes to training, there are even some facilities that refuse to use the term dolphin trainers because it sounds negative. So they use the term marine mammal specialists, but actually these workers are doing nothing but training. And there are other things that they try to change the language just so it fits into the narrative of the changing opinion of public. Like, for example, captive animals. Some people use the term animals on display or animals on professional display just to make it more positive. But in reality, there's nothing wrong with keeping an animal in captivity. In fact, a better term for this would be protected custody. Okay, and there are even, I don't know if you've seen the movie We Bought a Zoo, Matthew Damon and Scarlett Johansson, wherein Scarlett Johansson's character corrected Matt Damon's character when he said cage, and then she said, no, we call it enclosure. Nobody uses cage anymore. And the same way with, I want you to make the animal do some tricks, but the trainer would say, we don't make them do tricks. We teach them behaviors. So there is also a change in the language. Isa rin jargon ng zoos. And then, there are even times wherein there is personhood. Like, for example, Gary Varner in 2012 actually, in his book, said chickens are sentient, while elephants, dolphins, and some crows, monkeys and rats, and parrots are near persons. Because of that, nagkaroon pa ng stratification, no? Nagkaroon pa ng mga discrimination against other animals, nagkaroon ng mga ibang levels when it comes to different gradients of moral values. And then there's also this, what you see in the supermarkets now, not tested on animals, which sometimes we find very hypocritical because like talcum or some lotion with lanolin. Of course, you will say they're not tested on animals because lanolin has been tested for years, decades, in fact, if not 100 years, which we know that it has actually no ill effects on laboratory animals. So if you see that logo on products that have already been tested, it's just actually I'd say hypocrisy of some of the big companies that actually sell these products. And This is an old shirt. I especially like this photograph. And I don't see this poster anymore. This is from some of our friends in the past.
Please, last 2 minutes, last 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Parang sinasabi nila dito na we are all in this together, which is funny because the dolphin is in the sea. Probably because they are trying to see here that this is the Noah's Ark. Well, in fact, of course, ang destruction noon ay tubig, kaya nga naman hindi naman kailangan sumakay sa bangka yung mga dolphins. But now, even the waters of the dolphins are in danger. That's why the Noah's Ark should actually have dolphin pools right now. And in fact, basing on that, you might say that actually ex situ conservation exists because it addresses taking animals from danger and putting them under human custody, which in essence is what Noah's Ark was all about. It may not be true, but the concept of wildlife rescue and captive breeding actually came there. So I stand corrected actually now. There is actually an earlier account of animal welfare. It's in the Bible. So in summary, is that much of what we know, except from the Bible and some sporadic literature in Asia, are from the 17th century Western civilization. And animal welfare philosophy was slow and a gradual process. And the animal welfare concepts have evolved as well as the language, as I mentioned a while ago. Extreme views on animal rights have been and are still being propagated. The animal welfare policy has become sophisticated to become more than a movement, than just a simple movement, but has become a multifaceted strategy that has involved heavily science. And animal welfare has a moral imperative that has driven philosophies and legislation in human history and will continue to do so. With that, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Doc Chris, for that insightful lecture. So to sum it up, no, sabi nga po, ensuring animal welfare is a human responsibility that includes considerations for all aspects of animal well-being, including proper housing, management, nutrition, disease prevention, and treatment, and even responsible care and humane handling. So, kung meron po tayong mga katanungan kay Doc Chris, ay mamaya na lang po, i-park po muna natin dahil tatawagin naman po natin sila during our Q&A session. So ilalagay nyo lang po, kung may katanungan kayo, ilalagay nyo lang po, this question is addressed para kay Doc Chris, tapos saka nyo po ilagay yung question nyo sa Q&A box po natin. So let's give a virtual clap, no, po, to our first speaker for today, who shared us about the perspective, historical and current perspectives of animal welfare. Okay, thank you very much, Doc Chris. And now we move on to our second speaker. Our second speaker is a veterinarian who is actively involved in rescue, rehabilitation, and release of stranded marine mammals here in the Philippines. He is currently an animal care manager at the Ocean Adventure and an adjunct assistant professor at the Department of Veterinary Clinical Sciences, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. He is also a member of various local and international organizations and has written a handful of publications focusing on the effects of acoustic trauma in marine mammals. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please give our virtual clap as a way to welcome our second speaker, none other than Dr. Leo Suarez. Dr. Leo, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Earlier, Dr. Christopher Tono talked about the historical and current perspectives of animal welfare. And right now, I'm going to talk about animal welfare in the context of marine mammal strand response and medical management of these animals. So we all know that the primary concern of marine mammal stranding response is always the welfare of the animal. On top of this, we also have conservation benefits, as well as the contribution to science by gathering information each time we respond to a marine mammal stranding. But just as a brief background, we refer to a marine mammal as stranded if that animal is beached or is caught in a net and it is in a helpless situation and could not return to its normal habitat. Now, there are a lot of causes why a marine mammal would strand. So one would be, it could be because it's sick from illnesses or malnutrition, toxins, parasites, or diseases. It could be because of physical injuries caused by predators, or it could be because of injuries caused by humans, pollution, because of natural causes such as complex topography and climate and weather conditions, errors in navigation and judgment, or it could be because of tight social bonds. Just to define animal welfare, World Organization for Animal Health said that animal welfare is a complex and multifaceted subject with scientific, ethical, economical, cultural, social, religious, and political dimensions. So it considers a lot of things. But in short, its definition is the physical and mental state of an animal in relation to the conditions in which it lives and dies. So this definition of animal welfare was based on the guiding principles of the 5 freedoms. These 5 freedoms are the freedom from hunger, malnutrition, and thirst, the freedom from fear and stress, freedom from heat, heat, stress, or physical discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and diseases, and lastly, freedom to express natural patterns of behavior. In every stranding situation, we also always consider this as an emergency situation. This is because most marine mammals that strand, when they strand, they are very, very sick, which means that they need help immediately. And even though the marine mammal that's stranded is healthy, they are still in great danger of dying, mainly because they are not in their habitat. So because they are on the beach and they are sitting under the sun, or because they're too heavy, because they're huge, then they could die if we do not intervene. And this is why our emergency first response is directed to making the animals safe and comfortable. So immediately what we do is we protect the blowhole so the animal can breathe safely and normally. We protect the eyes, we protect the pectoral fins, we keep the animal upright, we keep the skin moist, and lastly, we protect the animal from the elements. So our goal is always to save the animal. Now, when the animal is already stabilized, we have to decide whether we should proceed and rehabilitate this animal. So we have 3 options, whether the animal should be released immediately, do we rehabilitate, or do we euthanize? If we do decide to rehabilitate, then we have to ensure several things. And one of the things is we have to ensure that we have the proper resources to do so. And always, whenever we make decisions, we always ensure that the welfare of the animal is what is in our priority. If we decide to rehabilitate the animal to move the animal to a rehab facility, we have to ensure that we have a proper and sound medical management. And to do so, we have to have evidences. We have to make decisions based on evidences. Number 1 is we need to get blood as soon as possible so that we know what's happening on the animal. We cannot overemphasize the need that we need to get blood as soon as possible, even before interventions are made, so that we get a clear picture of what happened to the animal at the time of the stranding. And the first blood that we get before any intervention is made serves as our baseline. Okay? So it's also very important that we get follow-up blood, as this shows us whether the animal is improving. Is our medical management working for the animal, or is it not? Do we need to make any changes on our medical management or in our treatment plan? So it is very important that we get a series of blood through the process of treating the animal. So getting 1 blood gives us a snapshot of what's happening to the animal. But getting a series of bloods and comparing it from start until the end is like looking at a film. So one blood result, one blood result will give us a picture, while several blood will give us like a sort of film. So it shows us what is happening to the animal as the day goes on. It also helps us give a prognosis on the animal, and we can make a better decision on what to do on the animal to ensure that the welfare of the animal is upheld. And of course, we do not just rely entirely on the blood results. We also have to rely on the clinical signs or the behavior of the animal. So it is very important that we record and we observe and record the behavioral changes that we note. So every day we have to observe, write it down, record, and then relate it to the changes that we see in the blood result. And based on the relationship that we see on the blood and the behavioral changes, then we can make a better judgment on what really is happening on the animal. In many cases, the blood result may show something that is positive, but what we are looking at, the clinical signs, is actually the opposite, or sometimes we don't see any changes. So it's very, very important that we have to marry these two and come up with a better interpretation of the blood based on what we see on the animal. So this way we make a better medical management, or we can improve our medical management if our treatment plan is not working, and it could give us a better prognosis on the animal. Every time we treat an animal, or every time the animal is put in rehabilitation, we always need to know what to do each step of the way, and we have to be prepared to make these changes. So we have to think ahead. So in many cases, or in most cases, we need to have at least two plans, plan A, plan B. But in some cases, we do actually have to make plan C and plan D. And these plans should be made again based on evidences. So we make the changes based on the blood results, the clinical signs, the changes in the behavior, the availability of resources, safety of the people doing the rehabilitation, the weather, and etc. And we always have to ensure that we have the best interest of the animal in mind each time we make a plan. So I would just like to share some examples. So this is the case of Valentina. She is a sub-adult female spinner dolphin. She's stranded in Badoc, Ilocos Norte. In Ilocos Norte back in February 13, 2014. When she stranded, she was lethargic. She had no buoyancy, no balance. She was trembling involuntarily or shivering, stupor, and her body condition score was 3. And based on her blood result and the reports of dynamite blasts in the area, our tentative diagnosis for her was acoustic trauma. So it was decided to rehabilitate her on site, and her condition was actually improving on the first week. But on the 10th day, the rehab team noted that her condition started to decline. So by day 13, they said that team leader, si Manong Arthur Valente of the LGU of Ilocos Norte, they requested that Valentina be moved somewhere where there is better facility, so that we could better take care of her. So BFAR and Ocean Adventure talked, and it was decided to move Valentina from Ilocos Norte to Subic Bay here in Ocean Adventure. So that was the plan. We're going to move her to Ocean Adventure. But when I arrived on site, I thought that her condition was actually very poor and she might not make the trip from Ilocos to Subic Bay. So we had to meet again, and we had to make changes in our plan. And based on our planning, so we had a few hours to decide, because we arrived there at around 8 in the morning, and we had to move her at 6 later that night. So our plan was changed. So we had 3 plans. So plan A was we move her to the BFR station in Lucap in Pangasinan, and we continue the rehabilitation there. Or it's possible that we may just make a stopover, maybe take care of her for a few days before moving to Ocean Adventure. And plan B was if she does okay, then we continue the trip, take her to Ocean Adventure and do the rehab at OA. But plan C is if she doesn't make it anywhere during the trip, then we proceed to Win, also in Subic Bay, and we did the necropsy there. So we made 3 plans for this trip. So what happened was it was a 15-hour trip from Ilocos Norte to Subic Bay, and along the road, along the way, we changed the water of the transport box twice because she was defecating in the transport box, and we were prepared, so we brought water with us. So we were scooping out the dirty water and then replaced it with fresh ones. And we administered diazepam on the 4th and 8th hour of transport. Now, along the way, when we were thinking that we might have to stop at Lookup, and when we were seeing that she was actually quite stable, we decided to go to Plan B. So we picked up Doc Sam from Lookup, who was ready to receive Valentina, and we proceeded to Plan B. So after 15 hours, we arrived in Subic Bay, and yeah, we had a good thing we did not have to do Plan C. So Valentina was brought there, so her condition improved, her blood improved gradually, and since we were thinking that she was a victim of acoustic trauma, we did a test to check her hearing through an audiogram, and it was confirmed that she was a victim of a dynamite blast, and she had hearing loss. That was on April 7. So during that time, we decided that because of her hearing loss, we could not release her. So we had to decide: do we euthanize her, or do we continue to rehabilitate her and then keep her at Ocean Adventure since we have the facility anyway? So it was a no-brainer. We decided to continue the rehabilitation, and then if she survives, then we keep her at Ocean Adventure. So her blood became normal on June 19, 2014. So that's about 4 months since she stranded. Another example that I would like to share is Cassie. She is a short fin pilot whale, an adult female. She stranded just last year in Bagak, Bataan in June 15, 2020. Her clinical signs was she was lethargic, she had no buoyancy, she had no balance. Her respiratory rate was elevated at 7 breaths per minute. Normal is 1 breath per minute. Body condition score was 3, and she had no visible injuries. Breath sound was good. Our tentative diagnosis for this case, for her was also a acoustic trauma. Now, this one was very challenging. This case was a very challenging one because of her size. She was 3.6 meters long. The location where she stranded was just difficult to do an on-site rehabilitation. Resources was there was basically no resources. We had to improvise a lot. Weather was also a challenge, and it was at the start of the pandemic, and movement of people was not easy because of the lockdowns. We were able to get blood from her throughout the case. 5 bloods on day 1, day 6, day 9, 16, and 21 of her rehabilitation. And as you can see here, she had hemoconcentration from day 1 until day 21, suggesting that she was dehydrated in varying degrees throughout the time. Her inflammatory parameters was very elevated. Kidney profile increased on day 6, and it just went up off the charts onwards on day 9 until day 21. Same thing with the liver chemistry. CK was difficult to interpret, and we don't know how to. Yeah, it didn't make sense at the time, but we already knew what she was, what the diagnosis for this animal. I summarized the medical history of Cassie. So the green here is the respiratory rate, the blue is the buoyancy, and the red line is the appetite. So as you can see here, the respiratory rate went down to normal on day 5. Buoyancy slightly improved, but it never improved further. So this is a gauge from 1 to 10, 10 being normal, 1 being the worst. Appetite, she had an appetite on day 4. She started eating, but then on day 5, she did not eat at all. So day 1 to day 3, we did not feed her because it was just the start of the rehabilitation. So we were just mainly intubating her with water. So here you can see these were the days where there were thunderstorms. So day 10 and day 11 were the serious like big thunderstorms that was already unsafe for the people doing the rehabilitation. So this was day 10, and the rehab team didn't have a choice but to leave Cassie in the water in her makeshift hammock, and they had to leave because of the lightning and of the wind and rain. So when they came back, this is what they were what was left of their camp. So on day 11, Cassie started to have raspy and smelly breath, and there was also brown discharge coming out of her blowhole. So we suspected that apart from having she developed exertional myopathy, we thought that she may already have aspirated pneumonia, most likely from aspirating water during the thunderstorm on day 10. Because of this, we recommended that Cassie be euthanized on day 11. However, BFAR wanted to continue the rehabilitation and give Cassie a chance, so we continued her rehabilitation anyway. On day 16, we got another blood, and based on the results, her blood was just getting worse and worse. And as you can see here, she wasn't really making any much improvement. So we suggested again, we recommended again that Cassie might maybe best be euthanized. However, we understand that it is a very difficult decision to make. So, and BFAR already made the commitment that they wanted Cassie rehabilitated. So what we did was we continued her rehabilitation, and we ensured that she was comfortable the entire time. So she survived up until day 27 when she finally died. This was her diagnosis based on her blood results and clinical signs. So we think she developed exertional myopathy, multiple organ damage in the kidney and liver, aspiration pneumonia on day 10 from the thunderstorm, most likely developed septicemia from there. She also had hemorrhagic gastritis and scoliosis from not having enough exercise because she was very weak. When we did the necropsy, so it was confirmed that she indeed died because of multiple organ failure as a result of exertional myopathy. Pneumonia was also confirmed, and we think that the septicemia was a result of the pneumonia. Hemorrhagic gastritis was also confirmed based on the lesions we saw on the second stomach, and her muscle atrophy was actually quite evident as well. So this graph shows the stranding data from 2005 to 2020. And you can see here that from 2005 to 2017, our stranding cases have been going up, continuously increasing. But from 2017 onwards, it seems like the number of strandings have plateaued. So it seems like that from we would be expecting from 2021 onwards that we would be getting around 100 to 120 strandings per year. So this would be our number that we would be expecting each year. Now we look at this data and we try to see how are we doing in terms of the rehabilitation that we are making. The total number of strandings we had was since 2005 is 1,174. Out of this, there were only 645 live strandings or 55%. We tallied it, put it in graph, and this is our number of rehabilitation that we did each year from 2005 to 2020. So although there's like a decline of rehabilitation, number of rehabilitation from 2015 onwards, the overall trend of number of rehabilitation we are doing is actually still an increasing trend. However, if we look at the rehab rate per year, the trend is actually going down. The rehab rate per year is was calculated based on the number of rehabilitations made divided by the total number of live stranding. So this is the rehab rate, 15.7% or 101 rehabilitations divided by 645 live strandings. And the average animal rehabilitated per year is 6.3. So looking at this graph, the trend is actually going down. And one might say that we are actually not doing a good job because the number of rehabilitation is actually going down. But there are actually a lot of reasons why we think this is going down. Number one is there is an increasing number of stranding reported, but at the same time, our capability to respond is not improving as fast or as much as the number of animals that are stranding. Second is the availability of resources. Although there are we are seeing an increasing number of areas where rehabilitation can be made, whether in situ or in temporary or makeshift rehabilitation facilities, it is still not enough to be able to do more response or do more rehabilitations. The location of stranding also plays it's also a factor. If sometimes an animal would strand in a very isolated area where it is difficult to get to, so it would be impossible to get the animal more so rehabilitated. The size of animal is also a factor. And lastly, since last year, the pandemic has actually greatly limited our mobility, and so I think it could also have affected our ability to respond, and thus contributed to the declining rate of rehabilitation. Now, I wanted to look at the success rate through the years of PMMSN, and this is what we found through the years from 2005 to 2020. This is how much successful rehabilitations we did, and you can see here that the overall trend is going up, although we did not have successful rehabilitation in 2019 and 2020. And success rate is actually still going up, although we did not have any rehab or successful rehabilitations in the last 2 years. So our success rate is at 15.8% or 16%, which is 101 successful rehabilitation out of the 645 rehabilitations that we did. And our average successful rehabilitation per year is 1. So 1 per year down. We had a meeting with animal rights and conservation groups recently, because they were trying to push for a guideline where how marine mammals should be kept in captivity, including those that are stranded. And in one of the lines that they wanted, that they made in the draft that they made, it says that it is obvious at the time, if it is at the obvious at the time of stranding, that no facilities which fully comply with these standards, they're talking about the closeness of the rehab facility to the stranded site. So comply with these standards will be available for the longer term care of the animals. Only animals likely to recover within 30 days may be taken to emergency accommodation. All other animals and those in emergency accommodation which have not recovered after 60 days must be humanely destroyed or euthanized to prevent further suffering. Now, this is actually concerning and frustrating at the same time, because these groups are quite vocal whenever we have marine mammal strandings, and they're trying to make a guideline for everyone to follow. And it is very obvious that they have no idea how marine mammal rehabilitation works. They're making suggestions that are not based on any evidence, but on their opinion and their belief. And they're putting their personal interest over the welfare of the animal. Just as an example is Valentina, for example. We rehabilitated her. We moved her from Ilocos Norte to Subic Bay, which is very far. So if we follow their suggestion, then we would have not moved her from to Ocean Adventure, and she may have not lived until now. And it is just impossible for us to know whether an animal is going to live for 30 days or not. It is just it's not how it works. An animal may look healthy, but then they may suddenly die after 1 or 2 days, or an animal that looks very sick, but they may actually survive. And it says here that all animals that have not recovered after 60 days must be humanely destroyed. Valentina did not recover until the 4th month, or about 160 days. So it just doesn't make sense. These groups of people are actually not concerned on the welfare of the animal. They're making these suggestions not based on evidences, but really more on they're pushing their personal interest, because they believe that these animals should not be under the care of humans. And they have actually been doing that for the past few years. Just like, for example, a rough-toothed dolphin, a subadult female, stranded in Badok, Ilocos Norte back in January 2014. It was actually a restranded. It stranded in January 17, but restranded in January 18. So this animal was weak. It has poor body condition score, but it had buoyancy. At the time, it was being treated for an infection based on the initial blood result. And during the rehabilitation on site of this animal, there was an NGO present, and she was pressuring the rehabilitation team to release the animal, because according to her, it was not right to keep this animal in captivity. She made some threats to report the rehab team to the governor, and who knows, maybe the rehab team may threaten. She probably threatened that their job might be lost. They may lose their jobs. And she was interviewed in the media, and she was interviewed in the media. Good thing the media interviewed our rehab team, and Manong Art said that they are rehabilitating the animal, and they cannot release it because based on what they're seeing, the animal is not fit for release, and they are concerned on the welfare of the animal. So 2 days later, the animal died, and the cause of death was foreign body obstruction. So they found this piece of styro net inside the stomach. And this is something that will not go away and would likely kill the animal anyway if the animal was released. Another example was a short-fin pilot whale, an adult female. This just stranded last August 30 this year in Glan Sarangani. And this animal was lethargic. It had poor buoyancy, it had no balance, its respiratory rate was elevated, its left flipper was injured, its body condition score was actually okay, it's a 3. And it was also because of the size of the animal and location of the animal where the of the stranding site, the treatment was very limited. Was very limited. So what they did was they only can give fluids with electrolytes, some gruel for the nutrition. And on day 2, they decided to give the animal minoxicam for the injured flipper. But someone, an NGO that was represented, representative of an NGO that was present in the stranding area, was suggesting that the animal be euthanized because of the injured flipper. No one really took this suggestion seriously because, of course, we cannot just euthanize an animal based on an injured flipper because we did not know the extent of the injury of the flipper. So the meloxicam was given to this animal. The following day, the animal swam away. So if the animal was euthanized, then it was a life wasted because euthanasia was actually very unnecessary, as evidenced by this animal swimming away on its own. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that every time we rehabilitate an animal, we always have to make or base our decisions based on evidences. So we have to follow or look at the clinical pathology, the blood results. We have to look at the condition of the animal. We have to check the mental state of the animal, and is the animal responding to the treatment that we're giving. So by doing so, we are ensuring that we are actually upholding the welfare of the animal and not based on what we think or what we believe. We are actually basing the decisions on what is really happening. We are doing the decisions as objectively as possible. That would be all, and thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them.
Okay, so we will have a question and answer portion after plenary speakers, Dr. Leo. So maraming salamat. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive talk, Dr. Leo, with regards to animal welfare and medical management in stranding response. So sabi nga sa isang stranding response daw, ang kailangan na ang ating layo ay iligtas lagi ang hayop na stranded at mahalaga na sa management ng isang pagmasdan natin itala ang mga pag-uugali o mga behavioral changes nila at ano ang gawin sa bawat hakbang. At higit sa lahat, sabi nga kanina ni Doc Leo, decisions should be evidence-based. At sinabi rin niya that there is a declining rehabilitation and this may be due to increase in stranding rewards, capability to respond, limited resources, location of stranding, the size of the animal, and of course, isa sa mga greatest na naging challenge natin is the pandemic, of course. So maraming salamat at we would like to inform everyone po na mamaya pa po ang ating question and answer portion. Okay, dumako naman po tayo sa ating susunod. Our next speaker is an assistant professor from the Institute of Biology, UP Diliman. She is an active member and a known trainer of stranding response in PMMSN. So aside from her social civic activities, Our speaker is also an author to numerous publications, particularly on zoonotic and emerging diseases in marine mammals. She also worked on detection of antibiotic resistance genes in marine mammals using, of course, data generated from stranded cetaceans. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about science generated from strandings through PMMSN, I am honored to present to you our third speaker, none other than Dr. Mary Christine Ubusan. Let us please give our virtual clap to our speaker. Doctine, the floor is yours.
Good day to all the participants of the 8th Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network Symposium. I am happy to see familiar faces and names, and it actually feels good to be with old friends with whom I share the common goal of protecting and conserving marine mammals in the Philippines. This is our 8th National Symposium at pangwalong beses na rin po akong uma-attend ng event na ito. I've witnessed how the network grew in terms of membership and also in terms of database and research efforts. In fact, in this talk, I will be presenting the science generated from our local marine mammal strandings here in the Philippines. The existence of body of knowledge that we have right now was made possible through our collaboration, especially in terms of specimen collection during stranding events. Ako po si Marie Christine Ubusan, Assistant Professor sa Institute of Biology, University of the Philippines, Diliman, at ako ay proud and active member of PMMSN. Let me start my presentation by showing this spatial model of cumulative risk affecting marine mammal populations worldwide. You can see here the red spots, which also indicate hotspot areas. So you can see some locations in the Philippines are considered hotspots given the risk faced by our marine mammal populations. And also this is affected by the fact that we are hosting a diverse assemblage of marine mammals. The authors of this spatial model identified key threats to marine mammals, including climate change, fisheries, exploitation, and pollution. Now, this is also the reason why marine mammals can indicate changes in their habitats as affected by the threats that I've mentioned. For example, elsewhere in the world, striped dolphins were studied as indicator of overfishing, while fin whales and sperm whales were studied as indicators of the impact of marine litter. Also to indicate how fisheries interactions are impacting marine mammal populations, seals in Chile were investigated as to the effect of fisheries, while the significant contribution of entanglements and other forms of direct interactions, direct fisheries and human interactions to the decline of the population of vaquita porpoise was also elucidated. Marine mammals are also affected by infections and diseases, and I would like to note that this is also the reason why we have the cetacean surveillance program in the Philippines. A lot of the diseases affecting them can also affect humans and other animals. Hence, these diseases are referred to as zoonosis. So we have the case of brucellosis, for example, leptospirosis, and other diseases. And so whatever disease that we detect in marine mammal populations also indicate impending public health threats. The severity and extent of marine mammal diseases are also affected by human activities and some factors which were actually linked to climate change. And so there were recorded epidemics in marine mammal populations worldwide, such as in the case of cetacean morbillivirus outbreaks and toxoplasmosis. So you've heard me also talk about toxoplasmosis in my previous lectures. And this is the disease caused by the apicomplexan parasite, Toxoplasma gondii. From these foregoing facts, it is obvious why marine mammals are recognized as sentinels or indicators. Since many of you have been attending PMMS and symposia in the past years, this is not the first time that you've heard me talk about the concept of One Health. So this is the concept that we use in trying to understand how the health and status of marine mammals are interconnected with the health of their environment and humans. And for this purpose, we are investigating the health of our stranded cetacean samples. Why are we investigating the stranded animals? As many of you would have realized, one of the biggest challenges is the collection of biological specimens. Most of our cetacean species, for example, locally are pelagic, and hence it would be very difficult to capture them for the purpose of obtaining samples. Napakahirap po, kulang po ang ating research resource. In general, it is difficult and costly to sample them in the wild. For this purpose, we are maximizing the sampling opportunity offered by our stranding events as we get to obtain specimens from both live and necropsid individuals. And this is in collaboration with the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. Here you can see some representative stranding events, which your team may have responded this 2021. So if this look familiar to you, baka kayo po yung mga responders sa mga cases na ito. We are privileged to have established a strong collaboration with BIFAR, regional and provincial offices, with their marine mammal stranding teams and veterinarians who are actually doing an excellent work of not only collecting samples, but also helping the stranded animal. To facilitate the collection of biological specimens, we also came up with a simple manual detailing procedures and sample specifications. And this manual can be actually considered as a work in progress. We keep on revising and optimizing our procedures based also on our shared experiences. Some of you might have received our simple, napakasimple lang po nito, but very helpful kits that may be used during stranding events. As a result of our collective efforts, I would also like to update that we are constantly listing the species, updating the information of our samples in terms of the type of species. Like as you can see here, there are 14 species so far of cetaceans. This actually represents close to 100 individuals that were sampled for health surveillance, especially for the detection of target microorganisms since 2015. The biological samples collected from stranded cetaceans usually include swabs, serum, tissues such as blood, muscles, brain, and these samples are collected based on the physical preservation and disposition of the stranded cetaceans. And these samples are sent to us, and then we package, store, and maintain them through the efforts also of the research teams of two laboratories in UP Diliman. One is the METAS Lab or Microbial Ecology of Aquatic and Terrestrial Systems Lab. Ito po yung laboratory namin sa Institute of Biology. And of course, the Marine Mammal Research and Stranding Laboratory sa Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology naman ito. And with the samples that we have from the stranders, we are slowly building the cetacean repository. I would like to update that as of now, we have these samples from 2017 to 2021. Ongoing pa rin po yung pag-update namin ng list for 2021 due to quarantine limitations. But as you can see here, we are expanding our samples. We have here the number of cetaceans, frozen tissue samples, buffer tissue samples, and from a particular pool of our cetaceans, we have also collected DNA samples, and we've built our bacterial culture collection. So what is the significance of our cetacean tissue repository? The repository is a significant source of samples for research purposes, such as for marine mammal health monitoring, studying emerging diseases and zoonosis, studying biological pollution, and other ecological and population studies. So far, in the case of our local marine mammal stranding events, we have generated scientific information on chemical pollution, antimicrobial resistance, pathogen surveillance, and clinical investigations of death and debility. So this usually involves our veterinarians. For example, what do we know about chemical pollution in the marine environment as indicated by our stranded marine mammals? This material was provided by Dr. Jonna Bondoc. Sigurado po ako marami sa inyo ang nakakakilala kay Doc Jonna through her collaboration with the responders, especially with the veterinarians. Doc Bondoc did pilot studies on ecotoxicology involving cetaceans. And also she prepared sampling procedures to collect tissues for her studies. In general, there is evidence that our stranded cetaceans are indicating the presence of persistent organic pollutants and toxic metals. Elsewhere, marine mammals are also known to indicate aromatic hydrocarbons and micro and nanoplastics. So what has been achieved so far? You can see here flash on the screen are the publications which report the first in-depth toxicopathological research on polychlorinated biphenyls using samples from 30 stranded cetaceans all over the country. And this is also very important because this paved the way for the development and validation of a modified method for the analysis of polychlorinated biphenyls. In terms of antibiotic resistance of bacteria isolated from cetaceans, this is what we know so far. You might be overwhelmed by the data presented in the table. This is a representative data set, but in general, I just would like to emphasize that we are detecting multi-drug resistance in a high proportion of bacteria that we have screened. You can see here in this table the bacteria ID, the antibiotics tested, the number of cetaceans, and the corresponding year of the stranding events. We have as high as almost as 80% of this isolates for this particular batch showing multi-drug resistance. From the pool of our bacterial isolates, we identified that among Enterobacteriaceae, 58% were classified as multi-drug resistant or MDR, given their resistances to at least 3 antibiotic classes. And the so-called MAR or multiple antibiotic resistance indices that we got are relatively high. As a useful information, MAR index is determined by dividing the number of antibiotics to which the isolate is resistant over the total number of antibiotics tested. So in this particular slide, I am presenting the 2 isolates that have the highest MAR indices. So these 2 bacteria were isolated from a short-finned pilot whale that stranded in Ilocos Norte. Also, I would like to share the case of the rough-toothed dolphin that was responded by the PMMSN and rehabilitated for 1 month. Si Carlo po ito. You can see here Dr. Sandy Ling Chu, one of our plenary speakers. She led the investigation of this case and collaborated with our lab in the susceptibility testing of the isolates. So for example, you can see here antibiotic effectiveness, the total number of bacterial isolates resistant to a particular number of antibiotics. So this information are relevant to the work of rehabilitating stranded cetaceans. We are also studying the so-called acquired and intrinsic resistance profiles of Enterobacteriaceae isolated from select stranded cetaceans from 2017 to 2019. So you can see here some data, but I just would like to share that intrinsic resistance is when a bacterium is naturally resistant to a certain antibiotic or family of antibiotics, while acquired resistance is when bacteria exhibit resistance to certain antimicrobials that may be due to acquisition of foreign DNA. For example, those coding for resistance carried by genetic elements or by horizontal gene transfer as an adaptation to their environments. So you can see here the different antibiotics that we have tested and the different values generated for intrinsic and acquired resistance profiles. We have also generated information on the prevalence of antibiotic resistance genes or the so-called ARGs in bacteria from our stranded cetaceans. And this is actually based on the phenotypic resistance to a particular antibiotic. For example, in the case of cephalosporin, we have this data on how many bacteria are susceptible, how many have intermediate resistance, how many have intrinsic resistance, how many have acquired resistance. And among those with acquired resistance, here are the antibiotic resistance genes that were detected. And we have other data on the antibiotics that we have tested. With these results, you may ask how antimicrobial resistance is acquired by the bacteria associated with marine mammals, especially in the case of our deep diving species. It is actually attributed to the rapid development of our coastal regions, and this caused flooding and increased runoff, which facilitated the flow of antibiotics, pathogenic agents, and other forms of biological pollution into the ocean, especially those carried by wastewater coming from hospitals, agricultural lands, aquacultures, pharmaceutical plants, and the like. We also have this ongoing study on virulence factors of bacteria isolated from our stranded cetaceans. For example, you can see here the bacteria species and the target genes based on the particular species. Aside from the fact that we want to characterize the bacteria that we have isolated from our marine mammals, at a bigger picture, the detection of virulence factors can help us in the understanding of bacterial pathogenesis and their interactions with the host, and also in the selection of novel targets in the development of drugs and vaccines. Some of you, especially those collaborating with me or with our research team, are also aware that we are continuously detecting Toxoplasma gondii in our stranded cetaceans. And for this purpose, we use the following methods: histopathological assessment, serological assay for IgG antibody detection, RE gene detection, and we also perform genotyping using multilocus, nested PCR, restriction fragment length polymorphism. We also analyze how we are using the samples from stranding events depending on the types of tissues that we are able to collect. This determines the type of detection method that we can use. For example, most of our samples for Tigondia detection are blood samples for PCR detection, and the list are serum samples for antibody test using agglutination technique. Ideally, we should corroborate the rates of occurrence using a combination of these methods, but we are of course limited by the quality of samples collected from stranding events. Some protozoan parasites other than Tigondia have been known to form tissue cysts in marine mammals, causing diseases and other health complications, and we are also detecting them. For example, we have started detecting other cyst-forming coccidian parasites using the following tissues: lungs, liver, kidney, and brain. One of our targets is the sarcocystis, which has been reported to be found in free-ranging harbor seals and in sea otters. So this is in addition to our work of detecting Toxoplasma gondii cyst in these tissues. So far we have this data. This is from an ongoing study. So you have here the number of cetaceans observed, the prevalence of the cyst for Toxoplasma gondii, for sarcocyst, and we have also detecting unidentified cysts. So this is subject to further analysis. One of the research projects where we use the samples is the detection of Leptospira, which is also an emerging marine disease. Leptospira is a gram-negative bacterium, which is the causative agent of leptospirosis, as I've mentioned in one of the previous slides that I've shown. Leptospira is known to be terrestrial in origin, but is an emerging pathogen of marine mammals, with the recent reported cases of leptospirosis in cetaceans. So to detect this bacterial group, we use ELISA for antibody detection, gene-specific PCR assay, culture assay, multi-locus sequence typing using housekeeping genes, and also histopathological assessment. Like in the case of our Toxoplasma gondii detection, we are determining the rates of occurrence given a particular method, and we are also limited by the number and the quality of samples that we receive. So far, we know that Leptospira species were detected in this cetacean species. Through these research efforts, we have generated these findings and built a wealth of scientific information using samples from our stranded animals. This is the synopsis of our findings. You can see in this table at the leftmost column, the year or report or research effort, and then we have our data on the number of sampled cetacean stranders, and then the year of sample collection, the percentage of total number of stranders for the sampling period, the percentage pathogen prevalence depending on our target microorganism. Based on this, it is apparent that we are only able to sample a small proportion of total stranders within a particular period. For example, the highest that we have so far is the set of samples for this 2019 study, wherein we have 40 individuals with qualified samples for leptospirosis and toxoplasmosis studies. But this 40 is actually only 17% of the total cetaceans that stranded from 2017 to 2018. The research efforts using samples from 2020 are still ongoing. And of course, patuloy po ang stranding network sa pag-respond sa stranding events, although it is even more difficult right now to collect samples due to community quarantine restrictions. Kaya yun pong mga samples na naibigay nyo sa amin for 2021, hindi pa po namin gaanong nasimulan ang pag-process for our research work. It is apparent that we have generated a lot of scientific information from our marine mammal stranding events. There are actually more information, but I am limited by what I can only share right now. However, we are excited and looking forward to continuing what we have started and further strengthening our collaborative efforts with BIFAR and PMMSN. Allow me to present the scientists and researchers who have contributed and will continue to generate science from our local stranding events. Ako po, I work on emerging pathogens in stranded cetaceans. Jamaica, an MS student, has an ongoing study on antibiotic resistance and virulence genes. And then Renmark, another MS student, is working on antibiotic resistance genes. And then Grisel, a PhD student, will be working on cetacean morbillivirus detection. And then also we have the following who conducted microbiological studies using the samples that you've sent us. Lara worked on antibiotic resistance in bacteria. Rafael worked on Toxoplasma gondii detection and also on histopathological assessment of the tissues that you sent to us. And then we have Erica and Fatima who also work on histopathological assessment of cetacean tissues. For chemical pollution studies, we have Dr. Bondok, Jonah, who work on ecotoxicology using marine mammals, and she is, of course, still working in this field. And then we have Kim, who is working on a very interesting topic, bisphenols and the female mammalian reproductive system. As to ecological studies, we have Honey. Marami rin po sa inyo nakakakilala kay Honey, especially in relation to our marine mammal stranding database. Honey work on spatiotemporal analysis of our local stranding events and their association with environmental parameters. And we have some students of the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology who will be working on feeding ecology and age. We have Risa and Cristel. And for population genetics, we have Charina and John. And of course, we have veterinary and clinical studies. As I've mentioned, we have Dr. Sandy Ling Chu for clinical pathological assessment of stranded cetaceans during their rehabilitation periods also. And then we have the students, Elaine, Stephanie, Elisa, and Allen, who are involved in an ongoing study for histopathological assessment of tissues from stranded cetaceans. So they are from the College of Veterinary Medicine, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And here are the published papers through the years. We have accumulated this wealth of knowledge from our research efforts facilitated by marine mammal stranding events. I would like to end by acknowledging the organizations and institutions who have been supporting and funding our research projects. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin pero nakikita niyo po dito sa screen ang mga organizations na sumusuporta sa aming mga research efforts. Maraming salamat po. At maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. Kung meron pong mga katanungan, maaaring i-contact ako sa aking email address, website, and social media pages.
Okay. Maraming salamat po, Doc Tin. Thank you very much for the comprehensive, very comprehensive talk. And at the same time, thank you also for enlightening us on the value of strandings, what stranding can tell to us about our environment, and the beauty of the data gathered from stranded animals. So, ayun, napakaganda po, and again, we have reserved the last portion of the plenary talk after Dr. Sandy. Doon po tayo magkakaroon ng ating question and answer portion. So ilalagay lang po natin sa ating Q&A box yung ating mga katanungan. So we are down to our last, but definitely not the least, plenary speaker for this afternoon. So our fourth speaker will talk about a clinical pathologic assessment of select strandings in the Philippines. Our speaker graduated with a bachelor's degree in veterinary medicine from the University of Putra, Malaysia, and recently finished her master's degree in veterinary sciences from UPLB. Her interest in marine mammals started when she worked as a veterinarian at a wildlife rescue unit, Sabah, Malaysia, where she first encountered a stranded dolphin. So this experience led her interest in clinically assessing stranded cetaceans. Ladies and gentlemen, with enthusiasm, let us welcome our speaker, none other than Dr. Sandy Ling Chu. Dr. Sandy, the floor is yours.
Magandang. It's my honor to share with you my masteral thesis entitled Clinical Pathologic Assessment of Select Stranded Marine Mammals in the Philippines. As you all already know, marine mammal stranding event is common in the country. 29 of 30 recorded species in the Philippines have stranding record, and about 60% of them involve live animals. As marine mammals are important sentinels of the ocean, these stranding events provide opportunities to conduct researches based on the concept of One Health, which is the idea that the health of people, animals, and environment are all connected. So what One Health studies have been done on Philippine marine mammals? You can see on this diagram, quite obviously in the red circle, that many of these researchers detects zoonotic diseases and addresses public health concerns such as toxoplasma, leptospira, antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and chemical contaminants. To a lesser degree, there are also some studies which investigate environmental factors, as seen here in the green circle, and anthropogenic impact to elucidate the causes of marine mammal strandings. However, there remain few researches on the health status of stranded marine mammals, apart from several case reports. So, this led me to the question, what is the health status of stranded marine mammals in the country? Were they healthy but got stranded, or they were already sick, which led to the stranding? Hence, the main objective of this study is to access some clinical pathological cases on stranded marine mammals in the Philippines. This was achieved by characterizing the pathologic parameters of stranded marine mammals, which included hematology, serum biochemistry, clinical pathologic findings, health and disease status, and their eventual cause of death. The second part of my study also describe and evaluate the rehabilitation approaches and factors affecting survivorship of the stranded animals. However, for this presentation, I will just present the first part of the objective. Please note that the scope of this study was limited by the accessibility of stranding sites and availability of local facilities. Only stranding sites which could be safely accessed within 12 hours were included. As the study was opportunistic in nature, the samples were heterogeneous in terms of their species, age group, sex, and sample type. For the methodology, this study included only specimens which stranded alive during the period of January 2018 to August 2019. Whenever an animal stranded alive and was notified to PMMSN, if the stranding site was accessible within 12 hours, I was dispatched for data collection. And if the animal was alive and admitted for rehabilitation, whether at the nearest facility or on site, samples were collected for blood analysis, cytology, etc. If the animal eventually recovered, it was released. But in most cases, the animal died soon before rehabilitation or after. So necropsy was done on these animals and samples were collected for histopathological analysis at UPLB. In cases where bacterial infection was suspected, microbiology study was done at Institute of Biology in UP Diliman, where they have existing research collaboration with PMMSN. In some locations, where it was more practical to dispatch local regional veterinary teams, similar process took place, whereby the live ones were given supportive care or rehabilitation. And if the animals eventually died and were necropsied, the samples were sent to the Institute of Biology and Marine Mammal Biorepository in IESM, UP Diliman. I would then access the samples in the biorepository and send them for histopathology analysis at UPLB. The infill data collection consisted of the following: blood collection analysis, cytology study, health evaluation and treatment, then necropsy and sample analysis. When an animal was admitted for rehabilitation, signs we typically access and monitor is the respiratory rate. Considering the normal breathing cycle of marine mammals consists of exhale, inhale, and extended apnea period, the respiratory rate was obtained over 5 minutes using a tally format as shown here. Physical examination was also performed to assess the breath quality, body condition score, presence of external lesions, and for sex determination. When the animal was restrained for sample collection or treatment, a team of 4 to 5 or sometimes 6 personnel would hug the animal from both sides, as you can see in the picture. The sample collection was usually done in the following order: breath, whereby we place a sterile container over the blowhole when the animal exhales; blood via the PAVR at the ventral fluke; fecal samples, and then gastric sample. The samples were then sent to Ocean Adventure or local hospital laboratory for analysis. Based on the result of the analysis and progress of the animal, we usually had online veterinary consultation involving marine mammal veterinarians and experts before deciding the treatment and diagnostic test. In cases where the animal eventually succumbed before or after rehabilitation, the tissue samples obtained from infill necropsy or the biorepository were preserved in 10% neutral buffered formalin. The samples were sent to UPLB for routine tissue processing, sectioning, H&E staining before mounting them on slides for examination. In general, from the total of 20 specimens, infill data collection was conducted on 8 specimens. The remaining 12 specimens were accessed as formalin tissues via Marine Mammal Biorepository in IESM and the clinical history through the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding database. Most of the specimens had tissue samples for histopathology analysis, except for one which was released, while blood samples were obtained from only 6 specimens. This is because most of the animals died before rehabilitation could take place. And of these 14 animals, only a single blood analysis was conducted. Of the 6 rehabilitated specimens, 5 were sampled for blood analysis, and no blood was taken from the remaining dugong calf due to poor accessibility of laboratory. The type of organ sampled for histopathology also varied depending on the regional veterinary teams. In general, kidneys, livers, heart, and lungs were most commonly sampled. So here, I would like to share with you the results and discussion of my study. First, let us examine the stranding epidemiology. So, a total of 20 animals were included in this study, which consisted of 13 species, including 10 species of odontocids, 2 baleen whale, and a dugong. Notably, all these animals were classified as single stranding. 13 of these strandings occurred in Luzon, 4 in Mindanao, and 3 in Visayas. The highest sampling effort was recorded in Region 1, followed by Region 4A, while there were no sample from Region 5, 7, 12, 13, and BARM during this study period. The most common species in this study was pantropical spotted dolphin, followed by rough-toothed dolphin. For the age class, a majority of the specimens were adults involving 14 animals, followed by 4 subadults and 2 calves. Interestingly, a major proportion of the stranders were males, involving 13 animals as compared to only 7 females, resulting in male to female ratio of almost 2 to 1. When examined further, both Luzon and Visayas showed male predominant sex ratio, while female stranders only were observed in Mindanao. This finding was actually consistent with previous report, whereby male stranders were almost always predominant, although the ratio difference were notably closer to 1 to 1. The only exception was during 2017, as you can see here, whereby a female predominant sex ratio was observed. And why is that? Apparently, it has been observed that male killer whales in the US were more susceptible to starvation during limitation of resources. Moreover, male marine mammals are known to be more susceptible to infectious diseases and trauma. Therefore, the male predominant sex ratio in this study may be representing stranding attributed to diseases and limitation of resources, while the female predominant sex ratio in 2017 could be attributed to unnatural causes, such as anthropogenic cases and unusual mortality events. And as we examine the blood results, the male predominated sex ratio was also observed, whereby 5 of 6 animals which we got blood from were males. Anemia was observed in 2 animals, which was mild to moderately regenerative macrocytic, normochromic, hypochromic, which has been linked to chronic inflammation. Moreover, almost all animals had compromised nutritional status and existing diseases, as indicated by low ALP and albumin levels. All animals also suffered from varying degrees of inflammation, as indicated by leukocytosis, panleukopenia, and monocytosis. It was also noted that the animals which were presented with severe dehydration and electrolyte imbalances were among the earliest to die. So this involved 3 animals in this study which died within the first week of rehabilitation. This tells us that it is very important to assess and address the hydration status of the animal closely during early rehabilitation. Now let us proceed to the pathological findings. I categorize them into 3 categories, which are chronic debilitation, infectious diseases, and active stranding or capture myopathy. Note that these conditions are not mutually exclusive, as an animal can be suffering from chronic debilitation, but at the same time showing lesions of capture myopathy. Considering that there is possibility of host-specific infections, majority of the lesions are presented according to species. For chronic debilitation, the physical examination findings were consistent with having poor body condition score, as shown by peanut head and atrophy of epaxal muscle on the right side here, and compromised oral health and being recently preyed on. This is shown on the bottom left in this two picture, where there is an emaciated pantropical spotted dolphin with missing dentitions and also oral ulcers. And the same animal also had recent cookie cutter shark bite. While the first three findings were likely signs of chronic debilitation, impaired vision and chronic entanglement are likely the cause of debilitation in the rough-toothed dolphin and resource dolphin as shown here, as these conditions likely compromise their ability to forage. During necropsy, the animals can be observed with significant loss of blubber, as seen here, and they may have loss of muscle mass, serious atrophy of fat reserve, as you can see in the second picture, lack of content, and even presence of foreign objects in the gastrointestinal tracts, as seen here. Please note that the lack of gastrointestinal content is likely an underestimate in this study at the number of 4, because this number did not include animals which have ingested foreign objects, and also some animals were likely force-fed, so there were probably content because we force-feed them rather than it was having food in the beginning at the point of stranding. And histopathologically, we can observe that the blubber becomes very collagenous. As you can see in the first picture on the left, the normal blubber should be full of adipose tissue as indicated by the white layer. But in the second picture here, the adipose tissue was replaced almost completely by collagenous tissue, so it appears very pink here. Hepatic lipidosis was also observed in some animals, but if the sample is from a calf, we have to be cautious because this finding can actually be considered small, as shown in this third animal, which actually is from a calf. Lymphoid depletion and cardiomyocyte atrophy were also observed in some animals. Based on the overall findings and criteria, such as the body condition, histological presence of collagenous blubber, and hepatic lipidosis, I determined that 15 of the specimens were likely malnourished. And notably, 5 of 20 specimens were found to have ingested marine debris. Now, let us go to the infectious diseases. We found that at least 9 animals were infected with parasites. So we have Phalobotrium species, the small yellow cysts, about 3 times 2 millimeter, which are commonly found at the blubber muscle interface, as you can see here. And we also documented the cysts of Monorhynchus species, which are usually found attached at the genitourinary tract of the animal, as you can see here. So these 2 parasites are plerocercoid cysts, which are the infective larvae of tapeworms, and they are commonly found on the peduncle or abdominal region of cetaceans to facilitate transfer to shark, which are the final hosts of these parasites. These parasites do not cause significant diseases to the animal, as you can see that the inflammatory reaction is quite localized. Next, we have Anisakis species, a nematode, which is commonly associated with crater-like ulceration in the forestomach of cetaceans. So you can see it here. This is the crater-like ulcer. So, and this is the appearance in histological examination. Just to share with you, it is coincidentally in this same animal, we also found plastic. So kinain siya plastic. So now you might think the ulcer, was it caused by the plastic or the worm? So we were lucky to have another dolphin to compare with, which wala siya plastic, pero meron ito, this parasite. So when I examine both animals, because both animals had the stomach ulcers, I just examined the ulcers histologically. The lesions were actually very similar, which were characterized by the erosion of keratin epidermal layer, which is basically this layer. It is eroded so this is the gastric mucosa. So next time, if you see ulcers like this, you know na anisakis could be the culprit. We also found some unidentified parasites incidentally. From the lung section of a pantropical spotted dolphin, we found this nematode-like section, which could be lungworm, this one. So this is the magnified version. So considering that lungworms are quite common in cetaceans, so we just checked what are the possible species that could infect this animal. So it could be Halocercus, Stenurus, or Torinurus. One of the very well-studied species is Halocercus because it is very pathogenic, but it is also a very large worm and it can cause severe lesions affecting the lung parenchyma, which was not in this case. As you can see, it is in the alveolar space or the bronchiolpa. So Halocercus is not a likely candidate in this study. So since there is minimal inflammatory response, so the worm could be Stenurus or Torinurus, but we won't be able to determine. Another interesting parasite which we found incidentally was this Digenean trematode. So it is a Digenean trematode based on the leaf-like appearance and a double oral suckers. So if you can see here, may dalawang bibig siya. So this parasite was only found in pantropical spotted dolphins in this study, and it affected 3 of 4 animals. And some of the lesions associated with the parasites include bile duct dilation with neocapillarization. As you can see, there are a lot of new vessels, and then a collagenous thickening of portal triads. As you can see, there's a thickened collagen layer of at the portal triads here. And there is also focal lymphoid aggregates in here. There is the parasite here. And even in the remaining animals, which we did not find any parasites, the animal actually had mild cholangitis with lymphocytes and plasma cells here. So it could be that the animal actually had the parasite, but we simply didn't sample it and we could not observe it in the section. So while this parasite seems to be quite common in this study, it has actually been reported as a rare observation in the pantropical spotted dolphins from eastern tropical Pacific Ocean. But note that that study involved bycatch animals. So we don't really know why this parasite seems to be quite common in Philippine waters, and we still don't know what is the species. But the most common biliary trematodes reported in cetaceans is Campula species, which are known to cause severe biliary cirrhosis, leading to hepatic failure. In this study, though, the infections caused mainly chronic inflammatory responses, and it did not seem to be severe enough to immediately cause the death of these animals. However, we could not rule out that it might have some debilitating effect on the health of the animals. And considering that these are stranded animals, so this will need further study in the future. And these final parasites, I think it is likely a primary pathogen which caused the stranding and eventual death of this bottlenose dolphin. This parasite is Crassicaudasis, which is a large nematode found embedded in muscle and subcutaneous tissue, as shown in this first picture. So you can see that this nematode sections is very big, and then there's extensive inflammatory reactions here. So these parasites can be fatal because it also affects the kidneys, as you can see in the second and the third pictures. So the kidney actually becomes severely atrophied. They become very small, and you can visualize them easily at 4 times magnifications. And the renal calyxes, as you can see here, it is replaced by an encapsulated area, and it may contain remnants of the parasitic migratory tract of the parasite, as seen here, or empty space. So this one, there's nothing in here. So this parasite is known to cause parasitic granulomatous nephritis and can cause substantial natural morbidity and mortality due to renal failure. Apart from crassicaudiasis, bacterial pneumonia can also kill the animals, especially those in rehabilitation. So this rough-toothed dolphin had subacute suppurative bronchointerstitial pneumonia, which eventually progressed to septicemia after over 30 days in rehabilitation. So this is the lung, and this is one of the lymph node. As you can see, it was hyperreactive. And with the help of Institute of Biology in UP Diliman, we found out that the animal had multi-drug resistant E. coli, which is usually related to sewage contamination. So it is very likely that poor water quality have compromised the rehabilitation outcome of this animal. In another case, we also observe bacterial pneumonia. It is characterized by acute fibrinopurulent bronchopneumonia. This also affects a rough-toothed dolphin, but the bacteria was isolated but unfortunately not identified in this case. It also suffered from other conditions such as capture myopathy, which I will talk about later. So while many animals was chronically debilitated and had infectious diseases, most animals showed signs of acute circulatory disturbances, which included systemic congestion or hyperemia, acute renal tubular necrosis, coagulative necrosis of gastric mucosa, and hepatic centrilobular necrosis. So this one is the coagulative necrosis of gastric mucosa. As you can see, it is looks like ulcer, but when you examine it histologically, it was basically a lot of congestions down here, and then it become necrotic here. And then this is the example of hepatic centrilobular necrosis. So these lesions could be the consequences of active stranding, meaning the animal was still alive when they stranded, and the stress involved while being stranded leads to capture myopathy. And very often these animals die very quickly after stranding, but some may survive long enough to develop clinical signs such as muscle tremors and spinal curvatures, which were observed in 4 animals in this study. So this is an example of severe spinal curvatures here. And then you can see there's atrophy in some of the muscle fibers, and there's also contraction band here. So in 2 animals, including these animals and the previous rough-toothed dolphins, their serum biochemistry results were consistent with elevated AST, BUN, LDH, and CK. So these parameters are known to aid clinical screening of capture myopathy. So in conclusion, majority of the specimens were malnourished, debilitated, and not suitable for immediate release. Marine debris was found in 5 of 20 specimens. Infectious diseases seems to be quite common, but not all of them cause death of the animals. Crassicaudiasis, bacterial pneumonia, and septicemia are possible causes of stranding and death in these cases, but Monorhynchia phyllobothrium, they likely cause only localized inflammation. For the biliary trematodes, it will require further study to determine its effect on the pantropical spotted dolphins. And certainly, capture myopathy seems to hasten death of the stranded animals, especially those in rehabilitation. So now we know the stranded marine mammals are showing signs of debilitation. What's next? I think we need to ask these questions. Were the chronic debilitation caused by natural causes? Is there any human factors that may have caused the stranded marine mammals to lose their feeding ability? The previous research have taught us that some of our stranded marine mammals had acute hearing loss due to illegal dynamite fishing. But we have no idea yet whether some animals may have developed hearing loss from chronic exposure to underwater noise pollution in the form of frequent exposure to dynamite fishings or frequent exposure to military exploration. This we do not know. So in both situations, it is possible that their hearing is affected and it compromised their ability to forage. Or is there a bigger underlying problems such as overfishing or unsustainable fishing practices? This could limit the food and resources available to the Philippine marine mammals, thus increasing their vulnerability to diseases and mortality. Well, I have no answers to this question, and I will leave these questions for you to ponder upon. Thank you for listening. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc Sandy, for that very extensive talk with regards to assessing the conditions of our stranded marine mammals. At sa pagkakataong ito, nais ko pong tawagan ang ating mga speakers, no? Yung ating 4 na speakers po, at ilagay natin sa kanila ang ating spotlight para sa ating question and answer portion. So, inaanyayahan ko po ang bawat isa na kung meron po tayong mga katanungan, please feel free to ask them. At bago pala natin sila tanungin, bigyan naman po natin sila ng virtual clap. Our speakers really did well. Napakaganda po at I'm sure marami po tayong natutunan mula sa kanila at I think they deserve our clap. Okay po ba? So let's give our virtual clap to our speakers. And again, we would like to thank our 4 plenary speakers this afternoon. So we invite them. So in-invite po namin ang ating 4 na plenary speakers po na kunin po yung ating spotlight. Paki-spotlight na lang po ang ating mga plenary speakers at magsisimula na po ang ating question and answer portion. Okay po. So meron na po tayo mga question. Okay? So for Doc Dean, Doc Leo, has there been any instance of zoonosis transferred from stranded marine mammals to rescuers vis-a-vis during rehabilitation? So may I invite po, spotlight po natin si Doc Dean, si Doc Leo, si Doc Sandy at si Doc Chris.
Ako na siguro mauna, no?
Okay.
So far, wala naman kaming, we don't know any reports na may nakuwang sakit from rehabilitated from animals that are being rehabilitated. So yeah, short answer would be no, wala po for now.
Okay, so how about po, kayo po, Doc Dean, has there been any instances or you share the same answer po with Doc Leila?
Thank you doon sa tanong. Share ko lang based sa experience ng research team namin. So far, wala. Even sa lab, maingat po tayo sa ating mga researchers, naka-PPE lahat. Even pre-pandemic, because we don't know kung ano-ano yung mga sakit o kung ano-ano yung aming madidetect. Although may target microorganisms kami, kailangan mag-ingat parati ng mga responders. And that's why it is also important that we include in the marine mammal stranding response training also that aspect of proper wearing of PPEs during stranding response hanggat kaya at available yung resources. Maraming salamat.
Okay, so thank you very much po, Doc Tin and Doc Leo. Ngayon naman po, Doc Leo, ang tanong na to ay naka-address po sa inyo. How much time or information do you allow before considering euthanasia in a stranded marine mammal? So meron daw po bang time frame para masabi mo na this needs the euthanasia?
Well, we do not rely on the time. We actually rely on the condition of the animal. So we have to rely on the evidence. Is the animal really suffering? Does it have a condition or an illness that is irreversible? So yeah, it's one cannot make an easy parang template na pag ganito immediately euthanize na in terms of time frame. So we really have to gather evidence para we ensure na yun nga yung welfare na ang animal, yung ano natin yung priority in terms of before making any decisions. Yeah.
Sabi nga ni Doc Leo, no, it is primarily based on condition of the animal. For Doc Sandy, you mentioned multi-drug resistance in E. coli being related to sewage water. Was this from poor water in the rehabilitation site, or would it have been present even before stranding?
For that case specifically po, I believe it was because we had challenges in replacing the water regularly talaga for that case. The water from the water reservoir even finished because we tried to replace it so frequently, but the animal, I think it had some vomiting and also it had a bit of diarrhea, so it was dirty talaga. And actually when just now there was question about zoonotic diseases, actually that same animal that had E. coli, during that period I actually developed skin lesion because I was in the water frequently. And it was because it itchy, so I always scratch, and I actually had like some pus on some of my skin lesion, and there was even one time my leg was swollen. So could be zoonotic, but hindi ko sure. Yun po.
Yan. Nasagot naman po ang ating katanungan. Meron pa po bang mga questions para sa ating mga speakers? So I believe this is the best venue for us to ask ang mga katanungan natin, kasi nga po minsan-minsan lang natin actually naman po pala open naman po pala ang ating mga speakers anytime na gusto natin silang tanungin dahil meron naman po tayong FB page. So another question, thank you daw po. Okay po. So meron pa po ba tayong mga katanungan mula sa ating mga audience po? Okay, let us grab this opportunity to ask questions to our panel of experts.
Kim, can I say something?
Oh, sure po. Please go ahead po.
Kanina I saw a comment. Someone asked about how can we reconcile yung presence of two different stranding response manuals. One is from PMMSN and one is from another group. And tinatanong is it possible to reconcile both manual? So my answer there dun sa tanong na yun would be it is difficult, especially because yung manual yung isang manual, yung sa ibang manual, they are already biased on dolphins being brought to rehabilitation or dolphins being brought in captivity for rehabilitation. So because of that, limited na agad yung pwedeng gawin dun si animal. And our goal, like I said in my talk, is we want to save the animal and we would like to exhaust all available means and resources for us to be able to do so. So if bias na tayo sa simula pa lang na hindi natin pwedeng dalhin sa isang facility, yung isang animal, then we are no longer putting the animal we are already limiting ourselves of doing the best of what we can given the situation. So yun, yung sagot ko doon sa is medyo mahirap siyang gawin. And I guess also it's because iba yung principles ng PMMSN and nung manual ng kabila.
Okay po. So, yes, Dr. Torno. Dr. No? Please po. Sige po, if you want to add, naka-mute po kayo.
Gusto ko lang malaman kasi on what specific, because I didn't see the question, and I wonder if the person who asked it can actually put details on yung question. Specifically, anong part ba nung kailangang i-reconcile when it comes to, is it just the decision on whether or not to rehab? Did the person who asked that question specifically was driving at that, or kasi I haven't seen the other manual so I was just wondering kung kaya niyang i-localize yung question. Hindi ko alam kasi kung yung conflict unless we know, is it just that? Yun ba yung sinagot mo, Leo? Was it actually yun yung question na yun na tinanong niya?
Yes. If Norman Tan is still there, you might want to answer Dr. Chris Torno's question or clarification.
Kasi hindi ko alam. Kasi, I mean, ang ano ko kasi is if it's just a matter of decision on disposition, ang pinakamagandang sumagot yan actually yung client before. Diba? So, kasi when it comes to that point na resources ang nade-deplete, which is usually most often is the case. Kasi ang worry ko lang, if we try to actually prolong yung agony ng animal, not just the suffering of the animal itself, is also the kind of changes na baka mamaya mamask na yung original reason for stranding. And mga secondary effects na yung makikita natin when we try to actually do the necropsies later. And I will be surprised if we're seeing kidney failures and myopathies and stuff like that. That may actually be untimely, ultimately, the cause of death. But hindi natin makita yung primary cause of stranding. So, yeah.
Sorry, Tim, can I comment?
Sige
well,
po,
I just
sige
saw
po.
the comment ni Norman, and he said that he's already satisfied with my answer. But I would just like to answer Chris's question. Kasi yung manual kasi ng kabila, I scanned through it, and there are several things that is completely different from the of how we do it sa PMSN. For example, dun sa manual nakalagay doon na hindi talaga pwedeng dalhin yung animal sa isang rehab facility because apparently there is no rehab facility in the Philippines. So that's just one. And they advocate na dapat sa dagat lang kung saan nag-strand yung animal, dapat doon lang gagawin yung rehabilitation. So in our experience, for everyone who has done a rehabilitation, we all know that it is very difficult to do on-site rehabilitation. And we at PMMSN, we want that we have a proper facility in every strategic locations where we can do rehabilitation properly, so that we would have a better success at rehabilitating stranded marine mammals, as well as because it would be safer for us people who are doing the actual rehabilitation. Like what I've shown in my presentation, when the rehab team doing the rehabilitation sa Bagak Bataan, when there was a thunderstorm, it was very, very unsafe for everyone. So what they had to leave the animal alone. And because of that, nagkaroon ng nag-develop ng aspiration pneumonia yung animal. So these are the things na if you look at it objectively, if you look at it at a medical perspective, talagang iba yung ina-advocate, iba yung gustong i-achieve ng PMMSN compared dun sa what I've scanned through dun sa manual ng kabila.
Okay, so for the interest of time, ano po, as much as we would like to extend our question and answer portion, ano po, medyo marami pa po tayong mga susunod na activities. At mainam po siguro, ano po, kung pwede po nating i-contact later on yung ating mga speakers, ano po, binigay naman po nila ang kanilang mga email addresses. So pwede po nating i-contact sila at ibigay pa kung ano man ang mga katanungan na meron tayo. So muli po, nagpapasalamat po tayong lahat sa ating apat na magagaling na speakers po. Si Dr. Tin Ubusan, Dr. Chris Torno, Dr. Leo Suarez at Dr. Sandy Lincho. Palakpakan po natin sila uli. Maraming salamat po at taus-puso po ang aming pasasalamat sa bawat isa po sa inyo. Okay, so okay, at dahil po ilang oras na po tayo, mahigit 3.5 oras na po tayo nakaupo, ano po. Siguro po kailangan, no, for wellness sake, kailangan po ay tumayo-tayo po tayo. So magpapakita po yata ng isang TikTok video ang ating organizers, ano po, para naman ma-refresh ang bawat isa, para maging handa po tayo sa susunod na part ng ating afternoon session, at yan ay ang reporting na gagawin ng ating mga point persons from different BFAR offices. Okay po. So, sige po, Jam, baka kailangan nang ipakita ang TikTok. Palakpakan po natin ang mga TikTokers ng PMMSN. Okay, Jam? Okay. So, eto na po pala. So, it's time na pala, no, na ito na pala ang pinakaantay, no? Lahat po tayo ay nag-call kanina ng TikTok challenge po natin, ano po? At sige po, isang karangalan na i-share po ito ang mga nanalo, ano po, para sa TikTok. Okay, Jam, let me share my screen po. Okay, so welcome po sa ating mga panalo o nanalong TikTokers po kanina. Ayan, so ibibigay po ang mga napanalunan. Ano po, isabihan niyo lang po kung kanino po i-address, no, ibibigay yung mga nakuha po nating premyo. Okay, ito po ang mga nanalong mga TikTokers po, ano po, TikTokers from Region 2, BFAR. Okay po, isa po sila sa mga nanalo, Best TikTok. Ang isa po din ay TikTokers from BFAR Region 4A. Yay! Isa rin po na TikToker na nanalo ay LGU Isabel. And the last but not the least is the BFAR Region 11 po. So congratulations po sa ating mga winners ng TikTok challenge po ng 8th National Symposium ng Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. Okay po, virtual clap po sa lahat ng mga winners po natin. Salamat po. Okay, so pwede po ba tayong mag 5-minute break po? CR break lang po para po ma-refresh po ang ating mga participants. Sir, pwede po ba yung 5-minute break? Okay, let's have a 5-minute break, and then after that po, we will proceed with the reporting of our regional point persons from, of course, the different regions or of BFAR po. Okay po. So let's have a 5-minute break po. Pwede po tayong mag-CR, pwede po tayong mag-stretch, no? Stretching po to refresh us for the next part of our program. congratulations po ulit to Region 2, BIFAR Region 2, BIFAR Region 4A, BIFAR 11, and LGU Isabel.
Pasay que pesadar, le con so skiddy, 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 skiddy.
Region 4A. Okay po.
Pasay que pesadar, le con so skiddy, 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 skiddy.
LGU Isabel. Okay po. Okay, yun na po ang kanilang TikTok. And last po, BIFAR Region 11.
我们一起睡猫觉，一起喵喵喵喵喵，在你面前撒个娇，哎呦喵喵喵喵喵，我的心脏蹦蹦跳，迷恋上你的坏笑，你不说爱我，我就喵喵喵。我们一起睡猫觉，一起喵喵喵喵喵，在你面前撒个娇，哎呦喵喵喵喵喵，我的心脏蹦蹦跳，迷恋上你的坏笑。你不说爱我，我就喵喵喵。我们一起睡猫觉，一起喵喵喵喵喵。我要穿你的外套，闻你身上的味道，想要变成你的猫，赖在你怀里睡觉，每天都贪恋着你的好。
Okay, so palakpakan po natin ang ating mga PMMSN TikTokers, and congratulations again to all the winners of our TikTok challenge from regions 2, 4A, 11, and LGU Isabel. Ayan, at you may claim your prize po by writing si Doc Lem po, no? Ilagay nyo lang po sa chat kung kanino po ipapadala ang inyong premyo. Ano po? So, yan, 5 minutes is over. Tapos na po ang ating 5 minutes. At before we proceed po pala sa ating reporting, no po, we would like to award pala the Certificate of Appreciation to our speakers. Let me simply read the citation po. This certificate is hereby given to the speaker for sharing her insights, experiences, this 8th Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network, given this October 1, 2021. Okay, so this certificate is given to Dr. Mary Christine Ubusan, Dr. Leo Suarez, Dr. Christopher Torno, and Dr. Sandy Ling Shaw. So again, our utmost appreciation to each one of you. Ayan. So yan po ang ating certificate. Thank you very much for your invaluable insights, experiences, and expertise that you have shared this afternoon to each one of us. Okay po. At we are all ready. Ready na po ba tayo sa ating second part ng ating afternoon session, and that will be our regional reports. Ayan. Kung ready na nga po, lahat ng mga participants natin ay sabihin natin ang magic word, I am ready. Ayan. So, yes, I am ready. Okay, so ang ating susunod po, ang guidelines po ng ating susunod na gawain ay magkakaroon po tayo ng reports, no? Magkakaroon po tayo ng report from the different point persons of BIFAR coming from different regions of the Philippines. Ano po? At since meron po tayong ilan ba? 10 po yata na presenters ngayong hapong ito, na reporters ngayong hapong ito. Ang mangyayari po ay i-group po natin sila sa tig-4. Tig-3 po pala, 3, 3, 3, 4. Okay, so tig-3 po na grupo, and then magpipresent po ang mga ito. At ang mangyayari po, every after 3 reporters, magkakaroon po ng mga queries o pagtatanong, at aanyayahan din po natin ang ating mga reporters to be on the spotlight para po sagutin kung mayroong mga queries o katanungan ang ating mga participants. Okay po, so may I request the regional reporters po to be ready. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of our Regional Director, Ms. Rosario Segundina P. Bickerland, I will be presenting to you the Marine Mammal Stranding Report of Region 1. This is the outline of my presentation: the status of stranding and sighting cases in Region 1, the total number of stranding events for CY 2020 and 2021, which includes the location of the stranding, the date, species, sex, age, and the status of the stranding, and the lessons learned from the cases. We have 14 stranding cases in the year 2020 and 6 stranding cases in the year 2021. We also have 3 sightings from Lingayen, Pangasinan, San Juan, La Union, and Aringay, La Union. This is the breakdown of the CY 2020 stranding case by province. In Ilocos Norte, we have 1 stranding case. In Ilocos Sur, we have 6. In La Union, we have 1. And in Pangasinan, we have 6. An adult male Fraser's dolphin was found at Barangay Pugarusuit, Dagupan City, Pangasinan, weighing 140 kilograms with 2.3 meters length. The animal was rehabilitated in 12 days but died eventually, and it was named COVID. A melon-headed whale was found at Kayanga River, San Fabian, Pangasinan, with a length of 2.4 last March 2020. A spinner dolphin was found dead at Barangay Daklapan, Cabugao, Ilocos Sur, with approximately weight of 38 kilograms and length of 1.8 meters last March 23, 2020. A spotted dolphin was found at Barangay Stanza, Lingayen, Pangasinan, weighing 39 kilograms and 1.7 length. The strander was live but eventually died last March 28, 2020. An adult Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin was found at Narvacan, Ilocos Sur last March 29, 2020. The animal was rehabilitated but escaped from the improvised net enclosure. The team conducted monitoring and eventually no report from adjacent areas. No report of stranding from adjacent areas. Buds, an adult male striped dolphin was found at Barangay Mindoro, Vigan City, Ilocos Sur, weighing 150 kilograms with a length of 2.1 meters. It was rehabilitated one day but eventually died last April 4, 2020. A sub-adult female dwarf sperm whale was named Extended and was found at Barangay Nabaliw, West San Fabian, Pangasinan last April 7, 2020. The animal was rehabilitated for one day but died eventually. Quarantino. A male spinner dolphin was found at Badoc, Ilocos Norte, weighing 40 kilograms. It was rehabilitated for 3 days, but sadly it died eventually last April 10, 2020. Rosing, an adult female pygmy sperm whale was found at San Vicente, Ilocos Sur, weighing 100 kilograms with a length of 2.17 meters. After 3 days of rehabilitation, Rosing died eventually. An adult male was found dead. An adult male short-finned pilot whale was found dead at Barangay Tamurong, Candod City, Ilocos Sur last June 14, 2020, weighing 500 kilos and having a length of 4 meters. Joy. Joy is a juvenile male pygmy sperm whale found at Barangay Pugaru Suit, Dagupan City, Pangasinan, weighing 80 kilograms and 1.9 in length. Joy was rehabilitated for 2 days and was released last November 20, 2020. Carlota is an adult female pygmy sperm whale from Tondaligan, Dagupan City, weighing 350 to 400 kilograms with a length of 3 meters. Carlota was rehabilitated for 1 day, but sadly, it died eventually last November 20, 2020. The juvenile common bottlenose dolphin was found dead at Barangay Pagsanaan Norte, Magsingal, Ilocos Sur last December 30, 2020. This is the breakdown of the CY 2021 stranding cases by province. We don't have a stranding case reported from Ilocos Norte for CY 2021. We have 2 stranding cases from Ilocos Sur, 1 from La Union, and 3 from Pangasinan. This is Echo, an adult male melon-headed whale, which first stranded at the Eco Park of Agoo, La Union, and restrands at Aringay, La Union. Echo was the longest period of rehabilitation conducted by the region for 20 days, but sadly, Echo did not make it and died eventually last April 16, 2021. Hope. We hope na sana nabuhay siya, but Hope is a juvenile male false killer whale from Igia del Sul, Pangasinan, weighs approximately 500 kilograms and 3.89 meters in length. And after 9 days of rehabilitation, Hope did not make it and died. Hope is the largest mammal being rehabilitated for Region 1. Is Hope is the largest. An adult melon-headed whale from Sitio Bantayan, Barangay Pangapisan, Lingayen, Pangasinan was found and was released on the same day on May 27, 2021. Bagani, this is the latest. This is our latest recording of rehabilitation. Bagani is a female adult pantropical spotted dolphin from Tondaligan, Dagupan City. We rehabilitated Bagani for 4 days, but unfortunately, Bagani died. These were the lessons learned from the cases. Data collection from the first responder to the response and rehab team is very important during stranding. Awareness of the community regarding mammal stranding response increases successful cases. Data collected from live or dead stranded animals provide important information regarding human impacts on marine mammals. Agyamanak, thank you for listening.
Nakastang algaw kani kayo ngamin or magandang araw po sa ating lahat. So in lieu of P4 Region 2 and the PMMSN Region 2 chapter headed by our Regional Director, Dr. Angel B. Encarnacion, I'll be presenting to you the updates on the marine mammal stranding events for the Cagayan Valley region. So the graph shows the 2020-2021 marine mammal strandings in our region. So sa number of strandings, we have 11, a number of alive animals 7, a number of beach or dead animals 4, number of rehabilitated animal is 4, and out of 4 rehabilitated, we have 2 successful released. For the 2020 marine mammal stranding, so date, February 24, 2020, location, Barangay Minanga, Bugay, Cagayan, species, short fin pilot whale, total length 4.9 meters, weight 1 to 1.5 tons, sex, male, age, adult, status, beach. Another one, June 11, 2020, location, Barangay Punta Apari, Cagayan, species, Fraser's dolphin, total length, 2.37 meters, weight, 120 kilograms, sex, male, age, adult, status, alive but died. So the history of these animals that the team headed by Dr. Julian Altares, a veterinarian of the LGU Apari, assessed the condition of the animal. So the animal was refloated, but decided to transfer the animal in the rehabilitation. So after 3 hours in the rehabilitation, while doing supportive care, the animal died. Another case, June 29, 2020, location, Centro Santa Ana, Cagayan, species, mother and calf, pygmy sperm whale, total length, 2.25 meters for the mother, 1.1 meters for the calf, weighing 200 to 250 kilograms, while the young is 30 kilograms. Sex, female, male, age, adult and young, status, rehabilitated but died, the mother whale. The young male is live. These photos or the documentation showing that the team conducted rehabilitation and treatment. So with series of medical interventions, along with Dr. Elmar Bermudez of the Provincial Veterinary Office of Cagayan, the animal revived and decided for the release. For the next case, we have on July 23 in Barangay Ayuganan, Uyugan, Batanes, species Fraser's dolphin, length 1.33 meters, weight 26.5 kilograms, sex female, age juvenile, and status Beach. The next one is August 4, 2020. Location, Barangay San Jose, Cagayan. Species ID, rough-toothed dolphin. Total length, 2.25 meters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Sex, male. Age, adult. Status, beach. So, with the LG Gonzaga, in person of Miss Jamelita Flores, the one who reported the incident. No? So, the animal was transported in the mariculture park of one of the deforestation for its necropsy examination and disposition. Another case, date September 1, 2020. Location, Barangay Nagtupakan, Pamplona, Cagayan. Species, Fraser's dolphin. Total length, 1.51 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Sex, male. Age, juvenile. Status, alive but died. For the clinical history of this case, the dolphin entered the cove and was trapped in the deployed fishing gear. So based on the initial information, the animal was released back. But on the next day, the animal was seen already dead. And this is the findings during the necropsy. So we transported the animal in our station for the proper disposition and examination. As you can see, the pictures or the documentation, so yan po yung mga lacerated wounds of the dolphin. Next, September 30, 2020, in the same location na Barangay Nagtupakan, Pamplona, Cagayan. It is a rough-toothed dolphin with total length of 2.3 meters, weighing 150-200 kilograms. Sex, male. Age, adult. Status, beach. So the animal was slaughtered. For this year, 2021 Marine Mammal Strandings, we have a first case, March 31, 2020, in Barangay Minanga Oeste, Bugi, Cagayan. Species, Pantropical spotted dolphin. Total length, 1.9 meters. Weight, 39 grams. Sex, male. Age, juvenile. Status, alive but died. And upon necropsy, an empty shell of ammunition was found on its head. Next, we have on June 26, 2021, in Barangay Nagilian, Camiguin Island, Cagayan. It's a short fin pilot whale. So the total length is not measured, and the approximate weight is 800 to 1 ton. Sex is unknown. Age, adult. For the status, the animal was refloated and released back alive. For the last case for this presentation is the August 21, 2020 on Barangay Punta Verde, Palawi Island, Santa Ana, Cagayan. Species, Pantropical spotted dolphin. Total length, 1.9 meters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Sex, male. Age, sub-adult. Status, rehabilitated and released back alive. So that's all for the stranding cases here in Region 2. So maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. I am presenting on behalf of our office in BIPA Region 3 Central Luzon at for all the participants ng 8 Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network National Symposium today po. So, ang Central Luzon profile ay makikita nyo dito ay compose ng 7 provinces. Very unique po ang geography for Central Luzon, as you can see, dahil ito po ay napapalibutan ng dalawang malaking bodies of water. Ito po yung West Philippine Sea on your left side at yung Philippine Sea or Aurora side, yung dyan na po nakikita yung Benham Rise. So for 2020 stranding cases, meron po tayong 6 na na-reported dito po sa ating opisina. At kung makikita nyo po, yung location po niyan ay mostly ay nakita po itong mga stranding cases na to sa Zambales and Bataan side. So nagsimula po ito noong April. Dalawa po yung nakita doon. Sa isa po ay yung sa Batolan, Zambales, Fraser's Dolphin. Noong April 29 naman, sa Bagak, Bataan, ito po yung Indo-Pacific Bottlenose Dolphin. At nung Mayo ho ay dalawang kaso ng stranding cases din ang nakita natin. Ito po ay nakita sa lalawigan ng Zambales naman, isang Fraser's at isang Pantropical Spotted. So, nung June naman ho ay there are 2 cases that were discovered na stranding cases naman natin sa Bataan din ho to, isa sa Morong at isa sa Bagak. And pareho itong short fin pilot whales. Ang nakakalungkot lang ho dahil out of the 6 stranding cases, isa ho ang namatay po dito at yun po yung sa Sabang Morong Bataan. If you can see sa location map, nabanggit nga ako kanina, most of the cases ay nakita ko sa West Philippine Sea at most of these are either in Zambales or in the province of Bataan. Papakita ko lamang ho yung ibang photo documentation natin during these strandings at ito ho ay either courtesy ng ating mga responders na from FLEG, Local Government Unit, and Ocean Adventures. So ito ho yung sa April 24 in Batolan, Zambales. Ito ho itong adult female. For yung April 29 naman ay isang bottlenose dolphin at sub-adult female ho ito. Nung May 23, ito yung palawig. At nung May 31, meron din ho tayong nakita sa medyo dulo na huto ng Santa Cruz, Zambales. At ito, isa din ho itong sub-adult female. During June 30, yun nga po yung nabanggit kanina, ito ho itong short fin pilot whale sa Morong Bataan. Ito ho yung medyo casualty ho natin. At yung Kabagak Bataan din ho, yung June 15, ay isang short fin pilot whale. Medyo ito ho yung nagtagal po nating rehabilitate si Cass. Fortunately, isa din po ito mortality. For the 21 stranding cases as of September, ay dalawa pa lang po yung reported sa atin. Yung isa, yung sa Mariveles Bataan, at isa naman po yung sa Morong Bataan, yung Spinner Dolphin. Some documentations were also provided to us by the local government unit and some responders and mga FPLEG personnel po natin from the region. So yun po siya. Ito naman po yung sa Morong Bataan. So napansin po namin for the past year during the pandemic ay medyo there's a decrease in stranding cases in Region 3. Nakikita po namin dito ay either because of the fishing activities ay nabawasan, ay medyo mako-correlate po natin na baka ito rin yung naging rason bakit less din yung stranding cases natin. At the same time, yung naging intensive naman din po kasi yung mga monitoring natin, yung mga IUF yung seaborne patrols po natin in the region. And we cannot overemphasize the need for us to coordinate with the local government units dahil talagang challenge for the region to respond because of the strict quarantine and IATF protocols being implemented at the borders. Like even yung mga uppers ay hindi tayo makatawid basta-basta. That's why it's important that our local government units are equipped also to respond to such stranding cases in Region 3. Yun lamang po for Region 3. Thank you.
Good day. Here are the marine mammal strandings throughout 2020 and 2021 from Calabarzon region. Looking through the map, there are 5 strandings reported for 2020 as represented by the green dots, and 6 strandings for this year as represented by the red dots. This is the summary of marine mammal stranding events for the last 2 years. It is noticeable that most marine mammal strandings happened in the provinces of Quezon and few from Batangas. There are no stranding cases from Cavite. 2020 case number 1, a subadult Fraser's dolphin with unstable buoyancy was rescued by the local government of Patnanungan in Quezon on January 12 last year. They tried to rehabilitate the dolphin for a while and released back to the wild, but returned to the shore and eventually died. You can note that several skin parasites were embedded on the ventral part of the skin of the dolphin. These parasites were mechanically removed and disinfected. These parasites are similar to the fish louse that infests the skin of marine fishes. Necropsy was conducted by the municipal agriculturist himself, Sir Eugene Luces. Some firm masses on the lungs can be noted on the picture, as well as an empty stomach with several ulcers in it. Our second strander for 2020 was an adult male pygmy sperm whale from Ilihan, Batangas City. I responded this and conducted the necropsy. The case presentation is this. The vertebra is clearly outlined. There is a marked atrophy of epaxial muscles. There is a concavity of the dorsal neck, which we termed peanut-shaped, and there are several post-stranding abrasions. Necropsy revealed the following findings. The lateral surface is rough with the presence of diffused multifocal firm masses. The pulmonary parenchyma was replaced by multifocal to coalescing irregularly shaped gritty masses light pink in color. The cut surface of the lung revealed a large foci of caseous necrosis containing yellow to white cheesy debris. Presenting lesions are characteristics of Mycobacterium and other nodule-forming bacteria. So, it is really essential to use PPEs during necropsy as we might cut zoonotic diseases from our stranders. We don't know. So those are the highlights for 2020. And as for 2021, the first stranding happened on January 8 when an adult female Blainville's beaked whale was beached on Padre Burgos in Quezon. Massive efforts were used by the local government to lift and dispose the carcass. There are several cookie cutter shark bites throughout the body that can be seen on this picture. Necropsy was conducted by Dr. Philip Maristella of Provincial Veterinary Office of Quezon. Some findings include a kidney stone and several internal parasites. Our second case for this year is the juvenile spinner dolphin that stranded on March 11 at Guinyangan, Quezon. The dolphin is in good shape, and some cookie cutter shark bites can be distinguished from post-stranding abrasions. However, necropsy was not conducted due to lack of trained personnel that can perform. Our third and fourth cases happened almost the same day on April 9 when an adult female rhesus dolphin in good shape but poor body conformation was rehabilitated by the local government of Lopez. The dolphin was then released that afternoon, but eventually came back to the shore and died. Necropsy revealed some pieces of plastic on its stomach. While performing necropsy on that rhesus dolphin, another rhesus dolphin was stranded and rehabilitated the next day, still in Lopez, Quezon. But this dolphin has poor body conformation as can be seen on the picture. The vertebra is clearly outlined. Peanut-shaped head and several cookie-cutter shark bites can be visibly seen. This dolphin also died during rehabilitation. Our case number 5 is an adult male pygmy sperm whale from Macalelon in Quezon. We don't have much data from this strander, but according to the local government of Macalelon, it was found dead by a local fisherman, and necropsy was conducted, but nothing remarkable was noted by the attending veterinarian. And lastly, the most recent strander is a dead spinner dolphin from Nasugbu, Batangas. The dolphin was found floating dead by a fisherman and was buried by the Coast Guard as it is already foul-smelling and may pose a public health concern.
Okay, so we are going to have a stretching break daw po for our, it's a 2-minute lang po, 2-minute stretching break para lang ma-refresh po ang ating mga isipan while we continue to listen to the updates and reports from our regional point persons. Okay, so while we are on a break, magtatanong po ako at paunahan po ito ng ating mga sagot. Okay po ba? So this question would be based on the reports, the previous reports that we have heard. Okay, so ito po ang ating tanong at meron din pong premyo ang makakakuha nito. Okay, so ano po ang pangalan ng melon-headed whale na na-strand sa Region 1? A male adult na melon-headed whale that was stranded in Region 1 and died last April 16, 2021. Sino po yan? Ano po ang pangalan niya? Okay, so I think meron na po tayong tanong. Sagot po pala. May nanalo na po. May nanalo na po ba sa ating chat box? Okay. From BFAR, 1 po. Echo ang tamang sagot. Ayan. So, na lang po, Mr. Darrell. Si Mr. Darrell Salvador. Congratulations po. Paki-PM na lang po or paki-chat na lang po yung inyong details para maipadala po yung inyong napanalunan. Okay? So, I think the stretching break is now over. So we may proceed to the next set of reporters. By the way, nais ko pong i-acknowledge ang ating mga speakers kanina from Regions 1, Ms. Marjorie Abasalo, Region 2, Dr. Jeff Soriano, Region 3, Mr. Neil Katibog, and 4A, Dr. Marco Espino. So maraming salamat po at ibibigay po ang inyong certificate after this symposium. Okay, so I think we are already ready for the next set of reporters. Thank you very much.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Sa ngalan po ng aming Regional Director sa DAB Parme Maropa, Elizar S. Salini, ako po si Alfonso R. De La Torre, ako po Fisheries 2, at ako po yung nataas sa ngayon na magulat ng aming report dito sa Marine Mammal Stranding Response. Ang DAB Mimaropa, katuwang ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan po, stakeholders, yung mga NGOs po natin, yung mga active responders po dito sa Mimaropa region, ay patuloy pong ginagawa yung lahat ng kanilang makakaya, lahat ng paraan para makaresponde sa mga insidente ng marine mammal stranding po dito sa rehiyon ng Mimaropa. Bagamat po may mga limitasyon, katulad na rin po yung mga kagamitan namin, yung mga na-train, yung bilang ng active responders ay hindi po ito nakakasagabal po para po magawa po namin yung aming makakaya at magagawa para makaresponde dito sa mga insidente ng marine mammal stranding. Kaya malaki po yung pasasalamat ng ahensya na kahit sa kabila ng umiiral na pandemya dulot ng COVID-19 ay nakapagsagawa po ng virtual training po yung mga expert veterinarians at scientists ng Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network po. Na kung saan po yung sinagawang virtual training ay dinaluhan po ng mga naging partners po natin sa academe at sa LGUs po. Yung training na po ito is malaki po naging tulong sa amin, lalo na yung sa mga bago pa lang magiging responders, na magkaroon ng kaalaman pagdating doon sa marine mammal stranding response. Sa parte po nito ay amin pong iuulat o ipapakita yung mga insidente ng marine mammal stranding dito sa Rio ng Mimaropa for the year 2020 tsaka yung 2021. So bago po tayo magsimula ay magpapasalamat po muna kami dun sa mga nag-provide ng data at saka po dun sa mga naging katulong po natin sa LGUs at yung mga active responders po natin o yung mga volunteer responders. Unang insidente po ay nai-report po namin ay yung nangyari po ng pinaka-latest, August 17, 2021 sa Baco Oriental, Mindoro. Ang species po nito is Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin. Approximated size po natin is 2.13 meters, female. Nakita na po siya is patay na po, which is ang ginawa pong action ng mga responders po natin ay kinuha na lang po ng mga sukat, data, at saka po is inilibing po. Sunod ay nangyari noong August 5, 2021 sa Magsaysay Occidental, Mindoro. Pygmy sperm whale po natin. So hindi po siya nakuna ng approximated size, no record po, at saka yung gender po. Nung makita po ito ng mga responders, ang naging decision po nila dito is ilibing na lang po yung marine mammal. Sunod po is July 28, 2021. So Pinimalayan Oriental, Mindoro, Rhizus dolphin po. No record po yung approximate size po nito at po na female. So ang ginawang nung nakita po ito is ang condition po nito is patay na rin po, decompose na. Ang ginawa action ng responders is nilibing na rin po. Sunod po ay nangyari noong July 3, 2021 sa Baco Oriental, Mindoro, pygmy sperm whale din po na approximate size po nito. Approximated size is 2.2 meters. Hindi po nakuna ng gender. Nung nakita po siya, initial condition niya is patay na po siya. Ang action po na ginawa ng mga responders po natin ay inilibing na rin po. Sunod po is nakita noong May 29, 2021 sa Mansalay Oriental, Mindoro. Rhizus dolphin, approximated size is 2.23 meters. Ang gender po nito is female. Ang condition po ng unang makita o initial condition ay alive o buhay. Ang responders action po, namatay po siya ng hindi pa rin po alam yung unknown cause. Medyo emaciated na po yung species. Kaya ang ginawa po na active responders is inilibing na rin po nung pagkamatay. Sunod po is nung May 27, 2021 sa Pola Oriental, Mindoro. Rhizus dolphin din po, approximated size po nito is 2.2 meters. Hindi na po nakuna ng gender. Alive po siya at inirelease din po ng mga fisher folk po na nakakita ng species doon sa site. Sunod po is March 4, 2021 sa Mugpog, Marinduque. Rhizus dolphin din po. Approximated size po is 2.26 meters. Alive po siya nung nakita yung initial condition niya. At yung naging action po ng responders natin is nirelease din po kaagad yung species. September 25, 2020 po natin is Baco Oriental Mindoro. So isa po ang patay na or decomposed na po na spinner dolphin po. Approximated size po nito is no record po tayo. Ang gender po ay female base po dun sa report ng responders. At nilibing na rin po ito pagkakita po. July 24, 2020 po sa Nara, Palawan, yung mga nakita naman po nito is mga fisher po natin. So unverified pa po, short fin pilot whale. Wala po tayong records sa size po, sa gender. Alive po siya nung nakita at inirelease din po ng mga fisher po natin na nakakita doon sa species. July 19, 2021 or 2020 sa Mambura Occidental, Mindoro, Rhesus dolphin po. Wala po tayong record na approximated size at gender. So, inirelease din po ito ng mga fisher po na nakikita. Ito po yung July 5, 2020 po natin sa Bungabong, Oriental Mindoro spinner dolphin po. 0.78 meters. Gender po, no record tayo. Buhay naman po siya nung nakita or initial condition niya nung nakita. At ang responders action po dito is inirelease din po. So ngayon po, tutungo naman po tayo dun sa marine mammal stranding incident map po natin. Okay. So pagdating po sa by species, ito po yung mapa po natin kung saan po sila makikita by species. Pagdating naman po dito sa based on species condition, makikita po natin dyan kung ilan po yung buhay, ilan po yung nang nakita ay decomposed na, at nung nakita ay bago pa lang kamamatay. So yung incident map po natin, ito po yung by year po natin. No? So mayroon po tayong 6 na respond or 6 na stranding incident noong 2021 at mayroon po tayong 4 na incident noong 2020. So ang lesson learned lang po namin dito is madami pong aral kaming napulot sa pagsasagawa ng marine mammal stranding response. Ang pinakauna po, mahirap po kung kabilang yung ahensya na gagalaw po. So dahil sa limitasyon nga po na nabanggit natin, yung kagamitan, yung mga na-trained, yung bilang ng mga tauhan, so medyo nahihirapan po kami. Pero ang nagiging katuwang naman po namin dito yung mga LGUs, yung mga nakapag-train din po, yung may knowledge pagdating sa marine mammal response. Tsaka yung isa po yung katangian ng Mimaropa, which is composed po ng island provinces po, kaya yung pag-travel po papunta dun sa area, ay medyo nahihirapan po. Kaya malaki talaga yung nagiging pasasalamat namin dun sa mga naging katuwang natin. Pag may mga insidente ng marine mammal stranding na sila yung nakaka-response o sila yung nagiging contact agad natin dun sa area. So, yun din po. Isa din po pasasalamat dun sa ating mga naging corresponders, tsaka dun sa PMMSN at kay Doc Lem Aragones po dun sa pagsusubaybay po sa amin pagdating po sa cross-checking ng mga identification po ng ating mga marine mammal species po natin. No? Tsaka itong may nakaligtaan po mga steps ay sila po yung nagre-remind. So, maraming salamat po. Pangalawa, madami po kaming nakakaligtaan, lalo na yung sa collection po natin ng tissue samples. Siguro po sa mga susunod na insidente ay pagbubutihin na po namin pagdating po doon sa pag-collect ng mga tissues. Ikatlo, kalimitan po sa mga first responders ay hindi pa rin po sanay humawak o mag-response pag may mga incident ng marine mammal, stranding. Kaya kami na din ng mga corresponders namin na nagsisikap na may turo po doon sa mga first responders po natin, lalo na din sa mga fisher folks, yung mga mahalagang akbang, paano po yung pagtugon natin pag may mga ganitong insidente. Hanggang dito na lang po yung ulat namin dito sa Mimaropa Region. Makakaasa po kayo sa susunod na pag-uulat namin ay mas lalo pa naming pagbubutihin yung aming report. Maraming salamat po.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Bicol Cetacean Stranding report for 2020 and 2021. So we have a total of 25 stranding incidents, 12 in 2020 and 13 in 2021. The top species that stranded were spinner dolphins, Fraser's dolphins, common bottlenose dolphins, striped dolphins, and pilot whales. So basically, female dominates the Bicol stranders with almost 3:1 ratio with male, and a growing number of dead stranders are recorded comparably to those that were released alive. Last year, we have no record of stranding incidents for the month of July and August, while this year, no recorded stranding incidents for the months of April, July, and September. So kung mapapansin po ninyo, in October 8, 2020, approximately 70 melon-headed whales were sighted in Catanduanes, where 15 individuals stranded resulted to 9 deaths, while 6 were released alive. While nung January 26, 2021, 25 Fraser's dolphins in Del Gallego, Camarines Sur has mass stranded with 14 individuals that died and 11 released back at sea. So dito din po mapansin nyo na may isang rhesus dolphin in May 15, 2021 that stranded in Santo Cristo, Uson, Masbate. And it was alive, released back to wild, pero nag-restand siya after 10 days, nung May 24. But yung dating mga sugat na napansin sa kanyang katawan ay nag-heal na somehow. So hindi na masyadong mapula yung yung katawan nung rhesus dolphin. And basado na din dun sa 2-year data on cetacean mass strandings namin dito sa Bicol region, it indicates impacts of blast fishing, so particularly dun sa Fraser dolphins na nag-strand in Del Gallego, Camarines Sur. So the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources here in Bicol has issued a joint statement na basado na din po kay Doc Lem Aragones and sa amin sa Bicol region, na basado dun sa necropsy na ginawa dun sa 14 carcasses. They could have died due to severe environmental force or impact of exploding dynamite that are used in blast fishing. So halos conclusive na po tayo doon na talagang ang mga mass strandings na nangyayari dito sa amin sa Bicol region ay talagang impacted nung blast fishing activities sa ilang fishing grounds sa Kabicolan. So it's high time that we strengthen our campaign on curbing illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing while enjoining the local government units to protect their municipal waters against these illegal fishers, and also enjoin the local communities to report cetacean stranding incidents. So that highlights our report for 2020 and 2021. Thank you for listening.
This is Ryan E. Duranilla, Fisheries Regulations Officer 2 and the focal person for mammal stranding in Region 6. And here is a report for mammal stranding from July 2020 to September 2021. Region 6 is composed of 6 provinces, 16 cities, 117 municipalities, and 4,050 barangays. Let us quickly go through the incidents of mammal stranding per province. Aklan, there are 3 reported incidents, with 1 in 2020 and 2 in 2021. The first incident was a 2.35-meter dwarf sperm whale on July 6, 2020 at Barangay Katiklan. The second incident was last March 31, 2021 in Napasaklan, involving 2 dolphins. One was dead and the other was released back to the sea by the MPDO of Napasaklan. The third is a recent incident in Barangay Manok-Manok, Boracay Island, where a male sperm whale was found dead along the beach. The Senro, Bantay Dagat, MDRRMO, Philippine Coast Guard, and Maritime Police worked together to bury its carcass, with the BFAR PFO providing the proper protocol. Let's move to Antique. There were 3 reported incidents for the province of Antique. The first incident was in July 30, 2020, where 2 short-finned pilot whales stranded on Sitio Minor, Villabert Jimenez, in Hamtic. These were found weak with minor scratches on the surface. Proper intervention and rehabilitation was carried out. However, only 1 survived. Next was a reported incident in Kaluya involving a fin whale. Responders, Philippine Coast Guard, and Kaluya LGU were able to release the mammal, with BFAR assisting via phone. The third incident involved a common bottlenose dolphin in Barangay Hinalinan, Pandan, Antique, last July 30, 2021. This was classified as Code 1, with 2 wounds made by cookie cutter shark bites. One was near the blowhole, and the other was observed in the lower limb. These wounds, however, were in a healing condition, and no other major external wounds were found. BFAR PFO Antique responders coordinated for the transport of the marine mammal with BFAR PFO Aklan responders due to bad weather conditions in their AOR. The mammal was handled with utmost care prior and during transport by following PMMSN protocols, taking into consideration the necessary materials essential for transport: the cushion, water towels, modified stretcher, and the like. Successful release by 12:14 p.m. and continuous monitoring was done in the area. This is the first successful transport and release in Region 6. In Capiz, we have 2 reported incidents. The first is Barangay Talon, Roa City. It was a dead marine mammal found along the shore. The incident was reported by the LGU personnel. The second incident was in Barangay Lonoy, Sapian, involving a rhesus dolphin who had trouble balancing and was moderately in distress. The dolphin also had minor abrasions on its left pectoral fins. After proper intervention, it was released back to the sea with the help of the coastal community. There were no reported incidents for the province of Guimaras. Iloilo has 4 reported incidents. According to the report, on September 18, 2020, the LGU of Miagao and barangay officials found a weak dolphin along the shore in Barangay Sapa. The dolphin died 20 minutes after. Thereafter, the said responders buried the mammal. On December 18, 2020, a dead putantay was found in Santo Niño Sur, Villa, Iloilo City. This incident was only reported to BFAR as it was handled by the DNR and the Philippine Coast Guard. Third on the list is a 7-foot dolphin that stranded in Barangay Naulid, Miagao. The dolphin had a punctured wound which the LGU of Miagao attended to. The dolphin was reportedly released the same day. Lastly, a decomposing dugong found along the coastal area of Villa, Iloilo City. Moving to the province of Negros Occidental, there is a total of 7 stranding incidents from July 2020 to present. On September 25, 2020, an Irrawaddy dolphin was found dead off the coast of Pulupandan town. Next, on October 20, 2020, the LGU of the municipality of Calatrava reported a dead dolphin found in Barangay San Isidro. The following day, an incident involving a very weak and distressed dwarf sperm whale in Barangay Nauhang, Sipalay City was reported by the LGU. The LGU and local Bantay Dagat relocated the mammal to a safer area with the same barangay. Unfortunately, the mammal died just barely 3 hours after. Another stranded Irrawaddy dolphin was reported in March 14, 2021. This time in Barangay Talok, Bago City, the female dolphin was found dead. The fifth incident was a female short-fin pilot whale that stranded in Barangay Tipsok, San Enrique. The mammal was in distress and had problems balancing. Fortunately, the responding teams were able to stabilize the mammal and she was released to the sea on the same day. Also for July was a male spinner dolphin in Barangay Canmuros, Binalbagan that had a deep wound opening on the stomach area. Fisher folks attempted to release the mammal but was washed ashore due to the strong wind and waves. It was found dead along the shoreline in the afternoon of the same day. Last for Negros Occidental was a dead whale shark trapped in the fish corral. This was also in Pulupandan. That wraps up all the reported stranding incidents in the region from July 2020 to present. As milestones, BIFA Regional Office 6 was able to conduct its first necropsy with supervision of a veterinarian via virtual platform, have its first successful transport and release response as mentioned earlier, and there was also the first sighting of 40 dolphins for possible stranding. Likewise, we have also been battling with several challenges, such as these. As we continue to partner with the PMMSN, we will strive to further improve our response to stranding incidents and ensure that Region 6 does its fair share in the collective effort of protecting marine mammals.
Good day to each and everyone, to my fellow participants and marine mammal first responders from all other regions. I'm Rodolfo Garcia Jr. from B47, a technical staff. I will be presenting the marine mammal stranding responses of Region 7 from year 2020 and 2021. I would like to thank the emergency first responders and local responders of stranded cetaceans from various government agencies, local government unit and national government agencies, academic institutions, and private sectors, who directly assist and beyond the call of duty to respond stranding in the area, despite of our current pandemic situation. This map showing the marine mammals stranded in Region 7 for the year 2020 and 2021. As you can see the map, the green colored circle represents the strandings for the year 2020, while the orange colored box represents the strandings for the year 2021. These are the data of the stranded marine mammals in Region 7, shown in an Excel form. The first slides are figure dated from January to May 2020. Most of the strandings were melon-headed whale, Pipon Sipala electra, followed by 2 stranding incidents, each of Fraser's dolphin, Laginodelphis Jose, and Indo-Pacific dolphin, Torsiops adulcus, respectively, and 1 stranding of short-fin pilot whale, Globicipala macrocracus. Most of all were dead upon the time of stranding, but there is 1 stranding cetacean alive that took place in Ubay, Bohol, an adult melon-headed whale, Piponocipala electra, which was released afterwards. Next slide. Dated from June 20 to January 2021. Most of the stranding cetaceans was in Bohol. and mostly were dead, but there is one reported stranding cetacean alive, a spinner dolphin, Stinilla longirostris in Talibon Bowl, and has successfully released back to the open sea. Next slides, dated from March 2021 to July 2021. There were 3 stranding cetaceans reported alive. One was last March 9, and a spinner dolphin, Stinilla longirostris, in Mandawi City. Second was on May 11, 2021, a rhesus dolphin, Grampus gracius, in Bayawan, Negros Oriental. And the third one was last May 19, an identified cetacean in Umay, Bohol, where each of them were released afterwards by their first responders respectively. A mass stranding of 2 individuals of Fraser's dolphin, Laginodelphis hosei, and were already dead during the time of stranding last last April 15 in Barangay Bitaog, Enrique Villanueva Secure. And lastly, on March 12, 2021, there was an Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin, Torsiops aduncus, reportedly alive, but on the several days it was died. This picture shows the release of a million-headed whale by the responders in Sinandigan, Ubay, Bohol last May 13, 2020. Next picture shows the carcass of a rhesus dolphin in Laya, Paclayon, Bohol last June 4, 2020, and buried. Next slide was a female pregnant Fraser dolphin in Bilisan, Pacla, Bohol last September 23, 2020. This picture was a fetus found inside a Fraser dolphin measuring 49.5 centimeters in length. Next was a carcass of a short-fin pilot whale that was brought to the National Museum of Bohol, and the Gobi Mustap took the morphometric measurements of the external body portions of the marine mammal prior to the necropsy at Dulho, Paclao, Bohol, dated September 26, 2020. In Barangay Bahi, Albuquerque, Bohol, which one? This. Barangay Bahi, Albuquerque, Bohol, the first responders took the documentation and necropsy on site of the dead marine mammal found it pregnant. The fetus was a male Fraser dolphin measured 40 cm in length, dated October 28, 2020. Next picture shows the release of the spinner dolphin by the responders in Talibon Bohol last January 14, 2021. Another carcass of a million-headed whale in Barangay Virgin Anda, Bohol last May 22, 2021. Next was a carcass of a male spinner dolphin found by the local responders in Panglao, Bohol last July 7, 2021. This picture shows the stranded dead male Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin in Barangay Antipolo, Medellin, Cebu. It was responded by the Philippine Coast Guard and the local first responders of LGU Medellin. Local first responders of LGU Mandawi City, Cebu closely monitored the release of a spinner dolphin last March 9, 2021. As you notice, some of the stranding responses has no pictures because we only based on the reports submitted by our provincial offices and the situation for what we have now. That's all for our report in Region 7, and thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the Marine Mammal Stranding Report of PMMSN Region 8 Chapter Fishery in Eastern Visayas Marine Mammal Stranding Bureaus. For calendar year 2020 and 2021, there were 13 recorded marine mammal strandings, in which in last 2020 there were 10 recorded incidents, and for this year there were 3 recorded strandings. Species composition of stranders includes spinner dolphin, melon-headed whale, Cuvier's beaked whale, rhesus dolphin, dwarf sperm whale, and bottlenose dolphin. Last April 5, 2020, a bottlenose dolphin was found dead along the shores of Barangay Maginoo, Calbayog City, Samar. This photo was taken from Facebook, and upon validation, the carcass was already buried. Last April 8, 2020, a female melon-headed whale was also found dead along the shores of Barangay Kilim, Baybay City. Necropsy was done by LGU vets from Ormoc and Baybay. Last April 27, 2020, a male spinner dolphin was also found dead along the shores of Barangay Chitongco, Mondragon, Northern Samar. It was found by a fisherman when he was about to fish. He noticed a hump of sand beside his fishing boat and saw the dead dolphin. No body lesions observed and the carcass was in good body condition. When the FPLEG team arrived, they measured the carcass and buried after the measurements have already been conducted. Last July 10, 2020, a sperm whale was found swimming along the waters of Salcedo, Eastern Samar. The responding team released the said sperm whale. Last July 24, 2020, there were 2 stranded marine mammals found in the mangrove area of Barangay Botera, Zumaraga, Samar. The BFAR PFO team responded to the site and, together with the local residents, successfully released the 2 stranded marine mammals. However, last July 26, 2020, the Cuvier-beaked whale that was stranded on Barangay Botera was found dead along the waters of Barangay Busho, Sumaraga, Samar. Multiple lesions found around the body. Necropsy of the animal was not possible due to the site location, size of the animal, and lack of personnel to conduct the necropsy. The head was cut and brought to PFO Biliran to remove the ear bones, as dynamite fishing was suspected in this case. Last July 29, 2020, an identified carcass in the advanced stage of decomposition was also found along the waters of Sumaraga, Samar. Last August 11, 2020, a male spinner dolphin was found dead entangled in net along the waters of Barangay Masagaw-Sao, Kawayan, Biliran. The carcass was in good body condition, and upon examination, there were blood in the mouth and there were few missing teeth at the lower left jaw. During necropsy, a fishing hook was found inside the first stomach, which have caused hemorrhagic and lacerated portion in that area. Food debris, about 500 grams, were collected. However, most of the fish were not yet fully digested. Possible cause of death was drowning, since fruity bloody liquid coming out of the lungs upon incision. Last August 30, 2020, a female spinner dolphin was also found dead along the waters of Barangay Poblacion 4, San Sebastian, Samar. The carcass was in good body condition. During the initial inspection, there were hemorrhagic spots on the ventral side of the body near the pectoral fins, and blood in the tip of mouth was also observed. The carcass was not necropsied, it was buried. Last September 16, 2020, a dwarf sperm whale was found dead along the waters of Barangay Mambahaw, Maasin City, Southern Leyte. It was found by fisher folks and upon ocular inspection conducted by the Maasin Veterinary Office, they found numerous lesions and possible cookie cutter shark bites. Cause of death still unknown. Last August 8, 2020, a dwarf sperm whale was also found dead along the waters of Barangay Marubay, Lauang, Northern Samar. Last September 13, 2021, a spinner dolphin was also found dead along the shores of Barangay Tabunan North, Kawayan, Biliran. The carcass was in good body condition. However, upon inspection, there were bloodshot eyes, deformed upper tip of mouth, and abrasions observed in the dorsal portion of the dorsal fin and on the fluke. The carcass was not necropsied because upon validation, it was already buried by the LGU. Last July 8, 2021, a rhesus dolphin was initially seen on Santa Elena River by local residents and was uploaded on social media. When the responding team arrived, the marine mammal was already weak, but still the buoyancy was normal. The responding team advised to closely monitor overnight, and the marine mammal was given food. On the following day, the team transported the marine mammal via boat and it was released in San Manico Strait. For 2020 and 2021 summary of strandings. The total number of stranding incidents in 2020 is 10. The total number of animals stranded, 11. And the number of beached animal, 8. The number of alive and released back, 2. In 2021, the total number of stranding incidents, 3. Total number of animals stranded, 3. Number of beached animal, 2. Number of alive and released back, 1. As you can see, the graph of the stranding pattern per month from 27 to 2021. Most of the stranding incidents occur from January to September, and no stranding incident was observed on the month of October and November. The lessons learned from stranding response first is that most of the stranding cases of 2020 and 2021, the carcasses have good body condition. A possibility of dynamite fishing because mostly the cases where the stranding it occurs in the area wherein it is considered as illegal fishing hotspot. Second is that the power of social media is that mostly stranding cases were first uploaded on social media even before reported to BFAR by responders. And also through social media, it is easy to conduct IEC activities because of wide range of audience. And third, to expand the network of marine mammal stranding team in order to train responders, especially in areas with limited logistic access. And lastly, I would like to thank the Eastern Visayas Stranding Heroes. Special thanks to BFAR Marine Mammal Stranding Team, the Provincial Fishery Office, FR Leg, LGU Ormoc, LGU Baybay, Provincial Government of Biliran, and Maasin City Veterinary Office.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. I am Jeffel Hope Mamhot po of PFAR Regional Office 9, Zamboanga City. I am tasked to present our 2020 to 2021 Regional Stranding Report for the PMMSN PFAR 9 chapter. We have a total of 9 stranders in Region 9, composed of 2 live and 7 dead mammals from 2020 to 2021. As you can see, this is the location map provided by the PMMSN, and if you notice, we have encircled using red outline circle. These are the stranding incidents that as of now we don't have, or we did not receive reports of these incidents. And then we have our own location map. These stranding locations or incidents are recorded, or we have received reports of these incidents. The composition of stranders includes common bottlenose dolphin, Arisus dolphin, pygmy sperm whale, dwarf sperm whale, false killer whale, and we also have 2 melon-headed whales. And then we have a whale species. We don't have a report about this. Hindi po ito na-identify kung ano ba talaga, but we suspect it's a humpback whale. The stranding incident happened in March 2020. And then last July, we were informed that another whale stranding, it's a whale species, happened in Sindangan Bay, Zamboanga del Norte. Until now, wala pa pong dumating na report sa amin. Wala po tayong trained responder sa area na nag-respond. Mga LGU personnel lang po ang nag-respond dito. We have selected 2 incidents, no, na i-picture namin dito sa aming report. Ito po is napaka-memorable kasi 11 PM na po ng gabi ito, nailibing namin ang mammal. Then, gaya nga ng sabi ko, memorable kasi ito yung first time na nakauwi kami ng bahay ng madaling araw mula sa isang stranding response. This one also is pinicture namin because so far ito lang yung pinakamagandang pagkaka-capture ng incident using a very good camera. And then nakuhanan din po ito ng almost complete na details ng incident. And moving on to the experiences, we have lessons learned. We forgot to emphasize during trainings that it is the primary function of the LGU to respond to stranding incidents. Nangyayari kasi yung ibang LGU, especially yung LGUs na merong sa area na merong BFAR offices, ang ginagawa ng iba, advisean yung tao na nag-report na tumawag kayo sa BFAR, which is mali. Then we forgot also to emphasize the importance of proper channeling. Mas mabuti po sana kasi na-emphasize dun sa mga tinuruan na kung mag-provide ng information o report is dadaan muna sa proper channel. Mas mabuti po sana na dumaan muna sa chapter in charge, or pwede namang sabay na magbigay ng information sa PMMSN directly, and then at the same time sa BFAR office. Then it was not emphasized during training that there is supposed to be no distinction with respect to expertise or profession. Kasi yung mga nag-attend ng Marine Mammal Stranding Response Training, Hindi ko ma-remember kung may nabanggit doon na kung vet ka, pang-vet lang talaga na trabaho ang gawin mo. Kung BFAR ka, ikaw ang lead dyan. Ikaw na bahala. Pero supposedly kasi as trained responders, the same training na dinaanan natin, kahit ano pang profession mo, or mas expert ka doon sa kasama mo, hindi mo dapat sabihin na kayo para dyan, kami dito. We have to help our fellow responders by any means possible sana. We only have 2 trainings so far. Yung huli is noong 2018 and hindi na po nasundan. Then, significant improvement of course pagdating sa response, data collection, and then nabanggit ko na yung regarding coordination sa LGUs. May existing issue dyan kami. And then, of course, yung methods, may improvement kami dyan. Yung approaches, tsaka best practices para matapos yung trabaho. By the way, yung coordination, i-elaborate ko lang. May improvement naman, kahit paano, kasi may mga na-train tayo na responders sa halos lahat ng coastal municipalities sa Zampen. Ang existing issue na sinasabi po namin is yung mga areas na merong BFAR offices, normally pag may stranding, ang i-advise dun sa tao is tawagan si BFAR. Assistance from the LGU, napaka-importante. Kailangan talaga namin ng tulong, lalong-lalo na pag malaki yung mammal, kailangan din, napakahirap po, lalo na pag oras ng gabi. Logistics po ang pinag-uusapan dyan. Tsaka yung site kung saan ililibing. Then, never-ending problem, itong identification. Never kaming naging expert dyan sa pag-identify ng stranded animal except yung mga madaling ma-identify. Pero yung mga halos magkakamukha, madalas kaming nagkakamali. Rehabilitation equipment and logistics, ang issue po dito is funds. The necropsy materials, kailangan pong dagdagan. And then, mas mabuti po sana na meron kaming veterinarian dito sa aming regional office para mag-lead sa amin, especially kung necropsy ang gagawin. Important responders and volunteers in 2021, of course, yung mga members ng FLIG 9, yung law enforcement group namin na primary responders, yung mga provincial fishery offices, heads ng PFOs and kanilang staff, selected fisheries technicians, kung saan mayroong mga stranding incidents, malaking tulong po. Yung Philippine Navy, na nag-assist sa amin this year and last year, kasama yung Coast Guard, tsaka PNP Maritime Police. And then of course, yung mga volunteers na from the immediate community, yung mga nakikiusyoso na kapag kahingan mo ng tulong, talagang hindi na nagtatanong, tumutulong ka agad sa amin. That would be all. Thank you and keep safe.
Okay, so thank you very much po sa ating mga second set of reporters. No, would like to acknowledge them. We would like to thank Mr. Al De La Torre for Region 4B, Ms. Noni Enolva for Region 5, Mr. Ryan Doronila for Region 6, Mr. Joselito Ruminata for Region 7, Dr. Joy Celejo for Region 8, and Mr. Jeff Mamhot for Region 9. So a big round of applause to our second set of reporters. Maraming salamat po uli. At meron pa po tayong pag-game ngayon. Okay po? So paunahan po uli ito ng sasagot. Okay, paunahan po uli kung sino ang unang makakapag-type sa ating chat box. Ready na po ba kayo? Okay, so kung ready na po, ito po ang tanong natin at makakatanggap po ang unang makakasagot ito ng gift item from one of our sponsors. Okay, so ito po. Ano po ang common name ng species ng dolphin na nag-mass strand sa Del Gallego, Bicol region? Ayan. So, bawal po ang mga taga Bicol magsagot. Ayan. Ano po ang common name ng dolphins na nag-mass strand po sa Del Gallego, Camarines Sur, Bicol region? Ayan. Isa lang po ba ang sagot? Okay. Isa lang po nagsagot. Okay. Ang sagot po ay Fraser's dolphin. So, tama po ba? Lumba-lumba po ba yun? Fraser's dolphin po dapat ang sagot. Okay? So, may nakakuha ba? Lumba-lumba. Tama po ba, sir? Lumba-lumba daw po. Is it a name po or dapat po Fraser's dolphin po ang sagot?
Kailangan Fraser's kasi lumba-lumba. General term lang yan for dolphins.
Okay. So, ito na lang. Okay, so sa plenary naman po natin, mga plenary speakers, kasi hindi po tayo nakapag-tanong. Ano po yung 5 freedoms na binanggit po ng ating first 2 plenary speakers? Okay, pwede po bang ibigay natin lahat? Ano po yung 5 freedoms po na binanggit po nila sa kanilang mga lecture? Okay, go! Sige po, kung sino pong unang makakasagot ay makakatanggap ng premyo. What are the 5 freedoms that Dr. Chris Torno and Dr. Leo mentioned during their lecture? Okay po, meron po ba? Mahirap po ba ang tanong? Okay. Okay, kahit kung wala pong makakalagay ay meron po ba? Ayun. So first 3 na lang po na nakapagbigay. Okay, first 3. Okay, kung meron po bang nakakompleto? Kasi next na po tayo. Okay, so titignan ko na lang po. Marami naman pong naglagay po dito. Ano po? Freedom. I would include freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, freedom to express normal and natural behavior, and freedom from fear and distress. Ayan. So, titignan ko po mamaya at i-announce ko na lang po kung sino ang unang nakakompleto sa 5 freedoms, okay, ng ating animal welfare. Okay. So, sana by that time ay medyo nakapaggalaw-galaw po tayo kasi nag-type-type naman po tayo. So, we will proceed to the last group of reporters, ano po, last set po ng ating reporters, and meron pa po tayong remaining 5 reporters. So mag-overflow lang po tayo ng unti sa ating oras, so sobra lang po ng unti, pero sana po wag tayong umalis kasi very interesting po yung mga susunod din, equally interesting din po yung mga susunod na cases po natin. Okay po. So let's invite our last set of reporters.
Morning, everyone. This is Dr. Jennifer Marie A. Rivero from the Regional Office of P410. I'm going to present to you marine mammal stranding for the years 2020 to 2021 in Region 10. So first, we have 5 strandings for the year 2021 and 1 recorded for 2020. So for 2020, it was a battle-nosed dolphin, Thorshops truncatus, or a juvenile male. It stranded last March 25 at Causwagan, Lanao del Norte. It was already dead when found, and so it was buried thereafter. I believe there's also a recorded stranding between Hingoog and Balingasag, but that we don't have a data of, but we can further investigate and seek documents for it for reporting. So next is the rough-toothed dolphin, or the Stenobredanensis, an adult, from January 26, 2021. It was it's stranded in Mahinog, Camiguin, with a state of advanced decomposition, and so it was buried thereafter. Thus, the gender wasn't identified because of the status of the carcass. Next to that is the April 9, 2021 stranding from Bunbon, Cagayan de Oro City. It was a neonate rhesus dolphin. It was already dead when it was found, and so it was also buried thereafter. Next to that is the stranding from Tabuksor or Riqueta, Misamis Occidental. It was a sub-adult male pantropical spotted dolphin from April 29, 2021. It was alive and was assessed to be um, able to swim, and so it was released thereafter by the respondents. This one, we have a stranding. There's two stories for this one because there's this data that we have received that there was a stranding in July in Tugas, Balyangaw, Misamis Occidental, just July 8, 2021, of a sub-adult male Fraser's dolphin. It was assessed alive. I think it was released because we've also gathered information from the LGUs that they had a stranding this day also of a Fraser's dolphin, sub-adult male, but it was already dead. So I think it was a re-stranding already of that the AT and the fisher folk in the area have found. So I think these two are just related with each other, or same dolphin as it is. So the next stranding was last August 17, 2021 from Barangay Cogita, Mambahaw, Camiguin. It was already dead when it stranded, and so it was also buried thereafter. It was a adult male Fraser's dolphin. Next to that, okay, that's it for the 5 strandings for 2021. I will also show you other marine species that have stranded in Region 10. With that is the treasure shark, was a juvenile, stranded last May 17, 2021 from Cugman, Cagayan de Oro. It was already dead when it was found, and so the Bantay Dagat or the fisher folks buried it thereafter also. Another one is the whale shark, a stranding from August 29, 2021 from Kasinglot, Taguluan, Misamis Oriental. It was alive when the fisher folks found it. Bantay Dagat also, personnel were there. So they were the ones who first responded, and they've assessed that the whale shark was able to swim by itself, and so they have released it thereafter after assessing. They have also, the BFAR, upon responding, also had secured the area from where the whale shark was released to see if there are any sightings thereafter. Unfortunately, there was none, so hopefully the whale shark was able to swim far. So I've included in this presentation the challenges that have been faced by our responders, or is usually met during responding. We have the availability of the equipment because it is a very big problem of ours, considering that we have a wide coastal area. Different LGUs have to respond, and in consequence to that, different equipments are supposed to be used, but then we lack equipments for that, particularly the stretcher. That's why we make do of like tarps or any similar kind to carry such mammals during stranding. So we lack, or most of us lack, that kind of equipment, and others also. So To add to that, we also have a challenge in the availability of transportation. As I've said, Region 10 has a wide area of wide coastal area, so just to go from one point to another point is already hard, considering that we have to also use transportation for this kind of situations. So another one is the availability of individuals to carry and bury the carcass, because most of the strandings that have happened, there's just a few of those who can readily respond to, and there are just a few who can carry somehow heavy mammal carcass. So it comes to be a restraint to some of the responders. And then we have also the availability of first responders in the different areas that have stranding, because not all can readily respond to any stranding. So the availability can be a burden, or not burden, can be a restraint sometimes, or a challenge. And also, we don't have rehabilitation facility in the region. So if ever there are strandings, we are incapable of bringing them into rehab facilities since we don't have one. So the most that we can do is to attend to the mammal in the shoreline, because that's what we have for right now. So hopefully, a rehabilitation facility could happen somehow in the region. So next to that is the delineation of functions during responding, on who to respond, who will bury the carcass, and that sort of thing. Somehow there are just other still delineation, but then I can still answer this one with the third challenge, because somehow the availability of individuals can be kind of a restraint also to responding. So the function can follow and who can handle the responsibility. Last to that is the communication. Sometimes there are still communication gaps in providing information for the stranding, or while the mammals are stranding. So somehow messages can come in quite late already. So there's still a gap there in this sense. But then the people of Region 10 are really doing its best in order to perform what is asked of in responding mammal strandings. It's just that we just have to do with what we have, and to carry on with what we can, considering that, as what our regional director have said, the mammals have an ecological importance in the life at sea. So we are also at some point responsible in maintaining that balance in the water or in the sea. So we are here to serve. At some point in time, there would be hardships, but we are mandated to do what we can, and the people are there, and the LGU are there to carry on with the things that when before cannot be there to carry out. So these tasks. Okay. Next. That ends my presentation. So thank you and good day.
Good afternoon sa lahat. This is Rogelio Gocotano Jr., BFAR 11 Regional Focal Person, Marine Mammal Stranding. I'll be reporting on the marine mammal stranding incidents of Region 11. First is I'll be showing you the location map for stranding events from 2020 to 2021. Base po sa mapa, yung kulay green, yun po yung stranding event of 2020. And yung kulay orange, yun po yung 2021. Sa Region 11 po, meron tayong 4 stranding events na nangyari for 2 years. No? And yan po siya. Then, first po is ng 2020, October 22, 2020, karoon po ng stranding. Location po nito is sa Barangay Talagon, Don Marcelino, Davao or Occidental. Ang total length po ng animal is nasa 11.2 meters. And ang status po during the event is nasa code 4 na siya, advanced decomposition. So, po siya na-identified ng ating responder. So, actually, ang nakapag-respond po nito is yung ating mga fisher folk sa area wherein malayo din po siya from the regional office. So, sila na po ang nakapag-respond together with the BFAR Provincial Fishery Office personnel. Next is happened November 15, 2020. Ang location po is sa Barangay Astorga, Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. So, ang species ID, Fraser's dolphin. And during sa pag-strand niya, buhay siya. And after an hour, on the same day, na-release po siya balik sa wild. Next po is ngayong 2021, ito po yung medyo malaking stranding event. Kaso wala po natin nakuha ng details. No? Ang location po is Barangay Langka, Mati City. Species ID, Bride's whale. Hindi po siya na-measured. So, ang estimated weight niya based sa representative from BFAR Provincial Office, which sila po yung nakapag-respond together with the fisher folk sa area, is nasa 4,000 kilograms po siya. Ito po yung other photos and nung bride's whale po. Next is recently, August 6, 2021. So ang location po is nasa Barangay Astorga, Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. So ito po siya, ang species ID po niya is pygmy sperm whale. Ganun din po, ang nakapag-respond po nito is ang ating mga fisher folk at ang mga first responder na na-train po natin, na-train po ng Regional Office 11 sa stranding. So sila na po yung nag-facilitate and coordination na lang po yung ginawa natin. Then sila na po ang nagpalibing. So yan po siya, ang ikalawa stranding incident na for 2021. So yan lang po ang stranding events na nangyari for 2 years, no, sa Region 11. Salamat po.
Greetings, participants of the 8th PMMSN National Symposium. This is the Stranding Report for 2020 and 2021 from the Sox region. The stranding events we have responded to mostly occurred in the Sarangani Bay. Found on the southern tip of Mindanao, it opens up to the Celebes Sea and the Pacific Ocean. With its coastal length of 21 miles, we often encounter a fair share of stranded aquatic animals here. Now on to the reports. For the year 2020, last year, we've had 4 stranding events. 3 of them in the Sarangani province and 1 in Jensen. The first one is a melon-headed whale, which was responded to by the Menro Kiamba. This animal was released successfully back to the wild after 4 hours of supportive care. Next is a short-finned pilot whale, which was first seen swimming alive by personnel from Menro Kiamba. Supportive care was given until the animal was able to swim back offshore. Unfortunately, the same whale was reported dead the next day on the shore in the near barangay. Necropsy was conducted and the animal was buried. An Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin was observed dead along the beach in Maitong. PFAR, together with the ECPC veterinarian, conducted a necropsy of the animal and was found out to be pregnant. According to Dr. Roy, there were signs of drowning and it may have had experienced difficulty in giving birth. Some underlying conditions were considered that may have caused dystocia and weakness. Samples were taken and sent to UP Diliman for analysis. Lastly, for 2020, a spinner dolphin was found dead floating in one of the private fish landing in Jansan. Tissues were collected and sent to UP Diliman for further tests. Now, the stranding events for this year. We have 8. The first on the list is a pygmy killer whale found in Glen. The animal was already in an advanced state of decomposition, thus it was buried on site without necropsy conducted. The next one is a dead unidentified dolphin beached in the coastal waters of Maasim, Sarangani Province. BFAR personnel gave instruction via phone call to take morphometrics and then bury the animal. On to the next one. BFAR received a report from Omag Maasim that a dead spinner dolphin was beached in the coastal water of Maasim, Sarangani Province. BFAR personnel responded to the area, and after morphometric data were collected, the animal was then necropsied and the sample submitted for further tests. Now, the following 3 stranders on our list were all pilot whales. The first on our pilot whale strander list is a male calf, which was seen swimming near the shore and seemed to be in a very weak condition. With the offer of the owner of the area, the animal was rehabilitated for 3 days, with the collaborated efforts from the Menro and LGU Glan, Provincial Veterinary Office of Sarangani, ECPC, and BFAR. The animal showed some signs of recovery, but eventually died on the 3rd day of rehabilitation. Upon conducting necropsy, it was found that the animal has ingested considerable amount of plastic bags. The tissue samples collected were sent for further testing. Our next pilot whale was found dead, beached on the shores of Maasim. After morphometric data were collected, the animal was buried on site. Next on our pilot whale strander list was a sub-adult pilot whale swimming in the coastal waters of Kawas, Alabel, Sarangani Province. The animal was seen actively swimming and was observed for a few hours, after which the animal swam offshore without much brooding. Another one on our list was an adult melon-headed whale found swimming in the coastal waters of Alabel, Sarangani Province, near the mangrove area. Supportive care was given, but it eventually died a necropsy. Lastly, we have a female adult pilot whale, which upon assessment appears to have its left pectoral fin injured. Supportive care was given by the resident vets from LGU Glan and ECPC Sarangani, under the guidance of the consultants from the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network. The responding team continued to give supportive care to the animal for 4 days. After administering medicines, giving food, and electrolytes, the animal was observed to be regaining its strength and finally swam back to the wild. Now with this ends our presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting the marine mammal stranding cases in Caraga for year 2020 to 2020. In 2020, 7 cases were recorded, 1 in Agusan del Norte, 2 in Surigao del Norte, and 3 in Surigao del Sur. In 2021, 4 cases were recorded, 1 in the province of Dinagat Islands, 1 in Surigao del Norte, and 2 in Surigao del Sur. For the case details, I have arranged the cases in chronological order. The first case was in Barcelona, Lingig, Surigao del Sur last February 7, 2020. So based on the appearance of the carcass, we have concluded that it is a sperm whale and it measures 9.6 meters. So in responding the case, I was accompanied by Dennis Braille and Arcis De Jesus of BIFAR Regional Fisheries Laboratory. We were also accompanied by Sir Rusty Coronocco, the Provincial Fishery Officer of Surigao del Sur at that time, and Sir Ricky of LGU Linging. The second case was a striped dolphin found in Sitio Pugat, Barangay Payasan, Lianga, Surigao del Sur. It has a length of 1.86 meters and a body weight of 70 kilograms. It was found last March 22, 2020 at around 1 p.m. And our colleague at that time, Mr. John Mark Gira, was near the area, so he responded to the case together with the LGU personnel. The dolphin was found with a cookie cutter-shaped wound and was provided supportive care for almost 2 hours until it was able to swim back to the open seas. Coordination at that time was done through phone since it was the start of the lockdown. Sadly, on March 23, 2020, the dolphin was reported dead. We have asked the Surigao State University to freeze the dolphin for future educational purposes. The third case is a sperm whale in Sitio Gacobay, Barangay Bacolin, Hinatuan, Surigao del Sur, last May 9, 2020. It measures 17.06 meters and it is a male. It is already in Code 4 or in advanced state of decomposition. In responding the case, I was accompanied by Dennis Pral and Narcis De Jesus of the Regional Fisheries Laboratory and Sir Ramil Bernal of LGU Hinatuan. So this case was very challenging since it was too big to dispose. We cannot leave it on site since it beached near the residential areas. After thorough deliberation, it was agreed that the carcass will be buried. Thanks to Hinatuan LGU, headed by Mayor Shim Garay, for the full support in burying the carcass. So after this incident, Barangay Bacolin was known and is now a tourist destination in Hinatuan. The next case is a melon-headed whale in Porokto, Barangay Aklan, Nasipit, Agusan del Norte. It measured 2.3 meters and it is a male. It was seen in the shorelines of Barangay Aklan at around 10 a.m. last July 9, 2020. So it was immediately reported to BIFAR and PNP Maritime. So we arrived in the area at around 1 p.m. and we assessed the animal, and the animal was refloated on the same day at around 3:06 p.m. We have asked the Barangay LGU to monitor the area and report to us if the animal restrands. Another case is a melon-headed whale found in Barangay Hubgan, San Francisco, Surigao del Norte. It measured 2.54 meters and was already in Code 3 when it was found. It was found last October 3, 2020 and reported by LGU San Francisco and PFO STN through Mr. Hernani Anding. So the carcass was buried near the area where it was found. The first case in 2021 was a sperm whale found in Cangleon, Sitio Capintac, Panamaon, Loreto, Province of Dinagat Island. It was found last February 15, 2021 and was already in Code 4 or advanced state of decomposition. Measured 15 meters and it was responded by LGU Loreto, personnel from Philippine Coast Guard and personnel from the Provincial Fishery Office of Dinagat Island. The second case was a striped dolphin found in Barangay Poblacion 2, Burgos, Surigao Norte last February 28, 2021. According to the report, it was seen alive along the shorelines of Poblacion 2 at around 3 p.m. and was ushered back to the sea by the residents. However, at around 5 p.m., it was found dead. The animal was buried at around 6 p.m. No further details were gathered since our personnel arrived in the area. The animal was already buried. Medyo malayo kasi yung stranding site from the station of our personnel. However, based on the videos and pictures gathered, the animal looks young or maybe newly weaned pa. The third case was another striped dolphin found in Buenavista, Tandag City, Surigao del Sur. It was found last March 4, 2021. So the first responders were Dr. Zerny E. Gambi of City Veterinary Office and Vanessa Dugmok, the AT Fisheries of Tandag City. So it was already in Code 2 when they found, and uh, they have performed a necropsy of the case. Another case of striped dolphin stranding was in Sabang Lingid, Surigao del Sur last April 5, 2021. So LGU Lingid responded to the case in coordination with the PFO of Surigao del Sur and the regional office of BIFAR. So the animal was refloated on the same day. The last case recorded this year was a rough-toothed dolphin found in Porocto, San Fernando, Bisig City, Surigao del Sur. It was found last June 29, 2021 and was already in Code 4 or advanced state of decomposition. It has a measurement of 1.36 meters and it is a male. It was responded by Dennis Val Balamba of BIFAR and a staff from the City Agriculture Office. Our main challenge since last year was the restrictions due to COVID-19. So there were areas that we were not able to enter due to the lockdowns. We also had problems on the disposal of animals, especially on the very large animals like sperm whales. And also we have problem in reaching the stranding sites, especially when the stranding sites are far from the stations of our responders. However, compared to the previous years, we now have more trained responders. Thank you to PMMSN for conducting the trainings despite this pandemic. And also we now have a stronger coordination between PFOs and the regional office. So we are looking forward to strengthening the reporting system within our region and hopefully to train the LGU and the LGU veterinarians on the first response and necropsy. Thank you so much for listening and have a good day.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard Mualio, reporting for the Barm region, all the way from the southernmost part of the country, Tawi-Tawi. I'm a professor of marine science at the Mindanao State University, Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography. Anyway, BARM, or formerly ARMM, stands for Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. It can be divided into two major areas, the Sulu Archipelago, which is composed of the Basulta or Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi provinces, and the mainland Mindanao, composed of Lanao del Sur and Maguindanao provinces, to include Cotabato City. Just simple trivia. Historically, when you say Mindanao, it only refers to the mainland. Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi were collectively called as Sulu. To include Palawan, the three regions are called Minsupala. Anyway, the Sulu Archipelago borders the Sulu Sea to the north and Celebes or Sulawesi Sea to the south, as you can see in the figure. These are two major marine biogeographic regions in the country. And as to the marine mammal stranding incidents, only 5 were reported over the last couple of years. 2 in 2020, which is as you see as the small circle and the figures, and the other 3 in 2021, the red circles here in Tawi-Tawi area. So interestingly, if you look at the figure, all the stranding reports were along the southern part or southern side of Mindanao or along the Celebes Sea. Here are some photos of stranding incidents, which I'm going to show in chronological order. So the first one here, you see is was reported in August 2020. This is a wounded melon-headed whale, which was suspected to have been injured by boat propeller. Was sighted in Barang Agsaysay in Parang, Maguindanao. So based on the reports, MAFAR staff, the one in the picture, rescued the whale and provided medical treatment prior to release. The second one was in October 2020 when the residents of Barangay Dungon in Tongkil, Sulu, or Bangingi noticed the dead British whale floating in the sea. So it was estimated to be about 40 feet long. In 2001 alone, there were actually 2 dead sperm whales got stranded along the coast of Simunul, particularly in Manukmangkao Island in Tawi-Tawi. That is just within a span of a month period, no? Kasi this one was found in found in May 17, 2021, and the other one was on August 3, 2021. Whales in Tawi-Tawi are generally called kahumbu. But as far as I know, only sperm whales have specific name, which is Gajamina, or literally means elephant fish. So maybe because it's very common that it has its own unique name, or maybe because of some cultural importance attached to it. In just after 3 days, around 50 melon-headed whales were seen just off the coast of Tandubas Island in in Tandubas, Tawi-Tawi. So this pod of melon-headed whales, they looked healthy, no? At parang nagtampisaw lang malapit sa community, as you can see the kids looking toward the whales from their house. I just want to show you this one. This is the reconstructed skeleton of sperm whale. This was found in 2015 yet. We call it, as I mentioned earlier, locally called Gajamina or elephant fish. This is currently displayed at the Marine Science Museum of MSU Tawi-Tawi. So in Balinese culture, Indonesia, this is regarded as some mythical creature. And if you happen to have visited Tawi-Tawi, you may have noticed that Hinduism has really huge influence to the cultures in the Sulu archipelago in general. Anyway, as per experience now, we had encountered major challenges, particularly in documenting and responding to marine mammal strandings. So one is because of the remoteness of the islands. We are archipelagic province or region in general, the Basuta, composed of hundreds to even more than 1,000 of islands. So transportation is really a problem. For example, public transportation from one island to another is only available once a day, and when you hire a pumboat or speedboat, it can be very expensive, and not to mention yung rough waves during windy season or weather. And then at the same time, problem din yung communication, because so many areas here in Tawi-Tawi don't have a very weak internet, or even weak signal. Even us, for example, here in Tawi-Tawi, pinaka-major pa rin problem namin ngayon yung internet. That's why I myself have missed so many Zoom meetings and online meetings. At medyo napag-iwanan na because of this COVID pandemic where puro online na lahat. And also is because of lack of technical expertise among the locals. As I said, for the whales, they just call it kahumbu. And dolphins, slumba-lumba, bong, and others. And also, it's because of lack of facilities. rehabilitation, we don't have facility for that, and much more, yung medical treatment. We don't even have a veterinarian doctor here. And I guess that's all. So I'd like to thank everyone for listening to my talk, and I'd like to show this picture of some of our staff at the office, showing the PMMSN coffee table book that was given to us by Sir Doc Clem, the idol ng bayan. Thank you very much.
Okay, so maraming salamat po. We would like to thank our Region 9 reporter, Dr. Jennifer Rivero, Region 11, Dr. Rogelio Gocotano, Region 12, Dr. Bernadette Florentin, Region 13, Dr. Leona Victoria, and BARM, Dr. Richard Mualier. So maraming salamat po sa ating mga regional reporters. At alam niyo ba, meron pa tayong isang question. Meron pa pong isang pahabol na tanong. Last winner na po natin ito for today. At ang question ko, ang una pong makakapagbigay ng tamang spelling at pinakamabilis na pagtatype. Okay. Ito po ay tungkol uli sa ating plenary kanina. Okay. Anong genus ng protozoan parasite ang binanggit at inaral ni Dr. Tin Obusan? Ayan. Anong genus ng protozoan parasite ang binanggit at inaral ni Dr. Tin Obusan kanina sa ating plenary session? Okay. May nanalo na. Okay, very good po. Dr. Jeff Soriano, Toxoplasma. Wow. Okay po, Toxoplasma. Okay po. At okay, so maraming salamat po. Ano po, at para sa ating huling mensahe po ay inaanyayahan po natin ang ating Assistant RD. Walang iba po kundi si Dr. Sammy Malvas para magbigay ng kanyang closing remarks.
First, I want to thank BIFAR National Director Commodore Eduardo B. Gongona, PMMSN President Dr. Lemuel V. Aragones, PMMSN Vice President Ms. Gail Laule, our plenary and resource speakers, and our dear participants for joining us at our 8th National Symposium of the Philippine Marine Mammal Stranding Network with the theme Moving Towards the Enhancement of Stranding Responses to Improve Animal Welfare and Science. Since 2003, PMMSN has proven its commitment to protect, conserve, and manage the marine environment and the animals inhabiting it. This is evident in the numerous trainings, workshops, and symposia that the organization has organized and conducted all over the country. These activities led to the increasing membership of PMMSN since participants, whether individuals or groups, show interest in signing the organization's covenant and are now members of various PMMSN chapters in the Philippines, actively responding to marine mammal stranding. I am happy to note the dedication of PMMSN members in performing the organization's objectives of rescuing, releasing, and rehabilitating stranded marine mammals. Your effort to standardize the collection of data and information throughout the Philippines, including your determination to strengthen partnerships with regional and local level responders for a smooth networking of communications and systematized emergency first responses are indeed commendable. Let us continue to work and dedicate ourselves to assist marine mammals in distress. Let us be persistent in raising awareness and in giving recognition to the importance of marine mammals. Most of all, let us continue to educate and motivate individuals, groups, and communities to respect, safeguard, and maintain our precious marine resources. I, Sammy A. Malvas, Assistant Director for Operations of BIFAR, officially close the program. Thank you everyone and keep safe. Mabuhay ang sektor ng pangisdaan.
So, maraming salamat po at gusto ko lang pong ipaalala na meron po tayong evaluation form. Nasa chat box na din po ang link. Maaari lang po ay sagutan po natin ito. At higit sa lahat po ay magpi-picture taking na po tayo. Sir, ready na po ba ang picture? Okay, pakisagutan lang po yung ating evaluation form. Nasa chat box na po ang link ng ating evaluation form. At ngayon po, pwede na po ba tayong mag-picture taking, sir? At syempre po, meron pa po tayong activity bukas. Ano po? Sa ating third clinical conference, virtual clinical conference po. 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock po yan bukas. Okay po? So, dyan, pakiano na lang po yung link. Meron pong separate link po ito. Ifa-flash po ng ating technical. Okay po. Dyan, paki-flash na lang daw po yung link. Ayan. So, ilalagay na rin po dito ang link po ng ating registration for the third clinical conference. Bukas po yan, 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m. Okay, so sir, start na po ba tayo ng ating picture taking, sir?
Hindi ko pa alam kung yun, hindi pa nalabas ang picture. Musing Willie, kaya ba ng igawing panelist lahat para tayo ay makapagbukas ng ating mga camera? So far, ito yung panelist, yung mga point persons. Yan, nabubuksan na. Dahan-dahan na nabubuksan. Puro panelist pa lang ito ng point person. Ito mga focal persons at plenary speakers natin. Naantay natin si Bossing Willie ng aming computer center para gawin kayo lahat na maging panelist.
At muli po, salamat po pala sa lahat ng ating mga attendees. Makakakuha po tayo ng certificate at ibibigay na rin din po namin ito through your point persons po. At ulitin ko po, third virtual clinical conference po. Ayan po ang meeting ID natin. Mangyari lamang po na magpa-register na po tayo kung hindi pa po tayo magpa-register dahil equally exciting din po ang activity natin bukas. 1 o'clock to 4 po yan via Zoom. At salamat po maging sa mga YouTube po natin na nag-attend sa YouTube via the live streaming po natin sa YouTube. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Teka lang, may nangyayari ba nilalagay ko kayong panelist? Parang ang hirap isa-isahin ko to. Bossing Willie, meron bang way to do it more automatically? Ang hirap naman na iisa-isahin ko sila lahat talagang ganun ba yun? Iisa-isahin ko. 100 mahigit ito. Allow, tapos promote to panelists. Iisa-isahin ko lahat. Patay tayo dyan. Ang dami nito. Teka. Bossing Willie, pwede bang lahat na lang gawin nating panelists? Iisa-isahin ko pa to para wala ba tayong automatic na way to promote all of them as panelists na agad? Saglit ha. Jump, pwede nang nakuha nyo na yan. Picturean nyo na yung passcode para bukas. And then ilalagay ko na sa gallery lahat. Jump, pwede nang paki-stop tapos ilalagay ko lang yan. Hindi pa rin nabubuksan yung iba eh. Ba't ganun? Paki-check yung mga Na-check ko, ang dami ko nang na-check. Bakit hindi pa rin kayo lumalabas? Si Manong Art, kanina ko pa kayo chinecheck na panelist. Iba tayo lumabas.
Okay, mag-open lang po ng camera. Salamat po.
Check nyo lang po kung nabubuksan nyo na yung camera, pakicheck na lang po. Kasi baka naman
Ayan na po. Paunti-unti na po, sir. Dumadami na po.
baka kayo lang kasi na hindi nagbubukas, kaya paulit-ulit ako nagbubukas ng panelist panel. Bay, marami-rami ito.
Hello?
Ayan.
Sorry na wala yung internet ko.
Pwede ka mag-conference saka magtupi ng damit.
Borge, si Borge, nandyan eh. Borge, buksan mo ang camera mo. Kanina pa kita ginagawa ang panelist, bakit walang nangyayari? Paliog, Marie, paliog kung nakay panel, camera. So yung mga binubuksan ko, pwede bang magbukas na kayo paulit-ulit na lang ako? Ay, mahirap ito pag ganito. Ang dami nyo. Pero wala kasing nangyayari. Baka naman kayo lang ang hindi nagbubukas.
Tinatry ko hindi ako makapag-convert ng panel.
Kailangan buksan yung video?
Yung host lang ang pwede. Kaming dalawa ng client ng computer center ang host. Kaya pala ayaw niya paggalaw ito kanina kasi mahirap pala ito. Nagbubukas ba yung iba? Nakakabukas pa? Sayang pa naman to. From Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao to. Kaya hindi ko alam kung nagkakaroon na yung iba. Balik tayo sa taas. Sorry kasi nagsimula ako sa taas. Wala. Kanina ka pa, Alex Legaspi, wala bang nangyayari sa'yo? Alisa, kanina din pa kita binagawang panelist. Buksan nyo na lang po yung inyong video. Baka naman kayo lang po, nakailang ulit na po ako sa inyo. Anne-Marie, kayo rin. Kanina pa kita binubuksan. Sheng ng Bai.
Hindi daw kaya i-open yung camera.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just going through the list. Ang problema lang, bumababa ulit yung hindi ko alam kung sila ay panelist na or what.
Mahina yung signal.
Saan mo na kasi after i-confirm na balik sa akong laptop.
May 100 pang pagawin kong panelist Okay, balik ulit sa taas. Parang walang nangyayari. Parang paulit-ulit yung listahan ko. Nakabukas na ba yung bababa na ako kasi kanina pa kayo paulit-ulit. I just hope naging panelist na kayo. Simula ako sa baba.
Kaya mo daw yan, Lem.
Grabe. Ang hirap pala mag-host. Iisa-isay mo pala to.
CR break muna ako habang wala pa.
Sensya at medyo manual ito. Ganito ang configuration. Hindi ko rin masisi yung aming technician. Baka lampas na kami sa panahon. Sorry. Kaya binigay niya na sa akin lahat ng sole authority to do this. Doc Roy, kumusta ka na? Nasa quarantine ka raw. Si Ma'am Rowena Merto, yan ang namimigay ng ating premyo. Originally from Bais.
Tagal naman.
Tatanggalin na kita.
Mag-order muna ako ng pizza.
Kakaunti na, 50 na lang.
Ano ba target mo? 100?
Kanina, 150 eh. At least 50 na lang.
Bukas
Sunshine,
marami pa.
paulit-ulit ka, Sunshine. Kanina ka pa. Hindi ka pa rin ba makabukas? I'm just going above. Pero bumabalik yung listahan. Parang bakit yung mga nakakabukas parang nawawala na? Pero ilang beses ko na kayong ina-unclick. Oh, we are participants from Thailand. Doc B. How are you, Doc B? Norman. O si Norman, ba't hindi ka maka-convert? Kaya ganito. Kayo na lang natitira pa ulit-ulit. Kaunti na lang. Ganun, hindi pa rin mabawasan yung listahan ko. Doc Milka, ba't hindi ka ma-convert? Mariel, naka-focus, naka-ano ka na ba? Panelist ka na? Mariel, subukan mo nga. Marie Ann Pinalia, palihog, try mo ang iyong video kasi kanina pa kita ginagawa ang panelist. Wala pa rin nangyayari sa pangalan mo, lumalabas pa rin dito sa participants. Kasi yung participants, pag na-promote na kayo, papopromote kayo sa panelist list. So I don't know what's happening. Bakit itong listahan na to nasa baba ay hindi nagbabago? Doc Nico, pasensya na. Nakakahiya naman, ang dami nating mga doc dito na nakabirya sila sa listahan. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin nalabas. Sorry po. Tis-tis na lang po tayo, kaunti na lang. Doc Milka, pasuyo nga, Doc Milka. Bakit hindi ka na makapasok? Magagalit sa akin tatay mo. Pagka tatay mo, si Manong Art. Yun. Trina, try mo nga. Kanina pa kita binabalikan eh. Kasi yung listahan ko from the start, tapos umaakyat ako, nawawala yung nagiging panelist na. Pero yung pangalan nyo, nandiyan pa rin. So, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa listahan nyo. Sa setting nyo. So, last go ko na to, paulit-ulit na kasi kayo.
So, kailangan daw mag-rejoin?
Di mag-rejoin. Di magiging panelist ka na pag rejoin mo siguro.
O kailangan daw, sabi ni Sheng Ordinary from Bai, kailangan to shift, kailangan mag-rejoin.
So, kaya pala ako paulit-ulit na sa inyo. So, please, paki-rejoin. Henry, sorry ba?
So, alis muna tapos balik.
Henry Canlas pa naman ito. Mga institusyon to ng Yun! Diba? Mas mabilis pag nag-unjoin pala kayo eh. O ating mga taga-Coast Guard. Sorry po. So, Darwin, bye. Sorry. Ay. Dami. Para akong encyclopedia ng DIPAR at LGUs eh. Sorry ha. Pasensya na kung boards, unboards. Pasuyo, mag-exit ka ulit. Ilang beses na kita inulit. Sabi ni Doc Leo, exit lang kayo, pagbalik nyo, panelist na kayo.
Sir, patag ako as co-host, tulungan kita.
Ha?
Si Will po ito, patag po as co-host para
Ako ang magtatanggal ako as co-host?
Hindi, itag nyo po ako as co-host para matulungan kita.
Ba't hindi ka na co-host? Ba't hindi ka na co-host? Sorry.
Sige lang po.
Nasa ka na, Will?
CC.
Sorry, unahin ko si Will.
Kaya mo ba rin ako gawing co-host para tulungan kita?
Saglit. Si Will muna. Baka meron siyang paraan na... Bakit nawala ka?
Ayan po.
Baka may alam ka na way to do it. Ang dami kong co-host Ba't wala kayong mga co-host ko ngayon?
Sir, hindi ko alam, ngayon ko lang nakita, pwede rin pala ako.
Sir, nagpo-promote po ako. Ito na po, pinapromote ko na po sila, sir. Kanina pa.
Sabi nyo kasi kanina kayo lang eh.
Ako ang host.
Hindi ko trinay.
Ang dami kong co-host. Si Doc Tin. Si Doc Has, co-host din ikaw eh. Bakit
I can't eh.
Kita niya naman sa pangalan niyo kung co-host kayo eh.
I'm trying, I can't.
Anyway, pagod na ako, kayo na lang. Isang linggo na akong pagod dito sa ating So meron na lang natitirang 25 sa inyo na yan. And yung palagay ko, ang hindi nagagawa niyan, halos nakita ko na yung pangalan kanina na ginawa ko ng panelists, hindi lang nila nagagawa yung mag-exit para kailangan ba yun, Willie? I-exit sila para maging panelist?
Dapat po may mag-prompt lang sa Zoom nila na magdi-disconnect sila saglit pero after reconnection, panelist na sila.
Yun na pala eh. Yun naman pala eh. May nilalabas din sa prompt sa inyo. Okay, habang ginagawa yan, yung mga award, yung mga mayroong mga premyo, kukontakin kayo ng point persons nyo, but basically nasa akin yung coupon, yung vouchers na binigay ng Aquaventure White Tip Dive Shop. Marami silang opisina from Luzon, Visayas, at yung sa Mindanao, ipapadala nila sa Go 21 to a port somewhere, I think Zamboanga ang pagkaintindi ko kanina, and then pwedeng from there kunin nyo or magre-request, mag-arrange kayo ng LBC or somehow. So mas mura pa rin yun kaysa from Manila nyo kukunin or from Cebu or something like that. No? So again, mayroong 31 winners, 11 something yung sa 11 na maraming nag-TikTok, marami rin yung grupo ng sa Region 1 and 4A at nag-iisa yung taga Region 8, taga Isbel. And the rest are answering various questions and answers. Okay? So 18 na lang, pagtulong-tulungan nyo na lang yung mga natitira. Pero baka yung iba, hindi nyo lang nakikita yung prompt. Yung prompt ay lalabas and then magjo-join ulit kayo. Huwag kayong ninervyusin na mag-i-exit kayo basta-basta.
Sir, baka yung iba away from keyboard na po.
Okay, sige. Yung hindi na daw. Kaya nga, nakita ko na yan kanina pa eh. Doc Buboy, ganyan ba talaga dilim ang gusto mong setting ha? Sige. So, sige. Okay. Ilalagay ko lang sa full view. Gallery. Tatanggalin ko na yung mga chat para wala na.
Madilim na.
Sa side. Full screen. Okay. Ang setup ko malaki. Mga 50 itong tineting ko. So, mga tatlong tayo, no? Next. So, let me just say smile. Tatanggalin ko yung chat para hindi na kukuberan yung mukha ng iba. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, one more. For this first group, smile.
Kung anong group pa na ako, smile na lang.
I-move ko. Yung iba kasama pa rin siguro. Or wala pa lang kasama doon. Ibang-iba yung grupo nito. Wala rin ako sa picture na ito. 1, 2, smile kayo. Page 2.
Kung sino man yun.
Sabay, smile kayo. Ito yung mga grupo ni Henry. Okay, nandyan sila Doc, sila Jeff ng Zamboanga. Okay, next page. Isa pa. And another smile. Ito yung mga grupo nila. From our friends from Thailand. Okay. Sila Ma'am Evie. Okay. Saglit. 1. Sorry, 1. Oy, bakit nababago? 1. Okay. Sorry, babalik ako sa first page. Nabago. Okay. Okay, one more dito sa first page. Doc Roy, nandiyan ka na. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I hope bukas maka-attend din kayo ha. Clinical conference, ito yung mas technical aspects ng presentation ng cases. Limitado. We encourage sana yung mga lahat ng vets from the LGUs, provincial LGUs, LGU, municipal and city vets, and BIFAR vets, and private practitioners, students, Encourage yung mga clinicians ng mga colleges ninyo sa veterinary medicine, biologists na medyo nasa thesis stage na, who were willing to help us out. Okay? So see you tomorrow. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. I am on behalf of the core officers of PMMSN, the board members, the board directors of PMMSN, and advisors. We are all thankful and grateful for your time, for spending it for the entire day. Maraming salamat po at kita po tayo bukas muli, 1 to 4 po. So yung core officers at saka yung organizing committee nito, I'll send you another Zoom link for us to meet. Kasi nakakahiya naman sa ating kasama sa UP Diliman Computer Center. Again, maraming salamat, Bossing Willie. Parating mo ang aking appreciation kay Dr. Manuel Ramos, ang ating UP Diliman Computer Center. Maraming salamat po at ingat po tayong lahat sa COVID at ingat tayo sa lahat ng mga sakit. Stay healthy, everyone.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye po. God bless everyone and thank you for joining
Ingat
our
po.
National Symposium.
Bye. Salamat.
Bye-bye.
Bye po.
Ingat sa kalaban.
See you tomorrow.